So we can do what's Hondo on the mic. From Leo's Paradise, random stream drop like a Dragon Ball fight. No lie, plan stream stacking up, but here's a twist in time. Freestyling on the deck like Luffy's punchlines. Up the channels, faceting, Zoro sword slings. Game and pop culture, it's the chaos he brings. Talking movie reboots, superhero hype. Hondo passing the mic, now Bishop's in sight. Cutting flip screen, frame by frame, I align. Laying bass lines heavy, keep the rhythm divine. Dropping 5 videos, can't keep up with the pace. Pass the mic back, Leo's leading the chase. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Playing the knob, Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. No script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. The rails, no script, just a freestyle rhyme. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life.
Finally, welcome back to another episode of Words of Paradise. How you doing, Vital Idols? That's right, it's the lunch hour, baby. Hope you guys getting that protein. You know, your boy got that green tea. Absolutely no sugar. Oh, it's going to be a good day, son. It's going to be a good day. Actually, it's going to be a great day. Because I am waiting, absolutely waiting for my comment section to be inundated with people that are very upsetty spaghetti that I called out Resident Evil Requiem on as bullshit. Which is why we got this nice little Resident Evil 9 fanboy tears tip jar here. That's all I'm saying. No, beyond that, though, we got a great show. Obviously, Leaflit's going to be joining us a little bit later. Both Leaflit and Cindy going to be joining us later. That's going to be sick. We got Trump's approval rating surging. But we got plenty of other topics, dude. Obviously, the gotta talk about the Highguard news. Gotta drop about the One Piece Tira Oda news. There's going to be some more Resident Evil Requiem discussions. You know, the child gambling for Steam. Basically, we got a pet show full of political stuff, full of pop culture stuff. We're going to be going in all sorts of directions. So shout out, what is up, all you absolute beautiful bastards. Let's see who we got up in this bitch. All right, I know out the gate we had Matt Stanford. What is up, my man with the plan? C-Brew is here. Clip 420, shout out. We got Dex in our best mod in the whole damn land. You love to see it. Zelozy is here. Gal Carrymon, what is up? Patrick Roxas is up in this bitch. You love to see it. And C-Brew coming in with a two-banger. Does this thing work? Thank you, Grifter, for the lulls. I don't know if it works. I'm not entirely sure if it works. You guys might need to test it out more to see if it does work. I would appreciate some more testing. It might be working. No, shout out. Thank you so much, C-Brew. I appreciate you, homie. Let's see. We got Minimal Effort Live. What is up, Tivo? How you doing, my man? Deca Striker. Leave it for Glab. Let's go. Can't wait to see this. I'm going to see if, she won't be showing up for 2 to 3 hours. She said she was only available in the late afternoon, like 3 or 4 my time. And which is all well and good, but I got scheduled to keep. So we're starting the show early. We're doing the solo stuff first. And then Cindy will be joining. Eventually, Leaf will join. So yeah, we'll be going for a while today. Let's see. Tebow's here. Sleeping Nova. What is up, my man? That darn otaku. You love to see it. Jackass G22s. Draconic is here. Shout out Draconic. Sly Maverick. What is up? Thallow Greenskin is up in this bitch. You love to see it. What's up, Thallow Greenskin? Let's see. Is there anybody else? I know there's more of y'all in here. Scrap Gamer. What it do? What it do? What it do with you? Fallen Angel. Matt Funcool is here. We got Johnny watching from Illinois. Well, hey, shout out. Illinois is a great state, if not for the fact that Chicago pretty much runs it. If you guys didn't have Chicago, you'd be just living the fucking dream. But unfortunately, Chirac exists. I get that we should have bombed Iran. I'm pro bombing of Iran, and we'll be talking about that soon. But I think we should start our bombings closer to home For example, Chicago. Kojo Dragon is here. Shout out. You'll love to see it. Not sure I call it Patrick Roxas, but just in case, Patrick Roxas. We got the Ghost of Valhalla. Shout out, Ghost of Valhalla. And looks like that's everybody. Looks like that is everybody. Missed yesterday's stream, so you're here to make up for it. And what's amazing about that, you can also just go back and watch yesterday's stream as well, because it was a doozy. It was a good one. All right, crew. Let's start this right, man. Let's start right. It's been a hot minute. Since I reacted to my boy Atreus. Highguard just became Concord 2. Servers shutting down. The Highguard situation is infinitely hilarious. Will never not be funny. Everybody called it. Phil Spencer tried to gaslight us. And you know my boy Atreus is going to be doing a massive takedown. Let's go.
The chuds are coming. The chuddening is here. I told you guys, the chuddening is here. Down goes Highguard. I mean, I'm not going to grift. I'm not going to sit up here and act like nobody saw this coming. But I did tell you it was coming.
No, ironically enough, the grift was Phil Spencer. The grift was anybody promoting this game. Like, Atreus says he's not going to grift. And for once, he's being entirely honest. Well, okay, I don't know about entirely honest. It's still Atreus. But he's being mostly honest. Because the grifting, by definition, is lying. Like, lying in an attempt to make money. This entire game and the way the games industry portrayed it was a lie out the gate. And we called that lie. So, yeah, he's no grift detected on his part.
No matter of fact, not I, we told y'all Highguard was dead on arrival, and y'all didn't listen. Now look at you, looking crazy. Highguard is getting going, guys. In there, we got to talk about it.
Highguard is what? Whoa, what happened? Was that your video, Trace?
Highguard is getting going, guys. In there, we got to talk about it.
Okay, yeah, that was his video.
Got to pour one out for him. Make sure y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you're already subscribed, just double check, make sure that you are subscribed, because YouTube be on that bullshit. Follow your boy on Twitter at griffgod_, and follow me on Instagram at Atreus_. So yeah, let's go ahead and get a good little gobble out of you know what it is. Highguard's final update arriving soon. Thank you for playing with us. Yikes.
I mean, look, it is awful nice of them to give a nice personal thank you to all 12 people that played the game. Like, good on you guys.
Oh boy. Today we're sharing difficult news. We have made the decision to permanently shut down Highguard on March 12th. Since launch,
I think Sony is missing a massive opportunity here. I think with Highguard gone, those 12 players will need an alternative. I think if Sony was smart, especially since the rumors seem to possibly be true, according to Jason Schreier, the rumors seem to be true that PlayStation is actually going to forego putting its games on Steam. They're going to go back to exclusives. And if that's the case, they should bring back Concord. I'm saying it. PlayStation and Sony, they got to bring back Concord. That way these 12 people have a game to go to.
More than 2 million players stepped into Highguard's world. You shared feedback, created content, and many believed in what we were building. For that, we are deeply grateful. Despite the passion and hard work of our team, we have not been able to build a sustainable player base to support the game long term. Servers will remain online until March 12th. We hope you'll jump in with us one more time to show your support and get those final great matches in while we still can. The team is excited to release one final game update to enjoy. In the remaining life of the game, we'll be adding a new warden, new weapon, account level progression, and skill trees. Full patch notes are coming.
What this actually means is we are going to be adding in the little bit of work we did in 2026 so that we can have tax write-offs in 2027. That's what this actually means, but okay.
And we're targeting tonight or tomorrow morning for patch release. From all of us at Wildlight, thank you for playing, for supporting us, and for being a part of Highguard's story.
Teach a man how to squabble.
Highguard feels like it was designed by AI. That is incredibly insulting to AI.
Get that trigger next time, nigga.
Oh, we were a part of the story, goddammit. We were damn sure a part of the story. You had to stop with the live service shit. I mean, I just want to put this in perspective. You left Respawn because you was tired of making the same old Apex Legends. And you followed that up by giving us, I don't know, the hell is this? Highguard? Another live...
I was saying, you can't even call it like discount Apex Legends or Temu Apex Legends, because even that would be giving it more credit. Like, the fact that Atreus, the dude who normally doesn't ever be at a loss for words, even if what he's saying is retarded, he had to just stumble there. It's like, you left Respawn because you didn't want to keep giving us Apex Legends to give us... And then he paused, dude. His brain buffered because even he was like, what did they give us? We can't call it Temu or discount Apex Legends. That would be too good.
Service slop game? Really?
Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain.
And here's the reason why I don't feel bad for you. I don't feel bad because based on the language that the leader was using, this was thoroughly motivated by getting rich. Right? We wanted to break the millennial financial curse. Really? Really? Yeah. Yeah, you deserve this. And then, like, even the devs, they said that profit sharing was one of the main selling points in getting people to leave Apex. So you left a secure job over at EA to come work on this because you was going to get profit sharing. Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. And the roasting begins. Starting.
The funny thing about profit sharing is that for it to work, well, you need to make profit.
With Legacy Killer.
Ironically enough, EA was sold to the Saudis, and they believe in a profit in one way, shape, or form or another.
Jeff Keighley.
That was an Islam joke, but also a money joke. There's layers to it. Guys, I'm so fucking good at this. You don't deserve me.
Original Highguard praise tweet got community noted. This is from when Jeff Keighley said in 48 hours, I'll be accepting your apologies. The community note says Highguard is officially and permanently shutting down on March 12th. Apologies will neither be given nor accepted. Lord have mercy. You gotta love Twitter.
So you say that, you know, now you're convinced more than ever that Marathon lasts 2 months max, ain't making it a full year. Horizons Hunter Gatherers will last maybe a little longer than Marathon. That's because of the IP. I disagree. I don't have any information on Horizons Hunter Gatherers. I really don't know one way or the other. I think Marathon will last longer than 2 months. Marathon is going to have a larger player base and it's going to sustain itself longer simply because of the amount of Bungie simps. For whatever reason, you have a concerted group of individuals that still believe that the Bungie of now is the same as the Bungie that gave us Halo. And for those that were fans of it, Destiny. I didn't particularly like Destiny, but I know a lot of people did. So I think that based just on like adherence and dedication to the company, you are going to see a longer, I don't know by how much, but you're going to see a longer turnaround for Marathon.
Twitter, man. You gotta love Twitter. I will never call it X. Shout out to Elon Musk and Twitter, man. Twitter is gold at this point. Twitter is the standard. Okay. Make sure y'all following me on Twitter, man. GriffGod_. All right. Grums has an interesting tweet. He says, this is everything that's wrong with game journalism and why games like Highguard are just glazed into delusion before shipping. Okay. Because this was the post. PC Gamer, Highguard didn't flop. This needs a community note too. What do you mean? How didn't it flop? Nah, this is different. I think we should be able to take legal action against PC Gamer. I do. I truly believe that we should be able to take legal action against them because what do you...
I do as well. And here's why. It actually goes for a much deeper reason than what Atreus. Like, I get what Atreus is saying, but think about this. If you were to take on PC Gamer, right? If you were to take on PC Gamer, if you were to take legal action against them for this, and it would be like on the grounds of obvious lies, omitting truth, obfuscating facts. If you were to go at PC Gamer and have a successful lawsuit based on a lack of journalistic integrity, imagine what doors that opens for people like CNN, bro, MSNBC, all these actual mainstream media outlets like that. Because taking on and winning PC Gamer over something so benign would ensure the downfall of the big media corpos. And that, dude, if PC Gamer was the stepping stone to a real total chud victory against the media, oh, bro, it would be like the final, like, Super Saiyan 4 of Gamergate.
You mean? What do you mean? Imagine reading this as like somebody who's just sitting on the fence, don't know anything about any of that going on. And you're reading this and you think, okay, Highguard didn't flop. Well, I guess it's safe to go and download the game. You download the game, spend money on microtransactions, and then boom, it's being shut down on March 12th. I think that when it comes to games journalism and toxic positivity,
I want to put this in perspective for you guys. March 12th, that's 8 days. That is 8 days. Highguard is done in 8 days. God damn.
there needs to be an accountability level for lying, because this was a flat out lie. A flat out lie. It didn't flop. Jesus Christ, you can't make this stuff up. Highguard is shutting down this month, another victim of publishers chasing the success of games like Fortnite. And Kabruta says, looks like the small and sad minority won again. The chuddening is here. We told y'all. Now let's talk about the chuddening, right? The chuddening is not about celebrating games failing. The chuddening is about making an industry full of narcissistic, self-absorbed, self-righteous motherfuckers understand they're not bigger than their customer base. You're not better than your customer base. You are a bunch of privileged motherfuckers who get to sit in the AC and make screens, and make images on the screen move using a controller. That's it.
I'm not used to Atreus being like this actually aggressive. Normally Atreus' whole thing is like, I'm just gonna roast you, right? I'm just gonna roast you into oblivion, and I'm gonna make it funny. Hearing him kind of go off like this is real fucking nice. Like it shows that this is, because don't get me wrong, ain't nothing wrong with the way that Atreus goes about it and New Blackstreet goes about it. Roasting motherfuckers into oblivion is an excellent way to dismantle your opposition, right? If you are able to make your opposition a joke, then they have inherently less power if enough people are in on the joke and laughing with you, laughing at them. But to hear Atreus like cut that for a moment and just go legit serious, it's refreshing. Mad props to the guy.
That's it. Stop talking to us like we're children. Stop patronizing us. Stop pandering. Shut up and make video games. Stop trying to preach to us. And stop trying to chastise us and act like we're wrong when we can see a game that's dead on arrival. And we say the game is dead on arrival and it winds up being dead on arrival.
It's not even just about being wrong. Because to be wrong, there's got to be a sense of, right and wrong. This is about what customers want. If you're a customer and you say, I don't want this, well, there's no right and wrong there on a moral level anyway. You're just saying, as somebody who is potentially part of the transaction, that you're opting to not be part of the transaction because there's no value in what they're offering to you.
Y'all keep telling us we're the loud minority, right? If we're the loud minority, then theoretically speaking, Highguard should have been a hit. But one day you're gonna have to face the reality. We are not the loud minority. We are the loud majority, my guy. Look at this. Look at this. Jesus Christ. Stormfall even dunking on a Highguard. Holy girl. Hold on now. Lord have mercy. She's 28. She says she outlived Highguard. I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. Hey, shout out to Stormfall.
To be fair, there are 3-month-old babies with cancer right now that literally outlived Highguard. Don't get me wrong. Funny post. 28. She outlived Highguard. Funny post. But if we're being honest, there are kids with terminal illnesses and a cancer ward that will never make it home that outlived Highguard. That's the dark reality.
Oh, hey, I ain't even gonna lie. I slid in them DMs, man. Somebody go over there and tag her and tell her that Atreus slid into her DMs. I gotta see what's up. Good Lord, bro. Hey, I'm just gonna say it. White guy, she's not your type. To you, she's fat. Y'all need him smaller than that. I'm sorry.
Don't listen to this fucking con man right here. I have heard him to my face say he prefers petite women. That he prefers, no. Atreus out here spreading straight up lies, son.
Y'all know that's not your type. Don't even come over here trying to pretend like this is your type. To y'all, she's fat. Anyway, let me quit trolling, man. Oh, Vera Dark says, who would have thunk it? 230 players right now, man. This is abysmal. And yes, Legacy Killer, it really was Concord too, wasn't it? It really was. Damn. Also, so much for that year's worth of roadmap content they hyped up. They should refund all of the money spent on this underbaked mess. Nah, I think Jeff Keighley should serve prison time. I do. I think Jeff Keighley should serve 2 felony counts of fraud. Absolutely.
You know, that'd be real fucking funny since supposedly Donald Trump had 34 counts of falsifying business records and he ain't been to prison. The hilarity that Jeff Keighley would go to prison for 2 counts and Trump would be out there like, I survived. I outlasted Highguard. That would, guys, we live. I know that times are tough. I know that we live in the inescapable reality that Israel controls our nation. I know that we're having the media desperately tell us that we need to simp for Ukraine, or we need to simp for Iran, or we need to simp for whatever any of these third world bumfuck countries are. But we really do live in the best fucking timeline.
Jeff Keighley should spend a minimum of 3 years per offense in prison for fraud for what he did. 1 account for convincing Wildlight Studios that their game belonged on the big stage as the final game revealed at the Game Awards. And a 2nd count of fraud for trying to convince gamers that this was the best game he ever played. Guilty. Hang that nigga now. I don't...
Dude, I don't know if Jeff Keighley actually gamer, right? I don't know about Jeff Keighley's history. I've never been interested enough to look into it. Mainly because he got the Mr. Beast eyes, right? Like Jeff Keighley got the Mr. Beast eyes. It doesn't matter how much they smile. Their eyes always sag. They always look like they just had to put the dog down. And so maybe the dude actually has a gaming history. I've never looked into it. But let's say he does. Let's say PlayStation 1 came out. He got himself a PS1 for Christmas. Got himself Final Fantasy 7. And in the year of our Lord, 2025 and 2026, after playing Final Fantasy 7, bro, after playing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, after playing Halo 2, after playing Sonic the Hedgehog, any of them, that Highguard is the greatest game of all time. I think Atreus is right. Prison time. Fucking prison time.
Need to deliberate. Guilty. Because what the hell? From the creators of Titanfall and Apex Legends. Here we go.
Yeah, Sam Altman got the same eyes. Agreed.
Mwah. Garbage. Garbage. I'll accept your apologies in 48 hours. Mwah. Garbage.
Oh, okay. You know what? This is a good point. Hey, shout! Thanks for the oh, Joseph Frost Ghosts. I doubt they're watching the stream right now. I have a sneaking suspicion they're watching my Resident Evil 9 review right now. Joseph Frost being a obscure, underrated Resident Evil character. So shout out, thanks for the sub, Joseph Frost Ghosts. And yeah, Fellstep makes a point. If he got anything for the PS1, it would have been Metal Gear Solid. That explains why he's all on fucking Kojima in 2026. You know, well played.
Absolute garbage. You just can't make this stuff up, man. So, I mean, who's next? Right? Who's next? Marathon, you on the clock. Marathon, you on the clock. You release later this week. You are on the clock. Woo-hoo. Who's next on the live service slot list? Who's next? All right? Y'all let me know what y'all think down in the comments. As always, may the grift be with you. I'll talk to you.
Oh, excellent video. Excellent video by Atreus. I dropped it in the chat for you guys. Make sure you give it a like. The failure, you know, honestly, not just the failure of Highguard. I was gonna say it will go down in history as a thing of legend, but I don't really think that's true. When you look at Concord, when you look at Highguard, when you look at Justice League Kill the Suicide Squad, and these are just the live service games. Really, there's just a myriad of these modern games, whether they be triple player, you know, or triple A single player experiences, whatnot. When you look at this era, all these are going to be footnotes. Like the only real remnant that these games existed are going to be the backlog of us grifters talking about them in the moment. But it's not going to mean anything. Like, it's people are going to go back. They're, you know, let's say that me or Hypno or Atreus or anybody is still talking about just on YouTube in general 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Well, ain't nobody going back and watching our old Highguard videos. Ain't nobody going back and watching videos when we were talking about the Concord situation. It is a, you know, period of time and gaming that is just that irrelevant that it is a footnote in gaming history. You might in like 5 to 10 years get video essayists doing like 2-hour YouTube documentaries the way it's been done with like the ET, the NES ET game, or the Atari ET game. I mean, but will you really? Is there even 2 hours worth of content to make one of those YouTube documentaries and like they do about ET for Concord? I don't really know there is. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Speaking of amazing, Oda dropped a nuke. Oda dropped a nuke. Supposedly revealed how One Piece is going to end. Maybe we'll see. But also, Yamato is a woman, which we've all been saying because he said it before. He said, but no, dude, you got these wokey tourist infestation termites that try and usurp the anime community. I mean, claim Yamato's trans. Oh, seems like our boy Oda got something different to say.
So Oda just dropped a nuclear bomb right on the One Piece community with this, and then the reveal that One Piece has outsold Superman in its entirety, and then also
Beast! Well done, One Piece. Look, y'all know that I'm a Superman fan, right? Y'all know when it comes to Western comics, specifically DC comics, Superman's my boy. My top 2 favorite superheroes in the Western sphere, yeah, Spider-Man, Superman, absolutely. I'm Sorry, Batman, get fucked. Super supremacy. That being said, One Piece absolutely deserves these accolades.
So the ending of One Piece being revealed as well. More into that one in a moment, but I want to talk about this first because this is such a nuclear level bombshell. I was blown away when I first saw this, and there's a lot to really unpackage from everything that was revealed last night, but this one in particular, it finally settled the matter. It settled the toxic discussion around Yamato. For those that are not terminally online, let me give some clarification. This character is Yamato, and this artwork is depicting a good ending and a bad ending. The 40 represents the age that Yamato would be, how she would look at age 40 in the bad ending, and age 60 in the bad ending, age 60 in the good ending. And what this represents is a big thing that has been a heavy discussion in the One Piece community for a long time.
Now, mind you, if the character were actually trans, if the character were actually trans, the bad ending wouldn't actually even make it to 40. For obvious reasons.
One thing in particular is Yamato's gender. Go figure. Basically, Yamato was hard LARPing and role-playing as Odin, this character within her same arc that was a very powerful character within the story. And basically, Yamato wanted to become exactly like him because she looked up to him. She wanted to be him, so to speak. And more or less, eventually, you can see that Yamato grew out of that and she wanted to be her own person, be free from the shackles of being someone else, and actually be her own person. But obviously, there's more to it than just that. There was a lot of pressure where people were saying that Yamato was identifying as a guy or a dude, stuff like that. And eventually, Oda just straight up said, no, Yamato is a woman. But obviously, those fans could not accept that, and they basically said it was the death of the author, that it doesn't matter what the author says, they know more than what the author has to say about their story.
And this is why I don't agree with death of the author. Now, to be fair, I will absolutely use death of the author arguments against idiots on X to try and prove that I'm correct because I'm an asshole like that. But no, I don't actually agree with the concept of death of the author. At the end of the day, author's word is rule. Author's word is law. That's why we have canon. Canon matters. And I think death of the author is step one into disregarding canon. So there's my thoughts on that. But also, even if you are the wokest, most pro-tranny, ideological moron under the sun, I don't get how you can come to the conclusion that Yamato is trans when Yamato isn't even expressing a different quote unquote like gender identity or whatever gay shit they say, but she openly acknowledges that she's a woman multiple times, just states that she is trying to embody everything that is Odin. She wants to be Odin, not because Odin's a dude, but because of everything that Odin represents as a symbol. For you to be, pro-trans agenda or whatever, and think that this character is trans, think that Yamato's trans, you would hypothetically have to admit that this symbol of masculinity that is Odin is a good thing. And these are the same people that loathe masculinity. So this is the ultimate catch-22 for these people.
You gotta get the point. So basically, they never accepted that Yamato was actually a woman, despite the author being the actual creator of the work saying Yamato was a woman. So, we fast forward to this morning. This comes out. And this more or less absolutely crushes that entire conversation, pretty much saying that if Yamato continues to LARP as a guy, LARP as Odin, she will end up dead, like Odin. And if she doesn't LARP as him and tries to be her own self as Yamato, she will live. I'm not going to lie.
Do you think that Oda is aware of the gender dynamics and like the gender politics going on in the world? Or was he being accidentally based? I kind of like it better if he was being accidentally based, because that means that, it's great for the character to be their own character. That is growth. That is development. But on top of that, that means that these ideas of masculinity, femininity, individualism, all that are so inherent, are so obvious, are so even subconscious that he's not acknowledging the gender debate in the real world whatsoever in the political sense, and he's still absolutely he's accidentally and absolutely, but accidentally triggering these motherfuckers into oblivion. I like the idea that it's an accident even more. And yes, Yamato got some huge knockers. Yamato got them big old titties.
It's taken me everything I have to not laugh because but it's funny. Just what a bombshell. What a bombshell from Oda. I love this, man. But obviously there is a lot more than just this. So first off, we have this. This one is very simple. I could get through it very quickly, but basically every so often Oda does a Q&A. He answers readers' comments, and that's what this more or less is right here. And he answers a comment of a reader saying, "I want to be Gunko's slave." And Oda literally just responds with, "Go right ahead." It's that's it. There needs to be no more explanation. Understandable. Have a nice day. Then we get into this other SBS, which is causing a lot of controversy, which now let's get into some more of the sad and bad news of, in terms of the video, and then get back into the good news. But we need to discuss this because what's going on right now, what I've been seeing for the last 24 hours has been fucking unhinged, and I feel like it just straight up needs to be called out. Reader. Hello, Oda-sensei. For people in One Piece who dress like this, referring to the high-cut outfits in the image, one image is Nami's Elbaf skirt outfit, and one image is the Kuja skirt outfit. Are they not wearing any underwear pantsuit? Oda responds with, "Of course they aren't. I mean, how would they even wear anything under that? Can you please stop ruining our dreams?"
Bro! I mean, look. I've heard people, and when I say people, I mean creatures of the abyss, like Hassan Osama bin Laden, Epstein, Dog, Shocker, Fucker, Piker, state that Oda is a diehard leftist, right? Oh, he got a Che Guevara picture in his office. He's a leftist. I don't know if Oda a leftist or not, but he certainly ain't one of you Western commie leftists if that's the case, because this is a manly answer, bruh.
Now, this seems like very funny little tidbit lore behind the scenes. Basically, Oda's saying that Nami's character design, she's going full-blown commando. That's what Oda pretty much reveals. And does this add anything to the story necessarily? No. But it is funny little tidbit.
No. I disagree. It does add to the story in the exact same way as George Lucas being like, "Oh yeah, in space they don't wear underwear." Like it's the same mentality. How's that out of the story? I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet, but I will. And I'll get back to you guys when I have an answer. But if George Lucas can do it and Oda can do it, then that's good enough for me.
Bit behind the scenes. So when Oda is drawing this character or writing this character, that is what he potentially envisions in his mind. It gives a little bit more insight into his psyche as an author and as a creator as well, and how he also views Nami or his other characters within the story, not just female characters, but male characters as well. Because in fact, this isn't the first time that Oda has actually done this. He's done this in the past to a male character. He's done this right here, which Nakeem actually showcases with an SBS, a very similar thing where he was,
"Oh, look at that. He's done it with a male character. If anything, you can't be up to say spaghetti. That's feminism, right? That's women being treated equal to men. That's feminism. Y'all supposed to be all pro-feminist. So Oda says that Nami ain't wearing no undies. You gotta be chill with it."
Answering, questions. And this is what it says. Question. So what's underneath that leaf skirt of Wiper?
We got El Mervat for a two-banger. Says, "God, I'm sick of tourists attached to One Piece. It was a Q&A. Yes, it was. And you know what? I'm glad. The more that Oda can accidentally destroy the dreams and the worldviews of these tourists, the more life it gives me. Like Oda doesn't realize he is accidentally embodying Luffy. Y'all know why Luffy doesn't kill? Do you know the lore reason why Luffy doesn't kill? Let me explain to you. Because Luffy, he kind of a cold motherfucker, right? Luffy kind of cold motherfucker. Reason he doesn't kill is because he believes that it is worse to have your dreams crushed into dust before your eyes and you continue to live. Luffy thinks it's a bigger punishment, that it's worse for your soul to have to live life after your dreams are ground to dust before your eyes. And in that regard, bro, Oda, just like Luffy, he over here accidentally destroying the dreams of these pride flag in the bio having queers and homos. He is pulling a Luffy and doesn't even know it.
Wiper, does he go commando? And then Oda responds with, oh, definitely commando. Good one. I'm positive it must be pretty tough having it swinging around during battle. Yeah, that'll be tough. Maybe he wears some sort of loincloth thing. Well, I don't know. Hey, so Oda, as always, answered these type of gooner questions, and you could say maybe it's his humor, maybe you could say he's serious, you don't really know. But he's done this not just with the female cast, but even the male cast when something like this is asked. So this isn't something relatively groundbreaking that's brand new just with this question alone. And what
Murloc coming in with another two-banger. Manga are pervs, most of them. They read over 2000s AN. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if most manga are pervs or not. I would assume probably because there's most folk that, you know, a lot of manga are shut-ins, right? A lot of manga are shut-ins. They want to do their art. They want to do their drawings. That leads to a bit of, you know, like antisocial behavior. That antisocial behavior oftentimes leads to you know, more pervy tendencies. And I'm okay with that. I got no issue. That's good enough for me. Shout out. Thank you for the two-banger, homie.
However, this question has led to a lot of people more or less being absolute psychopaths about Oda's SBS or this question that he answered. For one, you have a post here with 30,000 likes, literally saying Oda, the millisecond One Piece ends, and I'll zoom it into the finale. Basically, the man's like, oh, well, time to go. Obviously, you could try to say this is a joke, but 30,000 people, I mean, you see a lot of people. People are definitely, I think, trying to be serious, and there's probably at least a few psychopaths in these likes that probably are serious about it and think that Oda needs to potentially die. It's pretty concerning, especially over some.
I mean, after everything that went down, the Gachiakura author, I'm sorry, I don't read this as jokes. Like, I don't read this as jokes. Now, don't get me wrong. If they are jokes, I'm A-okay with it. I'm A-okay with it. Like, you should be able to joke about anything. I made a joke about cancer-ridden babies when talking about Highguard earlier. I'm A-okay with dark jokes. But I don't think a lot of these motherfuckers are joking. Like, especially after we saw what the Gachiakura author been going through lately. Sorry, homie. I don't think they're jokes. For one, for them to be jokes, well, these type of people would have to be funny. You ever seen a funny leftist? Anytime a leftist is funny, it's never intentionally.
Something as harmless as this of him answering a question, and answering a question he's done already many times in the past with other different characters. But it doesn't just stop there. You have, you know, comments like this on the tweet here, or people are doing like this. You have stuff like this, like One Piece author Eiichiro Oda found dead minutes after the final chapter releases. He finished after he posted that final chapter. You have the most unfunny individuals posting these type of iShow speed gifts and stuff like that. It's the typical type of tourist and COVID anime fans riddled all in this comment section wishing for the death of Oda. It's completely unhinged. And it's just like, I don't know how anyone can be this upset about this type of question with over 1,100 chapters deep into the manga. And here's the reason why. One Piece has a shit ton of fan service. It does. Like, not even just the anime. Like, the manga has fan service. Like, in Egghead, Oda literally went on record to say that he drew a lot of butt shots and dedicated a lot of manga panels to refine and get better at drawing butts. He literally admitted that. There is a lot of discussion around that. And it's like he's always been someone that just, he draws fan service for male and female characters. And the fact that you're a...
And that's an important distinction, right? For male and female characters. You trying to tell me that when like Zoro will be all battle damaged and his clothes are ripped off and he's just out there, pecs all about, scars all down the chest and whatnot, looking at you with one eye because he had the other one taken out. He is aura farming, bro. And I hate that term because it's such a new gen, anime tourist speak. But let's be real, that's what Zoro be doing. You telling me there ain't some fan service to that? You telling me there ain't some female fans out there that never felt the warm touch of a man because they're 400 fucking pounds and they got blue hair, but they really like themselves, them anime boys, and they ain't looking at Zoro and being like, it's pretty fucking nice. Again, hey, that's feminism, son. That's feminism. We got El Mervot for a 2-banger. Oda confirmed giant B-size thanks to a fan Q&A. W Cup. Yeah, W Cup on the giantess titties. Shout out. Thank you, Mervoth.
1,100 chapters deep, and we have people crashing out to this extent. You have almost 5 million views on this post alone. Is fucking insane. It's so insane just how unhinged people actually are. This is what I really hate about these new generation of anime fans, or in this case, tourist and COVID fans, because they don't really care for anime. They're honestly.
So we've all been calling them tourists, and we talk about how the tourism really skyrocketed during the COVID era. But I like that, man. I like calling them COVID fans, COVID anime fans. That's good. That like the word tourist starting to get played out, and I'm guilty of this because I say it all the time. But calling this specific brand of anime fan a COVID fan. We might have to pick that up. We might have to adopt that. Chibi may be onto something.
I'm just going to use the word. They're only watching One Piece because it's popular, because it's the main talking point in communities, and they're only pretending or watching it because it's cool to watch now. If it eventually fell out of favor and majority turned against, Oda, then you would see all these people say they never liked One Piece to begin with. It is just absolutely insane how these people are, and how you can just tell in general that they don't actually care about One Piece, manga, and anime. They're only into it because it's popular at the time, and they're bandwagoning.
Nah, normies is too nice a word. So I use the term normies, right? I've used the term normies, and normies is too benign a word. Like, you can use it as a pejorative, and it can get the job done depending on context, but it's too fucking nice. These people need to be shamed. They need to be told they're not fucking welcome. And I don't think normie got enough of a bite to it for that to do its job effectively. Plus, Mervoth is right. They ain't normal. These motherfuckers ain't normal to begin with. We just saw them posting death threats to Oda. That ain't normal.
And joining in on the community because they have this herd mentality.
We got Anjuna Main for a 5-banger saying Aura farming the stream right now, to be honest. Stands closer. Swagger points plus 150. Is that what that is? Swagger point? I felt dirty just reading this because this is like a different fucking language to me. Aura farming the stream right now, to be honest. Stands closer. Swagger point 150. I don't know what any of that means, but I am going to give you a clip as a thank you for the 5-banger. You absolute legend. This is for you.
I don't think humans were meant to see sissy hypno inflation compilations.
But hey, by the way, did you know that I suck dick as a man? I lick the ass of other men. But really quick, I lick the balls of a man.
Based AF. Shout out, Anjuna. Thank you for the 5-banger, homie. Truly appreciate it. And someone in the comments, whoever said you take bringing a normie over tourist any day. Yeah, absolutely. Normies are better than tourists.
Just so freaking insane to me. But getting off this news, let's get into some better news. So first off, we have this one, which is One Piece has now sold over 600 million copies worldwide, selling more than all of Superman's 18,000 plus issues combined, making it the undisputed best-selling comic of all time and a contention for the best-selling fiction series of all time. This is fucking huge, okay? Say whatever you want about One Piece. Hate it, dislike it, whatever. You don't like the story. You cannot deny the absolute legendary status of the series, to be able to...
I've said this for ages now, and I maintain this, bro. I maintain this. Here is how brilliant One Piece is. Here is how exponentially godly One Piece is. Shout out, Miss Sparkles, just becoming a member. Truly appreciate you. If One Piece were a series of novels, if One Piece were a series of classically written novels, it would be held to the same regard as the Lord of the Rings, as the Tolkien works, and as Shakespeare. Like, that is what the general sentiment amongst the public zeitgeist would be. I think that in 100 years, the same way that we've got college courses that make people Tolkien scholars, like that's literally that's a title you can have as a Tolkien scholar. I think that in 100 years, we will have Eiichiro Oda scholars. It is that perfect of a piece of literature. And don't get me wrong, within the anime community, within the manga community, it's got its props, understandably so. Because, I mean, it's right up there with Dragon Ball. It's influenced generations. Not just in anime and not just in manga, but it has just become part of the pop culture lexicon. But I still don't think it's taken quite as seriously as something like The Lord of the Rings, because it's a manga, because it's drawn. Give it a hundo, give it 100 years. I bet it will, son. I absolutely bet it will. And then we got El Murbot for a two-banger. I have a better term combining two. I like COVID colonizers. I like that. COVID colonizers. That's good.
To surpass such an icon like Superman. Everybody knows who Superman is. You do. Everybody recognizes Superman. He has a recognizable symbol on his chest. Everybody knows who Superman is. He is a cultural phenomenon. He is someone that is referenced in media, literature, so many things around the internet. He is someone super freaking iconic. Everybody recognizes Superman.
And just like that, in the same vein as everyone recognizes the Superman S, everyone recognizes the Straw Hat Jolly Roger. Bro, this Jolly Roger has been waved at real world protests against actual destructive, evil, fascist regimes. And I don't mean, fascism, Donald Trump. No. I mean real fucking authoritarianism. What you see in India, what you see in Iran, what you see in all these war-torn third world countries. You got people raising the One Piece Jolly Roger. Superman, for those of y'all that don't know, and I don't know if this is still the case, but this was the case back in like 2014, 2015. There was a study done on it. It was just a study done on famous iconography in general. The Superman S was the second most recognized piece of iconography in the entire world, behind the Christian cross. The Christian cross was the number one most recognized symbol in the world. The Superman S was the second. Straw Hat Jolly Roger is getting on that level. The Straw Hat Jolly Roger is going to be hitting levels of the Christian cross and the Superman S. Bro, that's power, son. That's power. Shout out to Alex Darby, gifting the Words of Paradise membership, bringing a new vital idol into the fold. Absolute legend. Thank you oh so much. Truly appreciate you, homie.
And so the fact that One Piece outsold Superman is a big deal. It means that One Piece is now reaching into that realm of no longer just being, let's say,
okay, hold on. Merboth, I appreciate all the supers, but you can just shut your fat fucking face. One Piece ain't never surpassing Dragon Ball, bitch.
But being really used as a cultural phenomenon. It always has been, a cultural phenomenon, but it really has went above and beyond anything that we have seen thus far. The fact that it's reaching the status of surpassing Superman. That's insane. Happy for One Piece. Happy for Oda.
I know.
Just insane to finally see something like this after all these years. It's just incredible to see. I cannot feel. I feel so much happiness for Oda. I really.
No, it hasn't, Daxnar. You're in the only. So One Piece has surpassed Dragon Ball in manga issues sold. That's it. And that's because One Piece is exponentially longer. Dragon Ball has beats One Piece by like $40 billion in IP value, and is still more popular on a global scale. So no, you're objectively wrong.
Really do. Now, for the last bit I want to talk about, it is this one. Eiichiro Oda has written the secret behind the One Piece treasure on a piece of paper sunk to the bottom.
You say you swear you don't remember anyone caring about One Piece during the Shonen Jump days? You are correct. That's why you got OGs like me who have been reading it since the Shonen Jump days. I had a subscription to monthly Shonen Jump from 1998 to 2003. I was reading One Piece monthly, son. I was reading One Piece monthly back then. And you're right, most people didn't give a fuck about it. And it came to 4Kids TV. And most people didn't give a fuck about it when it was on 4Kids. That's the Fox box. And that's, for obvious reasons. It took a while to catch up. But, now that it has, it has earned its accolades. It's earned its stripes.
Bottom of the ocean. Once the series ends, the truth will be revealed. So this is Oda writing on a piece of paper the actual One Piece, what the One Piece actually is. And upon him writing whatever it is, the secrets of everything, you see this man rip it up, put it in a box, he locks it, and then if you zoom past, you can see they dump it into the bottom of the ocean. And it's at the bottom of the ocean. We don't know exactly where it's at, but somewhere in the world right now, the ending of One Piece is in that box, sitting on the bottom of the ocean floor. And honestly, I'm not going to lie. That is absolutely a magical thing to see. It's honestly shocking something like this actually hasn't happened already. But now that it's happened, it really just cements the power of the series itself. Because it's like, imagine the person that if it is found, let's say it's found years from now or whatever after One Piece ends, someone pulls it up. And then they look at it like, holy crap, this is the actual ending of One Piece. Imagine how insane that would be. That fine. It's actually legitimately
deep sea faring manga archaeology, baby. Deep sea faring manga archaeology. Beautiful. This is history, bro. History in the making.
A treasure hunt. And I wonder if the intention here as well is to actually spark that as well. Because, obviously, with how popular One Piece is, and I mean, especially since it's surpassed, Superman, as you can see here, it would not shock me if there's going to be dedicated people now for years to come to scan the bottom of the ocean floor just to find out what the One Piece actually is, or what it is, what the ending of the series actually is. I would not be shocked at all if someone dedicates majority of their time.
And this is eventually going to be found, and it's going to be sold at auction for the price of an Amazing Fantasy 15, a Black Lotus, and a seat in Donald Trump's cabinet. That'll be the total value, baby. An Amazing Fantasy 15, a Black Lotus, and a seat in Donald Trump's cabinet.
Even makes an entire YouTube channel dedicated trying to find this. And I'm gonna be honest, with how dedicated the internet can be to finding something, I would not put it past them to find this potentially within the next year, maybe a few weeks, months, who knows. I would not even be shocked about it. But that's the big question. Let's say if it does get found in the upcoming weeks, months, or even a year from now, how much is really on that parchment? And is it
Tiger King says he think 4chan located it. You can take Bambani's role. Based Cinevere, baby. Let's go. So I think that Oda and all the individuals involved in the marketing truly underestimate the full-on autism of the anime and manga community. However, they probably did account for the fact that these motherfuckers don't go outside. These motherfuckers don't go outside. They certainly ain't going to no ocean. I ain't going to no ocean. I had to be paid a thou just to be temporarily thrown into the ocean in about 2.5 weeks. We got some time.
Really the full ending. And would Oda be fine with the ending being revealed like that? That is the question I have to wonder. And that brings me back to what happened earlier on in this little clip. He rips it. He rips a piece of it up. And what I think what this means is that maybe there's a part of it that is not fully clarified, and you only get half of the true ending of One Piece, or what the One Piece actually is. And then the other half will give you some details that will actually reveal what the ending is. That's my educated guess. Maybe I'm looking too deep into that, but it's still pretty freaking cool. I'm not going to lie. This is honestly one of the coolest things I've seen in a while. And to just see One Piece, like, or Oda go this far to kind of hint at the ending is just awesome. So I'll leave it at that, though. I wanted to talk about all this. There was a lot of One Piece news. I know there was a lot I needed to cover, but it's insane. Like, you have the toxicity of the fan base to the funny SBSs and stuff like.
You're either making a really good joke here or you don't know the lore. Like, I hope you're smart enough that you're making a joke. Because obviously the One Piece is the friends we made along the way. Because Oda was asked in an interview if that would be the case. And he laughed and said, no, he hates that shit. There's a physical treasure. And if you know that, then this is a well-made joke. If you didn't know that, that breaks my friggin' heart.
That to the new heights and records and record-breaking stuff that Oda's been doing. It's honestly a crazy time to be a One Piece fan. But I'll leave it at that. If you enjoy the content, please subscribe, leave a like down below, or comment down below. Leave a like, please. It helps out a lot. And be safe, stay healthy. Chibi out.
You love to see it. Excellent video. Well done. Dropped it in the link before, in the link below. Make sure you check out the video. It is incredible. Seeing all these absolute fucking tourists melt down over Oda just acknowledging basic biology just puts my heart a fucking flutter. Just puts my heart a fucking flutter. With that being said, boys, you're tired of seeing me jet my jaw. You don't want some homo-ass fucking just generic YouTube rage bait wannabe Asmongold on screen. You want the big titty VTuber Dragon Goddess. Shout out. Partner in crime. Cinevere. Tell people who you are and what you do. How you doing, girly?
Well, hey guys, I am normally not up at this hour, but I'm happy to hang out today. I was super excited when I heard the news. So yeah, I like to cover anime, gaming, and on occasion a little bit of horror. And you know, today is not going to be any exception to the hype.
It's not. You're entirely correct. Before we get to the hype, our boy El Murbach coming in with a 5-banger. The day that One Piece is known, the world will change. R.I.P. to anime only. Need a whole stream dedicated to it. Man, I mean, we did a whole stream dedicated to Akira Toriyama when he passed. I would absolutely do a whole stream dedicated to the finding of the One Piece. Shout out. Thank you for the 5-banger, homie. This is for you.
Call it whatever, but if I made $1 for each time I made a racist joke, I would actually have $0. Cause I'm not joking.
Based? Based? Hello?
Speaking of racist jokes, welcome to the show. How you doing, Leapy?
What's up, guys? I am the #1 most racist VTuber, apparently.
I
won the award.
You did?
I did. I won the most racist VTuber award.
Oh my gosh.
But now I feel like I need to commit to being a VTuber just so I can take that from you.
I
don't like people being more racist than me. Like,
I don't want to have to fight you too.
Yeah, it was like that was it the what was the name? Opal Awards or something. It was the one that like Powder got the white VTuber of the year or something.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I didn't hear about this. Was this put on by like a bunch of like the same folk that do the black VTubers, or was this a satirical joke? It's like, okay, the same folk that did like the white VTuber awards.
I think it was like satirical. But the funny thing is there actually were racist people on the list. It's just I gotta like, I guess there were enough votes for me that I outvoted them, which is hilarious.
Damn, so that's actually an accomplishment. Imagine you're up there with like, Yasmin Crockett and Nick Fuentes and like who's
Kyle
like,
was
mega
on there,
racist,
man.
Joy Behar, and you still took the dub.
Yeah, I had like Kyle on it. You know Kyle?
I'm not. Cindy, do you know Kyle?
No, I'm afraid not.
He's the one that said you can't be racist against white people.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't
that
know
guy.
by name, but I saw the clips and whatnot. Gotcha.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people like that just don't deserve recognition or acknowledgement. But no, shout out. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you. How you feeling?
I'm doing good. How are you guys? I was watching. One Piece is real.
I'm so glad that you believe that. Shout out. Thanks to all the subs, Soul Stealer and a bunch of other folks just came through. But yeah, no, I figured at this point, like, typically what we do is go through, react to videos, top politics. But since this is your first time on the show, I thought it'd just be kind of cool to get to know you and maybe see if I'm sure my dad has an idea of who you are because frankly, I react to you the way that you react to Asmongold. So they probably have a good enough idea. But maybe there's some things that folks don't know or some opinions they have. So like, we'll just start with that if you're cool.
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't really that interested in doing all of this stuff, but just so fucked up, like it's just so crazy. Like everything's so crazy. It's like I'm just saying like what I'm thinking. And that's apparently too much for people.
They can't.
Have you all? Oh, sorry, go for it, Cindy.
No, I was gonna say they just can't handle it. They don't like that you have an opinion that they can't, in most cases, refute. So it just makes them angry, and they're gonna lash out at you for it.
Yeah, like I've had a lot of just really crazy situations of people crashing out on me for like no reason, and I think it's just really, it's all dumb, basically.
I guess my question is like, have you always? I guess not everybody's always thought like this. Most folks usually have their political opinions or their ideological beliefs, their social beliefs, and they evolve over time. But like, was there a point of no return where like something happened? You're like, okay, this is like for me, it was Gamergate back in 2014. I became a hardcore right wing chud for fucking Gamergate. So what was your point of no return?
Man, my point of no return is it's really I just like to think through things. Like whenever I have I'm one of those people that and it's actually like a really bad thing where I think about everything too much and it makes it really hard for me to sleep. So like I'll be like lying in bed and I'll just be thinking about like, why do I think this? And it's kind of along those lines. And then
because VTubers are the modern day philosophers,
I don't know how that happened. Like
Leaflit Descartes over here, fucking.
I mean, it's really bad though because it makes it so difficult for me to sleep. I just have like insane insomnia. Like I'll wake up in the middle of the night, I'll go to use the restroom, and then I'll just be thinking about like, well, why do I think this thing, or why are these people thinking this? And I just find like as things go on, I just understand people less and less, and it's awful.
I feel like what it is like what should have been common sense is no longer common sense, and it's hard for us to relate or understand because that's not how things should work. I'm not trying to speak for you, but it's definitely what it feels like.
Oh yeah,
I'll speak for you. She hates the gays and the Jews. And I won't speak for you either. But I think no, go on.
It's just I don't know, I've just encountered a lot of crazy ideology, and it just really made me think. Probably like the craziest thing is so I knew a lot of people on like about Tumblr.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, so I was exposed to a lot of Tumblr people because it was kind of like the people that some of my friends and my brother hung out with. And I just remember like one time I heard, how can they argue with me? I'm Asian and I'm gay. And I was like, what? Like, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, how does that make anything more? How does that make your argument any more viable? I was like that. And it was, I think that actually was the moment. I was like, what is going on here? Like, what is right?
So when it comes to like, obviously a lot of the stuff that you're talking about that you've been talking about recently, that a lot of folks have been talking about recently when it comes to both like, because there's this mix of social and political, like the two are so hand in hand nowadays. That didn't used to be the fucking case. I'm sure, I don't know how old you are, but I assume you're old enough to, like me and Cindy here, to be like, yeah, I remember a time when you could enjoy a fucking movie and also like say, hey, I want lower taxes, and you could still go to the barbecue with your homies. So did you notice the social or the political shift first?
it almost feels like it was kind of at the same time. Like I'm really trying to map it out, but it was really, for me at least, like what I've perceived, it was kind of around maybe slightly over 10 years ago. I'd
So
say so.
right before The Last Jedi, because that's when a lot of people realized it. That was a lot of people's turning point, was The Last Jedi.
Yeah, it was just like it got to the point where you couldn't even disagree with people, right? Like I'm just used to being able to disagree with people and be like, okay, well, you think this, I think this, okay, but we're still chill, right? But now it's like you can't even do that anymore. Like they just hate you immediately, and it's like you're persona non grata, right? If you have some kind of belief outside of the system.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that goes against common sense, right? You are allowed to have your own opinion. He's allowed to have his own opinion. She's allowed to have one. But now we can't do that, which it's baffling to me. It will actually bother the shit out of me if somebody will fight me over nothing and then hate me for it. So,
but
I
there
don't know.
is a time when, like, sure, you can chalk it up to it's an opinion, but there is a point of no return for those opinions. Like my homie, Future Over You here in the chat, he's my real life bestie, Paul. And when we first met, this was probably over a decade ago at this point. It was during the Trump and Hillary, like their initial run against each other. So this has been like 2015-ish. And we were staunchly opposed politically. He was a Democrat, Hillary Clinton voter. I've been on Trump train since day one, and didn't stop us from fucking playing Magic the Gathering together. Didn't stop us from going to the movies, the whole nine. We just didn't fucking care. Now we knew not to talk politics because we would just end up arguing with each other. There was like certain other points, like, okay, time to cut the politics talk and let's watch some World of Warcraft videos or whatever. But as time has gone on, he's radically changed, not become more right wing, but he just hates what the left is. Cause I think he drew the line where a lot of us did, which is, how about we don't cut the cock off the 12-year-old kid? Because that's not just an opinion. That's morally fucked up in no redeemable fashion.
I think speaking as to that actually was the big turning point from what I've saw, is like the Harry Potter thing with like the Hogwarts legacy. A lot of people got canceled over that, like me included. Like I had people that were like acquaintances of mine that like I've collabed with before, just basically blacklist me over playing Harry Potter. That's it. All I did was play it.
And that to me, from the outside looking in, because that was right around the time I started getting invested in VTube culture, was because of Hogwarts Legacy. So I had this roommate, like before VTube culture really hit America, he was big on like the Japanese ones. We're talking like 2019, like pre-COVID era. And I was like, man, I'm glad you're interested in this. I don't fucking get it because, I can't understand what they're saying. The models, the way they move are cool. They've got beautiful fucking singing voices. Some of the vocals and songs they put out were awesome, but it didn't really click for me. Then when Hogwarts Legacy came out, because I made a fuck ton of content on Hogwarts Legacy, I grifted on that bitch hard. All these VTubers were getting canceled for wanting to play the game. I'm like, Harry Potter's been a cultural phenomenon since like fucking 2001. Who gives a shit?
I know. I never understood the hate for J.K. Rowling. It's like, she has her opinion. She didn't say, hey, I want to murder children left, right, and center. I just don't believe. It basically was just, I don't believe this is well, isn't that the one where she's like, men are men and they will always be men?
And that's the thing. J.K. Rowling believes in 99% of the lefty propaganda as well, but because she disagreed on that one thing, she didn't even say that she's like invalidates trans people. All she said was, hey, women need their own safe spaces away from men because men can be toxic, abusive, whatever. And if you start letting these men who are cosplaying as women into their spaces, that abuse is going to continue. That's a pretty fucking benign statement.
It's not even like that far either. Like if you disagree on literally anything, you'll get in trouble. I'll tell you something I got banned for before. There was a trans person. They were saying like, oh, my parents won't pay for my surgery and my medicine, my transitioning medicine and my clothes. And they were throwing a fit about it. And I remember just like, purely out of love, I told them, well, how old are you? And they're like, 25. And I'm like, your parents don't have to pay for your stuff. So your best bet is to move out and get a job. And then I got banned for that. They said I'm the reason that trans people get killed.
Okay, to be fair, you are, but not for that reason. Like,
And I was like, what the hell? I was like, I was just trying to give them like actual good advice, right? Like it's an
How
actual.
long ago was this? Do you remember?
This must have been. I'm gonna guess that it was 17.
Okay, so this was around the time when, like, because I don't know if you post your stream clips. That's the best way to put it, to YouTube and whatnot. But that seems to be in the grand scheme of YouTube a relatively recent thing, right?
Yeah, as far as posting, because everyone told me that was a bad idea. Like literally everybody, like talking about anything political. So like what I would do is I'd play like an extraction shooter late at night, and then I would bitch about it, like late at night on the show.
Smart.
Right? So like, yeah. So I always talked about this stuff, and people that have watched me for a while, they know I've always talked about this stuff. It was just like kind of late at night because again, everyone told me. I had people tell me, Leaflit, you started to talk more about politics, you're never gonna make it. I've heard people say that to me.
Well, and the reason I asked, which by the way, that's fucking retarded. YouTube has always been a very political space, but because you said that this interaction was around 2017. I was watching a lot of political content. I've been watching political content on YouTube since probably about 2014-ish. Again, like because of the Gamergate stuff.
Yeah.
But there was a period of time, like 2016 through about, I would go so far as to say 2020, 2021, where the censorship for anything that could even be considered adjacent to right wing was like insta shut down, and not even because of it was YouTube doing it themselves. They were obviously incredibly bipartisan, but we live in a world now, or at least it's been my experience. YouTube's really rolled back on that. I'm not saying they're perfect. And I'm not trying to cap for YouTube, but they have gotten a whole lot less censorious compared to like the 2016 through 2020, 2021 years.
What's crazy about that is I don't even want to imagine like what the world would be like if like Musk didn't take over X. Like that was really like a historical, like one of the points in history that's going to be remembered as like that's when everything like kind of turned. I think
it's not even because, and don't get me wrong, I agree with you completely, but it's not even Musk taking over X as much as what the Twitter files revealed after that happened. When you had Matt Taibbi come out and be like, oh, here's all these 3-letter organizations basically strong-arming not only X, but it was still Twitter at the time, but also Meta, Facebook, and saying, give us a back door so that we can hunt our political opponents. And they just all went, sure, no problem. How can that not fucking terrify you? Like that the government should be afraid of the people, not vice fucking versa. And this was them controlling the ultimate media propaganda apparatus.
I've learned recently how powerful propaganda is, man.
Propaganda is fucking scary.
You want to hear a story? You want to hear how fucking like diabolical propaganda has actually always been?
Sure.
Are you familiar with the famous image from the 1920s of the flappers smoking?
I probably like
you at least know the concept, like feminists, flapper women in the 20s smoked in public, and it was supposed to be this big thing for women's empowerment, right? That wasn't even just a natural feminist idea to go out and like do women's empowerment. That was propaganda from the smoking lobby that thought we need to increase sales. We need women to smoke more since women aren't socially acceptable to smoke in public. If we stage all these produced images of empowered feminists smoking in public and flash them all over Times Magazine and stuff, that will increase cigarette sales. This is back in the 20s.
That's diabolical, man.
It really was. And it worked.
Yeah. I don't know that there's ever been a time where we don't live in a propaganda machine in this country, but also propaganda isn't inherently bad. Like what would you consider good propaganda?
I guess like an example of good propaganda right now,
or an idea. If an example doesn't exist for you in real life, at least an idea of what good propaganda could be if you could implement it.
Well, I mean, kind of old like commercials on TV that were kind of about like family and country. I think those ones were pretty good. Kind of country, like country music sort of stuff, Like,
no, that's
typical.
That's the answer I was hoping you give. That's the correct answer. If we had propaganda, it was like, hey, be straight, go out, make babies. That would be good propaganda. I'd be okay with that propaganda.
Or those little snippets at the end of cartoons back in the 90s. that was like, hey, don't do drugs, kids, or be nice to your neighbors, or things like that.
There's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, you touch them back.
See, good propaganda.
Mhm.
But yeah, no. So you were posting your clips to X or to YouTube, and people were telling you not to do it.
Oh, yeah.
At what point did it really start to take off into like, I am now being recognized more for V2 or for being political coverage as opposed to gaming and whatnot? And like, did you notice any shift in the type of folk that were watching you?
Yeah, I kind of did. I lost a lot of friends, but I lost a lot of friends. A lot of people in my community are pretty pissed at me. Even though I told them, like, I'm down to talk about it, I'm down to like discuss the ideas. Like, I can explain to you exactly like why I believe what I do, but a lot of people just didn't want to talk about it. But I mean, the main thing was the Harry Potter thing happened. People were like really mad at me, and I was like, well, if they're gonna be mad at me anyway, I might as well say what I'm thinking, right? And then, like, that was kind of the beginning of it. And then I had a friend who was like, hey, I want to learn how to edit. Like, we should utilize the YouTube more, because I wasn't really utilizing it at the time. I was like, sure, if you want to do that, right? And then we started just reacting to stuff, and that's kind of where it was kind of really natural, just kind of a slow progress into it. It wasn't like one big thing that happened.
Now, better question to follow up on that. Because in my opinion, some motherfuckers ain't made for the internet. Like some bitches just ain't fucking made for the internet.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I think like 80% of people now, but go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, true. Obviously you've gotten a lot of fucking hate your way, to be fair, who on this panel hasn't. I feel like if you're not getting death threats in your inbox, you're kind of failing at your fucking job. But like, when was there ever a period where you like questions like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't be doing this? Or was it like
all the time
down?
All the time, man. It's like, it like once they start going after your family, and it's, dude, like the biggest black pill is just, man, like how fucking, sorry, I can curse here, right?
I don't give a fuck.
Just how fucking retarded people are, man.
I don't give a shit. We're free
Like,
speech up in here.
How retarded people are. Like, it's unreal, man. Like, and like I've been making this illustration that it's like, listen, these people, they're retarded, but like they can't be anything but retarded. They're like zombies, basically. And it's like these fucking sorcerers that are like controlling them with the spell casting, and man, it's really fucking annoying.
Now, do you hate them more or pity them more? Because I know I should pity them more because they've fallen for the propaganda, but I'm not Andrew Wilson's school of thought that I just fucking hate them.
No, I think I agree with you. Like, the thing is like, I think you can hate them at the same time. Like, you can hate like what's happening, but also understand, like, from their point of view, that there's really nothing they can do about it. They're just like, the mental like level that they're at is just not high enough. So it's like
kind
being
of like zombies.
Exactly. That's why I compared them to that. But it's there's really no point. Like, and it does feel good. Like, trust me, it feels so good to like get mad at them and just call them a bitch and stuff like that. But realistically, like, if you step back, there's nothing they can do about it, because they're just that level. They're like NPCs.
Well, you say it feels good to like, rage at them and go off on them. And this is something, because you hear all the time these pussy ass pacifist bitches who are like, oh, you shouldn't hate, you shouldn't, be against them, you shouldn't be angry. They'll try and do this weird like middle ground sort of thing. Talking about how hate is bad or being angry is bad. And the way I see it, I'm like, bitch, I'm a Dragon Ball fan. When Frieza killed Krillin, that pissed off Goku when he went Super Saiyan. That's righteous anger. I think righteous anger is a necessary fucking tool.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. But I think that the really, really annoying people, and if you're an Andrew Wilson fan, you know what I'm talking about. It's first off the sorcerers, the people that actually do know what they're doing. They know that they're manipulating.
The people that Alex Jones has been ranting about since the fucking 90s. Yes,
those people. And the second people that annoy the fuck out of me are the sewing circle Christian people. They pissed me off so fucking much, dude. Like,
you're speaking my language, girly.
I didn't fucking understand it until like the last 2 weeks, and like now I'm just like, I understand now. Well, like I understood it, but like not like on an intimate level. But now on an intimate level, I understand like all of the rage that
Did you have
Andrew
so many
Wilson
circle
had.
Christians come after you?
Yeah, oh yeah, of course.
For fucking what? What are
all
you
of the
done
shit. I
to-
mean, obviously, I don't want to talk too much about it, but you know,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
you know
don't
what
know
I'm
anything
talking.
you don't want
You know
to,
what
by
I'm
all
talking
means.
about, right? And it's really annoying. It's like, listen,
Oh, in regard, okay,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying now.
Yeah,
That's fucking stupid.
I'm
Sorry,
like,
continue.
can you guys not see what's happening? Right? It's like you gotta wag your finger. I mean, do you not see what's happening? And oh my god, it's infuriating. And that's why I understand now when like Andrew Wilson would like when he was up on PBD and he was fucking being like, man, these people.
He fucking murdered on PBD, baby.
I
Sorry,
loved
go
it.
on.
But you know how he's talking about that on PBD, like how fucking annoying these people are, right? And I understand it now on an intimate level. That's all. Mhm.
Dude, so speaking of Andrew Wilson, I don't want to spend too much fucking time glazing you because that's gay as fuck, but that was kind of the fucking highlight of your put him in the box video, by the way. Like when I was reacting to it, because I used to do music reactions on this channel way back in the day. I was always like hard politics and pop culture, but on Sundays I would try and be chill and be like, hey, it's Sunday, let's just do music reactions. And I stopped doing it because like it fractured the audience. There are people that were only here for the music stuff, so they didn't watch the other 6 days of the content. And then there was also like fighting copyright and shit. And so I didn't even like at the time know about the put them in the box video. And well, I guess I did because it was about a week or so prior to you releasing it. You released like a short clip, like a teaser on X.
Yeah.
And a buddy of mine, you know, she tagged me in it because she's like, oh, this looks like you. Because Asmongold, again, I look like a fat, worse Asmongold. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. When the full thing drops, I need to release it. And then within the first few seconds of the video, Andrew Wilson's there. I was like, oh, fuck, this is going to be good. So, yeah, shout out, mad props to the Andrew Wilson inclusion.
Did you like that olive jar on there?
It's so fucking dude. Like, I do stand by my criticism of the copy of Mein Kampf you have in the video. Let's be real, it's not worn out enough. They need to pretend they've read it.
That's true.
Or not
It
Mein
was- it
Kampf,
was- it
the
was
Communist Manifesto, I mean.
You know, I read that recently. I read half of it because I read it when I go for a
Mein
walk in
Kampf
the
or the
morning.
Communist Manifesto?
Communist Manifesto.
Really?
And-
I did not. What was your takeaway from
It
that?
truly shocked me, just like how retarded it was. Like the entire thing hinges on like the assertion that people that manage are worthless. And it was like so weird. Like I was like, how could you think that this is the case? That people that are producers, people that are managers, that people that drive like the progress forward and make sure that all of the parts are working and the machine is well oiled. How can you like just assert that those people are just leeches? And that's like the entire thing that their ideology hinges on, which is just stupid.
Well, I mean, what's even better is that if they thought these individuals are incapable of, you know, a two-step thought process, you're thinking beyond the second step, because if they thought for just a moment, all right, so they got this ideology from the Communist Manifesto, assuming they actually read it. Well, that means there had to be some, you know, sort of management process to get the book published, to get the book sent out to the retailers. There had to be some sort of management process for the retailers to stock the book. So it takes levels of management to even get this book in your hands. How do you think about that?
They don't know anything about business is the problem. They never tried, right? And like if you ever run a business, you know that a lot of it is a lot of managing and logistics and all of this stuff that doesn't actually involve like physically putting the book together, right? And they just don't understand that.
Yeah, when I was before I go on, Cindy, it sounded like you wanted to say something. I want to make sure you get your thoughts too.
No, they kind of are frightening these people because how well they can organize and get things done, like that whole network they set up over ice, like that was really scary, just getting to see that it went at such a deep level. So it makes me wonder how deep of a level, if they're able to get these books like that they're not supposed to be able to get, and like who is helping them, like that keeps me up at night.
Well, you bring up ice, and I hadn't even thought to ask you this question, but now I got to know. So obviously, everybody on this panel, we pretty pro fucking ice, right? I don't like ice in my drinks because it waters it down, but beyond that, I'm a pretty pro ice motherfucker. And for how much of it for you? Because you were talking about how you sit there and you think about the stuff and you think through your positions, which by the way is great. Like it's incredibly important to rationalize your positions, to make sure you rationalize them to yourself. But how much of like your support for ICE, your support for any of this stuff, is thought through and rationalized versus like, oh, y'all don't want me to fucking do this, or now I'm just gonna do it out of spite, bitch.
Some of it has been out of spite where it's mostly when people tell me to do something. Then I kind of have a spiteful sort like, don't fucking tell me what to do. Shut the hell up. It's like that kind of a thing.
That makes sense though, because I mean, nobody likes being told what to do. And then if they're going to be, especially if they're going to be ugly about it, because in most cases, when somebody is demanding you do something, they're never really polite.
Yeah, of course.
Real quick, a bunch of supers have come in. I want to take a moment to hit those if that's cool.
I saw it. Go for it, man.
Shout out. Pet Rocks came in with a 2-banger saying, all love to Leaflit and Cinny. Hi, Leon. my best Tommy Wiseau there. Seabrew for a 2-banger. I know what you wanted to say, so I'll go ahead and say it since the super chat probably didn't let you. Who the fuck is Leaflit? Which, great banger. DJ Ronnie G, member for 21 months. Shout out to 21 months of membership, Ronnie. Truly appreciate you. Says, OMG, I'm starstruck. Keep up the good work. Love your work. My boomer-aged father enjoys your vids too. I would imagine that is dedicated to you. You probably have like a somewhat, if any, assuming he means actual boomer, by the way, and not fucking Gen X or us millennials, which are called boomers. If any VTubers got a boomer audience, I imagine it would probably be you.
VTubers have a boomer audience?
No, I'm saying if any VTuber did have a boomer audience, like if one VTuber, I would imagine you'd be the one.
I ran the numbers earlier, and it's actually there's more people over was it 35 to like 50? There's like more than there are like in the typical like
in the key demo, the 24 to 35.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. What is your female viewer rate? Do you know? Because mine is like,
let me look,
4.2%. It's abysmal.
Where do you
which
see
is good.
I'm gonna look right now.
Great. While you look down, I'm gonna hit a couple of these. Were you about to say something, Cindy?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where do you see that in analytics?
If you go to YouTube Studio and go to your analytics, one of those sections will break down all your demographics. So you can see age, you can see gender, you can see like where they are in the in the country, or I mean across the world. So yeah, check it, because I bet you will have both of you probably have a more sizable female audience than me, and it's unfortunate.
Actually, no, you have more than me. I have 3.5.
I have 3.3.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm at 3.3.
Okay, that answers that. El Hervot for a 2-banger. Leaflet looks like the daughter to Cinny. Can't unsee. I see it too. Congrats to Levy for award that the award that I can't say. You fucking super chats, man. Not getting on you. That's not me. I'm just saying like the censorship in them is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Thank you for the 2-banger, homie. Tomomo Takamori. There we go. Tomomo Takamori 5025. Hello, Leaflets, Cinny, and Leon. Speaking of ism, I've been told I have Asian eyes by Asians. Am I Asian adjacent? I think so. Depends. Are you good at math? If you're a dude, is your dick tiny but efficient? And how are your driving skills? Some of those could also apply to women, so we need to answer to all three.
Also, I feel you have to like rice.
Oh, you're right. That's another key. You gotta like rice. I don't know if I ever met an Asian that don't like rice.
You gotta take off your shoes too when you walk in. You get into someone's house.
Oh my gosh, yes.
My shoes on.
That
always
drives
wearing
me
shoes.
bonkers.
What?
It drives me bonkers because it's like my brain goes, no, those go at the door.
No, dude, it gets to where I will be working and editing and making videos and whatnot to the point of exhaustion where I'll just crawl into bed, shoes, jeans, all of it's still on. I'll just pass out.
I'd have an aneurysm.
You go with a 5-banger, says, imagine this as the beer is on me for the Resident Evil review. Oh, you watched it. You liked it. Thank you. I'm so glad. I know that, again, there's a reason that today's tip goal is the Resident Evil 9 fanboy tears, because your boy gonna be getting some hate for that. But guys, Resident Evil 9 ain't that great. I'm gonna be real. It's not that fucking great. Shout out, Hugo. Thanks for the 5-banger. I'm gonna get to more in just a sec. Let me go ahead and play a clip for those of you that have commented so far. This is for you.
I know you've done absolutely nothing productive today, but who gives a shit? You're just a weird little gay boy doing the best you can, and I'm proud of you for making it this far in life as a gay little weirdo. Keep shining.
Keep shining, chat. We got Edmund Weber saying the Quango Queen and Asmund Silver collab. Let's go. Did I say that right? Quango?
Quango.
Quango. Okay. Can you explain that one to me? Because Asmund Silver makes sense. What's Quango?
Quango is like, what was his name? Oh my god, I'm drawing the blank. The dude, the really base dude in like the UK, and he's like starting a new party.
Oh yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've heard. Oh my god, I'm blanking out his name.
Yeah, I'm blanking out.
Cover him.
Yeah, he made he made a video, and in the video he was like, these Quangos, and it's like quasi autonomous, like non-government and something like that. And I just, when I heard it, I was like, that sounds like a slur. It's my slur now. So I just started just calling them Quangos, and then like apparently everyone picked it up.
That's awesome, dude. Appropriating a slur for your own use is base as fuck. We got Zevin Cross coming in with 100 banger. You absolute fucking legend. Red boy alert. I miss the 90s. It was a simple time. Back in the day, you could argue about stuff and still be friends. Hey, I disagree with you. Want to go get something to eat? I will always miss those days. Well, homie, if you miss the 90s, if you truly do miss the 90s, this is for you. Sorry to depress you there at the end. You can't go back, but I appreciate you missing the 90s. Last few, and then we'll get back to it. Citizen Chad coming with a 5 banger says, hey, Leaf, amazing intro to the Real Game Awards. Gotta get Leon on side scrollers. Keep up the good work. I would love to. I'll be real. I don't think Craig likes me too terribly much. But that's it. But no, that's great. They're great dudes. I'm glad Cindy is on there. You kill it, girly. Shout out. Thank you so much for the 5 banger, Citizen Chad. Zevin Cross coming in, dropping 50 Words of Paradise gift memberships. That is 50 new Vital Idols. Y'all are absolute fucking legends. I don't even know what to say. I'm humbled. I am truly humbled. Thank you so much, Zevin. And then we got gonna get this right. Tamamo Takamori for a 5 banger saying yes to everything. Well, to everything you say. Well, for the 50 memberships and yes to everything, you say yes to Horsecock.
Horse semen's great.
I'm digging Horsecock.
Is your cock a horse cock? You will never hear me say it. Nay. Ooh, as I keep more.
My favorite stallion I keep in my top drawer kinda goes hard though.
'Cause there is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock and eat horse.
I don't know how we're going to ever top Horsecock.
How y'all ladies feel about Horsecock?
Oh my goodness. Are you at least gonna give her some context?
None whatsoever. We're just gonna leave it at that, baby.
It's worth a lot of money.
Say that again?
It's worth a lot of money.
Oh,
you have like a good racehorse, you know?
True.
Oh my goodness.
That being said, I don't want this necessarily all to be about politics and whatnot, because I feel like we get burned out about it, but we can't stop talking about it because that's, obviously a complacency, and complacency is what just, breeds why these folks are winning, or at least why they had in the past. That being said, folks got other interests besides that. So prior to, or I guess maybe not prior, but all things like political and ideological aside, what are just like some of your general interests that might surprise motherfuckers if they're like not already familiar with what you talk about or cover on the daily?
Go ahead, Cindy.
I have no idea.
We all know Cindy's interest.
Oh, it's me.
Hot,
me.
Hot anime dude.
Okay, me. Sorry, I thought. Okay. I like foraging.
Wait.
Really?
You go out in the woods and like pick berries and shit?
Yeah, like mushrooms.
So nobody could tell you to go out and touch grass because you're already doing it.
Well,
Oh yeah,
it's like fungus. No,
I eat them too after.
All right, so the obvious question got to be, and obviously you don't have to answer it because YouTube and whatnot. You enjoy mushrooms?
Well, they're culinary. I don't partake in the special magic kind.
Bummer. I mean, hey, mushrooms are great for culinary purposes as well. Your boy considers himself somewhat of a chef. I love using mushrooms. Mushroom recipe knock you on your ass. But oh yeah, just
I
curious.
hate mushrooms.
Leaflit is Timu. Wait, is Timu from League of Legends?
Timo.
Timo. I don't know
Oh,
shit
man.
about League of Legends. What the fuck does this mean?
It's a little hamster creature.
Mhm.
It's called a yordle.
Gotcha. Is that the same thing that weird professor guy is in that show?
Yes,
Okay.
actually. Hopperdinger?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah.
I think his name- Heimerdinger. There it is.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Oh my
I
goodness.
know not. Oh, Timo forges mushrooms. That's why. Come on, Liam.
Yes, he's
I'm
a
not
Boy
a fake
Scout.
ass gamer, Hypno. Trust me. Not playing League might be the most real gamer thing about me.
Good, smart.
I don't know, Leaflet. I think he would enjoy the toxicity in chat. Well, until they started guarding chat a
Yeah,
lot
I
more.
can get toxic with good games. You've seen me Resident Evil posting on X and just rage baiting other people. I don't need toxicity from homo ass games.
That's true, because I could see you totally losing your marbles if somebody would just refuse to play the game right.
So speaking of gaming, obviously, you were saying that back in the day, that's more or less what you started doing was just gaming, and that was where a lot of your stuff came from. So at what point? Because obviously we're from all of us, I would imagine, from the era of bitches didn't play video games. Like there was a solid 2% of you that did, and we always wanted women to game with. So when did you start gaming? What were some of your first gaming memories?
I was that like 2%. I played I played a lot. Like I started in like SNES. Played, like, Mother.
Great time to start. Sorry, go
Yeah,
on.
Mother, Breath of Fire, Chrono Trigger, all the good stuff.
Oh,
back in
wow.
the day.
She's an RPG fan too. You are a rare fucking breed.
Mm-hmm.
Cindy over here trying Dead Space for the first time last night.
Oh man, it was kind of scary, but I was trying to talk big the whole time.
I wish I'd have fucking seen that, but no, I had to goddamn edit. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch the stream. I love it when real female players play horror games because like it's one thing we've all seen that famous clip of the girl playing Horizon or what's the one where the fucking bunny comes and like it gets shot to the neck with the arrow and the girl like squeals. You know the meme I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What game is that?
I think that was Last of Us, wasn't it?
Is it Last of Us? I don't know. I've never played The Last of Us. I find The Last of Us to be gay.
Me neither.
Like even the first one, it was marketed as a horror game. And it's not actually a fucking horror game. It's a Showtime drama. So fuck that. Anyway, so yeah, no, in SNES, the SNES, that's a great place to fucking start. So yeah, you're a gamer, you go foraging. I don't know if either of those are really surprising. Like foraging threw me through a loop, but then I was like, well, you're tiny, so maybe it makes sense. Anything else that's off the wall that you can think of? Like,
I mean, I do a lot of tabletop stuff. I'm a game developer as well. Like on the
Oh wow.
so I had heard you were a game developer, but I assume video games. Is it tabletop RPGs? Was I incorrect?
Right now I'm working on tabletop. So I started like doing tabletop RPGs, but I've always worked in the gaming. I worked on like all levels of the game industry, like from quality assurance, working in a game store, to being a game designer on a game. So I've done like the whole thing, and like now I'm kind of managing like the tabletop RPG aspect of it. But TTRPGs is really where I got my start, like Dungeons and Dragons, things like that.
Oh wow.
So I got to ask then because my channel actually started off as an anti Wizards of the Coast channel.
Really?
Yeah, I love D&D. Magic the Gathering more my speed. I love D&D. I've been playing D&D nearly my whole life, but Magic Gathering was the thing for me. And when the OGL controversy happened and Magic 30th happened, 3-4 years ago, that was why I started doing YouTube, was to talk about that shit. But what is the how do I want to phrase this? At what point, because I assume at this point there's like, hey, fuck Wizards, fuck D&D, like it's done, it's dead.
That's why we made our own.
Was there a catalyst? Was there something that Wizards did where you're just like, I can't fucking accept it anymore?
Well, it was a bunch of things. It's that it's too hard to figure out like anything. If you want more updates, it's like in some esoteric like magazine, like issue number like 200 or something for very specific things. Or like if there's a balance change, it's like somewhere hidden in some place on the internet. So it's really, really hard to do that. And then also I played mostly online. So it was kind of a lot of, hey man, we're playing with this new guy, but he doesn't have the files. Who's gonna go pirate the PDF to like give it to them? Like we all had like our books, right? It's like who's gonna scan it for him, right? And we're just like, oh fuck it, we'll just like have it free. And there were a lot of things that we didn't like about D&D, and you know, a lot of the stuff that, you know, a lot of the cultural stuff as well. We didn't really like a lot of that kind of stuff, so we just decided to make our own game, and that's what.
So
it is.
when you opted to make your own, like, were you going for that same swords and sorcery style, or is there more like I guess what makes your version more niche and unique?
It's more anime, so like everyone's a lot more powerful. Like you can jump really high, and like everybody uses magic to enhance all of their attacks. Like even like the warriors. So that's why the warriors, because you know how like in D&D there's like that thing where warriors are really good early, but then once you're up against a wizard, unless you're like stacked with magic items, like nothing you can do as a warrior against a wizard.
Playing a warrior is useless unless you multi-class.
Exactly. So in our game, it's like everyone uses magic, even warriors. They like augment their muscles with magic and stuff like that. And
that sounds cool.
Yeah, it's very anime. It's actually the same lore as like Leaflit, like the whole like stream, and then like our company. It's the same lore. It's all connected. And the big thing about our game is that you can always act even when it's not your turn. So it has like really interesting, like if you're into Magic the Gathering or like.
Oh, is it like more real time then, if that's the case?
It's more like you have, so there's a stamina system for things that you can do outside of your turn. So the hit rates are incredibly high. Like I think the base hit rate is like 80 plus for like actually getting hit. But stamina allows you to do things like if you get attacked, you can dodge. Like after you see the roll, you can dodge, or you can do actions, and it works sort of TCG in a TCG way. So there's like a stack. So you can have like a situation. Like I'll give you like an example. So like a person attacks and they crit, then another person can say, okay, well, if that attack's gonna crit me, I dodge it then. And the person goes, oh yeah, well, and another person on the other person's team goes, well, I use a spell to make it so that the attack overcomes your dodge. And then the teammate will be like, okay, I see that. So I'm going to step in. I'm going to charge and block the attack so that my teammate doesn't get crit. And it's just this big like team, like everybody using their
literally like Magic the Gathering, first in, last out on the stack.
Exactly.
That's base as fuck. That's one of the like that's why I loved Magic the Gathering specifically, because it had such a high skill ceiling. Like if people don't understand the stack, you can't play the game, and that was like a natural gatekeep.
Yep. What was your first pack?
Probably. So the first one that I got myself, because like my dad had been playing my entire life, so I used a lot of his cards. But the first one I bought myself, which came first, New Phyrexia or Avacyn Restored?
I don't remember. Wait, when was that?
They were those are both older. I mean, we're talking like 08 or earlier. But yeah, it was either New Phyrexia or Avacyn Restored. I don't remember which was first, but one of those two would have been my first.
All right. Yeah.
But my dad had been playing since Alpha, so I had access to cards like my entire life. You know,
you got the Lotus?
Like, say it again.
You got the Lotus?
Never a Black Lotus. No, unfortunately, I wouldn't even need to fucking do YouTube if I had a Black. Although to be fair, I don't know that I'd sell it. I do have a Sliver Queen though. That is the prize card in my possession. Sliver Queen is one of the cards that was only ever printed once. They'll never be reprinted. I've got it in like a nice glass case sitting out in my living room. My Goblin deck is way too expensive for me to really justify, but my God, is it fun?
I'm a mill deck asshole.
What was that?
I'm a mill deck asshole. That's
really?
I only play mill decks and ping decks.
Right here, baby. This is my tournament legal mill deck. It's my Pioneer mill deck. Let's see. We break it. Let's see. We got Jace. We got some. It's a blue-black mill deck. So let's see. Yeah, Founding of the Third Path. That drops a mill. Maddening Cacophony. Yeah, trust me.
Nice.
I'm that dude too. I'm a mill deck asshole. Nice. It is not enough that I win. You need to lose.
But see, like because of that aspect, though, like the whole stack that we were talking about, the kind of interactivity, right? Where it's like I do this, you do this, and it's like this big counter stack. Because of that, a lot of people that play our game, like their friends invite them to play D&D. They're like, "Oh man, I gotta play D&D." Fuck, I love it. I love it every time I hear it.
Sentiment. Like if it weren't for Baldur's Gate 3, nobody'd be playing D&D nowadays. Like, I literally credit that game as that and Stranger Things the only reason that D&D is still alive.
Yeah, totally. Like Baldur's Gate was huge for them. Huge new audiences getting into it.
Well, and it's funny because like the reason I won't play Baldur's Gate 3 is and it's not even because like a lot of people threw the culture war stuff at it, it's woke, this, that, and the other. I don't really hold those opinions because to me it's actually honest to the idea of role playing. You effectively do whatever, but I fucking hate 5th ed, dude. I hate it. 5th ed's a garbage ass system, and I refuse to play a game based on 5th ed.
I liked 4, and a lot of people hated 4.
Oh, you're one of the, yeah. 4 was too combat centric. I prefer like in 3.5 and older. It was very like it was. Don't get me wrong, combat was absolutely a thing, but there was a lot of room because I'm almost always. So I'm a DM first and foremost, but when I do play, I usually play charisma based characters, and so I don't do a lot of fighting. So 4th ed really didn't work in my favor for how I build characters.
Yeah, I can see that. That makes total sense.
It's also funny that you said that you're the leaflet and all this the lore is built around that because that's what you do as well, Cindy. Like your whole character is inspired by your tabletop RPG experiences. So like,
actually no, kind of. It's I'm an NPC in my friend's D&D campaign, and I really like the lore that he built around me. So I was like, you know what? I know VTubers are supposed to have lore. I will adopt it.
That's the parallels between those two is really interesting. So now with the leaflet character in the game, is it also slime based? Is that what I guess did you build the tabletop character first and then your V2 avatar came afterwards based on that?
No, it's a long running D&D campaign. So I ran this D&D game for like over 10 years, and Leaflet's not even my OC.
Holy
That's like
shit.
the hilarious thing about it is a lot of people are saying like, oh, look at Leaflet's like lowly OC. It's like my character's not even my OC. Like she's just like a random NPC that was working at the guild, and I just kind of took over because I wanted to play like a kind of office lady character.
I think that's cute.
Yeah.
And you were doing that, was this in 4th ed or was this older?
It started in 4th, and then it went into 5th, and right now it's still running right now, and it's currently
Holy
using.
Shit, you've had a campaign running that long?
Yeah, well, it's like multiple, like it takes place in the same world, and like there's like kind of breaks where there's like a new.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would do as well. Like I ran like several month-long campaigns that were all totaled together in one long story over the course of 5 years. Like that, that took 5 years in real life time.
The new one's a West Marches, so a lot of people are playing it. There's like over 100 players.
How the fuck do you manage that?
I don't. My
not even necessarily you.
My team manages
How
it.
does anyone manage that?
It's difficult. We have like somebody on it full time, which is why like we had to make it Patreon gated, because it's like, and oh my god, it's gotten to the point people like playing it so much because there's like a lockout system where it's like in real time. So excuse me, if your character goes on like a expedition for like a week, then you're locked out for a week because you're like physically out for a week, right? And then what happened was people started making alts. So they're like, please, can I have an alt character? Okay, if you pay a little bit more, you can have an alt, because like we have to like kind of manage all of this stuff, right?
You were talking earlier about how commies understand business. That's business right there, son. Oh, you want to play even more? Pay up, bitch.
Yes. Like, it got to the point where people, so we had 3 alts now, right? So like people can have up to 3 characters. And then people were messaging me like, hey, Leaflets, I got a question. So like if I made a second Patreon account, I'm like, no more. 3 is like it. Like you need to focus on your 3 characters. You need to calm down.
And what's funny is if they hadn't have fucking asked you and just done it, you wouldn't have known.
I wouldn't have.
New
Yeah,
Patreon with a new email address. They ain't gonna know shit. Just
that shows their character. I think that's wonderful.
Dude, it gets so heated though because it's permadeath. So like,
yes,
when people
Fire
die,
Emblem style, baby.
And the thing is like one thing about the combat, and I guess I'll have to explain this a little bit. Is it's the kind of combat where everything is fine until it's not. So like it really sneaks up on you. Like you're like, oh, I'm fine. I took 0 damage. Boom, dead. So like people are like really, they get really stressed because if like one of your teammates like fucks you over, like doesn't do like a proper setup or something, like you just get ganked by like the entire field, and then you die. You get overwhelmed.
Do you follow, like, Gary Gygax has this quote that's always resonated with me, and I feel like this is how all games should be designed, at least like as a foundation, because it's brilliant. Gary Gygax said that players should have a 70% chance of success. The players should always have a 70% chance of success, but feel like it's a 30% chance of success. So, like, the systems hypothetically should be in their favor, but you as a game master or as a DM should be running it in such a way that they feel like that 30% out of the total 100 is actually that 70% is against them and only the 30% is in their favor.
So it's like it's kind of, I actually think that the chances of winning are even higher than that. But
really,
the problem with it is a lot of it is in your hands. So like the things that you do, there's no time to like waste, right? So if you have like a bunch of like regular ass goblins, like just little baby goblins with bows, and you just let them stand on top of a cliff shooting you, you're just gonna die, right? And it's because of the stamina system, right? So there's different resources you have defensively. One of them, your stamina, that's your ability to like dodge and block. Once that hits 0, then you're just taking again that high like 80% hit rate, and then you're dead.
So and yeah, you were mentioning goblins and whatnot. So what's the like like your creatures and factions and like sort of because you said the gameplay is very anime centered, but what's the world like? Is it just strict like Tolkien inspired fantasy, or do you or you know, where do you go from there?
A lot of it was kind of like that in the beginning. So the West Marches like version of it, which is like the one that everyone's playing, is a like frontier. So it's kind of almost like One Piece-ish of like there's like this area that is it's not really unexplored, but it's like a dangerous area, and there's monsters everywhere. And the different factions that they're fighting against is there's other adventurers that are greedy and they're like, my loot. And then there's these cultists that are trying to like revive this ancient god, and those guys are really dangerous because they'll actually kill, they'll actually execute. They're like the kind of people that if you get down, they'll stab you in the throat just to like make sure you're dead. So like they don't like fighting those. And then the last one is just like monsters, like they're just fiends, and they're things that they're kind of like SCPs is the best way to explain it.
Oh, that's awesome.
SCP, or did you say SEP or SCP?
SCPs.
Okay, so it's funny you mentioned that. So on Saturdays, I run a I drop the pop culture and politics and stuff. On Saturdays, I do an analog horror show because I fucking love analog horror. But SCP Foundation is something I've never gotten into. I tangentially know, but it seems so overwhelming. The way that non-weebs probably feel about One Piece. And so, but everybody's been being like, no, Leon, you got to get into the SCP Foundation, bro. So that's fucking cool. So when you're crafting this game, it seems like obviously you've really built this up. So you probably got, modules and stories and ideas. What are do you have players that just do their own homebrews independently? Is like that a common thing within the community?
I know there are people that do that. And everyone's free to do it because the game's free to play. Like the manual and everything is just online. Like anybody can look at it, anybody can play it, and we update the game like every 2 weeks. So there's like a patch.
Holy
we call it a patch. So it's like I hate to say the word live service, but it's like a live game where every 2 weeks we do balance changes, add new content. Like I think we're like at 150 classes now or something like that. Like it just keeps adding more and more and more, and that's kind of like the idea behind it. New items, new classes, new feats, new monsters.
Now, feel free. I don't know if this is an appropriate question to ask or not, so feel free to completely disregard it. Do you have this like registered basically as its own business, or because you say it's all the modules and whatnot are free? It's like a free to play game, but also free to play games have their monetization systems. Like you said, you pay for or people have to pay because it's paywalled into Patreon and extra characters. So is this like officially set up, or is it right now still in a sort of like on paper, but or I guess not on paper system?
Again,
that's
online.
Too much, obviously, you don't have to answer.
It is online only, so we do not have a physical book. Because again, we're online gamers when it comes to tabletops, like Roll20, Foundry, those kind of systems. So it's purely made for online. So the entire manual and everything is online.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know if that was the question.
Well, no, the question was more like, is this like, do you have it trademarked and stuff? Was where I was going with that. But knowing that it's online only does that answers part of that at least.
Yeah. Well, we have a company for it, like a dedicated.
Okay, gotcha. So I mean, this like you could hypothetically be considered like you are a rival to WotC, for example, or for what's their fucking name that does Pathfinder? Like, technically, you're a competitor.
Yeah, we have a we actually have like a sheet now on Roll20, like an official one. Like if you make a game on
Really?
Roll20, you can actually see our game on there. Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome. Like, I got a buddy, J-Mac, and he's working on his own game, and it's gonna be awesome. Just the more competitors there are out there to these, bitch ass modern tabletop RPG.
Totally
companies,
agree.
The fucking better. Because for one, I want to see people get away from D&D and get away from WotC. But there's also the general capitalist idea of like competition in the market breeds, what would in theory is going to be a superior product. So if you see people, oh, D&D is doing this and people are liking it, well, we might need to do some sort of innovative thing to get more players, and that keeps the game hypothetically evolving in a positive way.
Yeah.
Assuming you at least gatekeep, which you seem pretty big on gatekeeping.
Did you ever go to those Wizards of the Coast stores?
Never any Wizards of the Coast like branded ones, but like local card shops and whatnot all the time where they would do like Warhammer and they would do D&D and they would hold Magic the Gathering tournaments, stuff like that. Yeah, like meta games and whatnot, all the time back in the day.
I loved going to those.
It was
good.
It was just classic sense of community, and that's like it's one of the things that that's why I'm not a big fan of, like, when it comes to video games, doing online gaming.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy having my buddies over on the couch, split screen, or playing Smash Bros. Or whatnot. Like, I want that communal sense. The same reason I still go to the movie theaters, even though a lot of people abandon it. But also, we're globally connected. We got people all over the fucking world. Like, me and Cindy live, hundreds, if not thousands of miles apart. So it's great to be able to communicate. Like, there's a give and take to it.
Yeah. And I definitely think that is the case, which is the reason, one of the reasons that we made the game work on mobile. Because we knew that there were going to be people that wanted to play it like in person.
Oh, so if you've got the mobile version, like you're playing it from your phone, it's like you basically got formatted so that if you want to get 5, 6, 7 people set up at your local card shop or whatnot, where they've already got preset tables.
Yep,
you could play. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome. Like, holy shit!
It has like all of the rules and stuff. They work on the phone if you just go on the website.
I don't know if it's just a me thing or not, but I feel like when things don't have at least the potential for an IRL component, it feels less official. That makes sense.
It's kind of that's the reason why we had the mobile, like it's set up specifically for mobile. The reason we're not doing like a physical release, although we're thinking about doing like a quick start, like a beginner's one, like a beginner set, so that you can just try it out. The reason why is because the game's always changing. It's like I said, the game patches. Oh, but one thing that we did do, and this is because, we're players of tabletop, so we understand this, is you can actually version down the online one. So like, say your character gets nerfed and you ask your DM like, oh, but like I made my character in like this version and it's getting nerfed like the next patch. Like I want to play the old version. You can actually down version like the thing. If you go on the website, you'll see there's a little tab and you can see every version of the game. And when you click on it, it will actually change the entire site to that version.
Oh, wow.
That's
really
real.
thoughtful.
As somebody that even back when I still played D&D and Fifth Ed was out and whatnot, I wouldn't go anywhere past 3.5. So, of course, you need like the 3.5 books and stuff like that. So having that just easily accessible is awesome. Keep this comment up because I actually wanted to respond to that, Cindy. IRL is so pricey, sadly. That's only the case with Warhammer. Traditional tabletop RPGs that are just pen and paper, I mean, they can be pricey. Like if you want the miniatures and stuff like that, you want to like build your own dungeons. But in all reality, you could play D&D minus the cost of the books, and not necessarily D&D, but any like IRL physical tabletop RPG. The price of the books is really all you pay for. Everything else is just done pen and paper. All the other stuff is optional and aesthetic.
Especially with dice rollers now on phones, right? If you have a phone, you have dice.
Yeah, but I can't be doing none of that. Like,
I mean, I can't either. But
nah, man, the boy keep his dice bag. Like, I gotta be rolling physical fucking dice, son.
I do that even when I'm playing online. Like, since I'm DMing, I do whatever I want, right?
We used to play. Me and my buddies used to play the Star Wars RPG, but we played it virtually because we were all in different parts of the country. But like, I would we would all whip out our phones and we would just record the dice rolls and send it to them. It's like, there are dice rollers, but we want that physical touch. There's something about rolling dice that just feels good.
Totally agree.
I want to hit a few of these supers real quick. Dude, that's so awesome. I did not know that this would take the tabletop turn because that's That's my happy place. That's where I'm at. Like,
Me too, man.
absolutely.
I love them.
Let's see. All right, we hit that one. So Ryan's one and only Big Shiley coming in with a 2-banger says, worth money just as Gaston Glock. Gaston Glock. I'm missing a reference there.
No idea.
Oh, perfect. So it's all of us. Good. Then I don't feel so stupid. War Wizard with a 10-banger. Shout out Hypnotic in the chat. You know which clip I want, Leon. I already played that clip. So unfortunately, because I don't like to repeat them, but I'll play the other Hypnotic clip since you're asking so nicely. This is for you.
I'm loving it again. The game would absolutely get a pretty high score from me.
How many bananas?
A solid 8.5 incher for sure.
I didn't, what? No.
And wouldn't it be nice to live together?
I was really hoping that would make you laugh. I saw you backstage, like, just moving around and giggling. I was like, yes, got her. Lethal Nonsense coming in with $1. I don't know if it's a super sticker or just a member chat and you just whipped your dick out on the table, didn't say shit, treat me like a fucking stripper. But either way, I appreciate it. Thank you, Lethal Nonsense. Zevin Cross coming in again with a 20-banger. Anime D&D. I love it. Have a name for the game yet, Leaflit?
Yeah, you can go to rpg.angelsword.com and that will have everything that you need to play it.
You know
Oh, no. I've been monitoring it. Daxy's been dropping it.
Oh, perfect. Mods, thank you for doing your fucking jobs. You know what you're doing. Appreciate you. El Mervot with a 2-banger says, one of y'all need to run a tabletop RPG live one day. So it's funny. I initially had thoughts on this channel of doing like live coverage of playing at Magic the Gathering tournaments or doing live D&D stuff, but the tech and camera and setup required for that is so much more than I have access to right now, as much as I love the idea. But thank you, homie. I appreciate it. We got Ebonics Kang coming in with a 99-cent super sticker. I didn't check what it was, but if I had to wager a guess, it's a fucking banana. Then we got our boy Citizen Chad. I left Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! For Flesh and Blood. I've played Flesh and Blood a couple times. It's all right. I'm not a big fan of it. Yu-Gi-Oh! I never got into. Either of you guys? I went straight from Pokemon to Magic. I don't know if either of you played Yu-Gi-Oh! Or not.
I have not played any card game. No one would explain it to me.
The game's awful.
Is it awful?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is awful. It's like the worst game I've ever played.
God damn. I never played, like, being a 90s kid, I loved the anime. I believe it.
Same.
Manga. I had so many of the cards because they were sick as fuck, but I never learned how to play the game.
If you've played the vanilla one, oh god, like, or just Raigeki, Change of Heart, Black Hole, like,
and that was the era of
God,
cards, but it was purely for aesthetics. I was a Pokemon player at the time.
Yeah, it was bad.
We got Butter Framed in Gold. Shout out Butter coming in with 5 gifted Words of Paradise memberships. That is another 5 Vital Idols. Y'all are absolute fucking legends. Thank you oh so much. Then we got Mervall coming with a 2-banger. I said IRL pricey for making for making a printed tabletop RPG. My bad. I thought you meant playing in person was pricey, because with some games like Warhammer, that is fucking true. So my bad. Thank you for the clarification. And last but not least, Felt Steph coming in with a gifted membership. You love to see it. Thank you so much. You all are absolute legends. Let me give y'all a clip.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
If you haven't noticed, I'm a bit of a Sonic the Hedgehog fan.
Do you like Saddam? I loved Saddam.
Is a Saturday, like Sonic Saturday Morning AM?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah, absolutely.
That was the best.
So much better than Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. I very rarely hear people, like, in actual conversation refer to it as Saddam, because that's that old people thing. I was like, did I hear her right?
I like Bunny a lot. Bunny was the best.
Dude, Bunny is great, and I love Antoine. Like, nowadays, if a character like that was made, I'd probably fucking hate him, because I do all the feminization of male characters. But back in the day, that was funny. And in the comics, Antoine becomes a fucking murder machine. I don't know if you ever read the Sonic comics or not, but they got fucking
the novel.
Hypnotic says, Cinevere, yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was supposed to be a horror manga, but it was changed to... Yes, this is correct. The original, like, 7 or 11 or whatever volumes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are fucked up.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. If you had read the OG versions of Yu-Gi-Oh, which you'll have to read online because the actual manga collections, which my goddamn ex-wife took when we split, are fucking expensive. Yeah, RG Comics did get dark as hell. Drunken Ferret. So when it comes to your tabletop RPG, like, do you have any? I'm using this term in a loving way. Delusions of grandeur as to how far it could go as like a multimedia project. Like, oh man, we would love an anime of this, or we'd love a video game of it, or anything like that.
I mean, it'd be awesome to have that. I actually, you know what? I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say it right now. We have a promo video being made right now. Just got out of recording and it's being animated by Wit Studio. It's gonna be crazy.
Wow.
No fucking way. They're some of the best in the game, dude.
I'll show it to you privately. I'll show you the music video.
It's not love this. That is fucking awesome.
But
promo video by Wit, that is incredible.
To actually answer the question though, is the thing about this, and I think you're gonna like this, is the thing that we're the most proud of with the game is that we have a kind of mission statement for the game, and it's to make the game that we want, like fuck everything else. So like even when we've had cases where like we've had disagreements with like the player base or saying like it's too hard or whatever, like just too bad.
Good.
Perfect.
Good. Thank
Like,
you.
Anytime somebody complains that, again, whether it be a video game, whether it be a TCG, whether it be a tabletop RPG, if people are complaining it's too difficult, that's an objectively good thing. Because again, back to the high skill ceiling of Magic the Gathering, that is natural gatekeeping.
Yep. There's been like a lot of crash outs about like scenarios because it is pretty. It's like I said, like it hits you out of nowhere. Like a lot of people will encounter this like scenario that like it's actually player plus. Like the actual like battlefield is there are more players and more actions on the player side than there are on the enemy side. But then they end up getting routed like completely, and like people die and stuff like that. And it's just because they fit it bad.
A lot of your systems really do remind me of like a tabletop version of Fire Emblem. The more you explain it, I don't know if you played Fire Emblem or not, so I don't know if you have a frame.
I have, yeah.
But,
by
the way, I'm playing classic Fire Emblem, not the new game shit. Like,
so
like,
our, I know what you're talking about. Our lead game designer is a total Fire Emblem autist, like old school, like like Iron Man mode, like player. So
that's awesome. I haven't played anything since Awakening. I didn't play Three Houses or anything. Like OG Fire Emblem's great. 6 is great. Radiant Dawn and Path of Radiance are great. But yeah, I haven't played anything after Awakening. And Awakening was just like, I wasn't vibing with it. So yeah, I've heard things about Three Houses and stuff, but it's just they've moved on from what made it core Fire Emblem for me.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of the state of modern gaming. I feel the same about. Yeah, again, I was bitching about earlier. Resident Evil 9. Everyone's praising the game. Everyone's loving the game. And in isolation, it's a good game.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at this as the 11th game in a long-running franchise, it's kind of a canonical catastrophe in the way that it destroys lore. And I don't know what franchises are safe at this point from that destruction, which is why we make our own stuff, whether it be you with your tabletop RPG or love them or hate them, Eric July with ISOM. Like, the rise of independent creators they effectively have to make their own shit because everything we love is gone.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of it is kind of, and I was talking about this, and maybe you will relate to this. As like longtime nerds, it just has always felt like we were kind of outcasted from society, and like this is like our happy place. And then you'll have a person that'll be like, "Wow, that's actually kind of cool. Can I join?" And like, sure, I would love for more people to join. And they come here, actually, it shouldn't be like this. It should be a little bit more like this. And then you're like, okay, you know what? Fair enough. This is yours now. I'm out. I'm going to go find something else. And so you go and you find something else, and you're like, okay, now this is my happy place. And then, hey, can I join? And then it's a never ending cycle of like nerds getting like losing their homes. That's what it feels like to me.
Oh, sorry, go for it, City.
No, I think she's absolutely right on that. Like, it's awful that because we are so eager to show the thing that we love. And they are so eager to just break it down and say, no, it's worthless. You're worthless for liking it. And it can only be better if I fix it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, not only do I agree with you, but it's also worse than that in that, and we make it worse than that because, I mean, as these nerds, as the more or less the social outcasts, like, dude, I remember when I wanted video games to be mainstream, anime to be mainstream, because I didn't like that I was getting put in fucking lockers in 6th grade for drawing Spider-Man, for drawing Goku. And now I realize, like, I'll go back and kick the shit out of little 6th grade Leon for asking for this, because it has been the destruction of this culture, like, because we were so eager to please others, like we, because of the social outcast aspect, because we were the ones that were always, alone and lonely and doing just the weird shit. No one wants to be the social outcast. Very rarely do people take pride in that, or at least very rarely do people used to take pride in that. And so if you could get more people reading comics, playing Magic, playing video games, playing Dungeons and Dragons, whatever it may be, it was like, yes, this is a step towards the sort of acceptance that everybody in one way, shape, or another craves, without having the emotional maturity to realize that these individuals are usurpers. They're hot topic nerds. They want just the clout or the popularity that comes with it.
It's like gamers were the only ones that really took a stand at the end. Like not just gamers, just nerds in general. Like eventually we're just like, you know what? No more. We're done. We're done like leaving and making our new thing. Like this is, and that's when you had, things like Gamergate and just like the anti-woke stuff going on right now is just like, hey, like this is our space. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like finally.
And my theory is that I think that it came to a head, like when it comes to the political and social aspects, it actually hit the forefront of this is a problem with Gamergate. But I think the seeds were planted and we didn't know it when Disney bought Marvel. I think Disney killed nerd culture because of the massive success of Iron Man all the way back in 2008. You had, the cheerleaders and all the people that would have been, like the it girl, the it guy, when we were in school, now jumping on this nerd bandwagon, and we didn't realize what a negative thing that was. I think we can actually pinpoint the death of nerd culture to Disney's purchase of Marvel.
I don't think it's dead. I think what it is that we started separating ourselves from the more quote unquote new age fans from, the people who were actually nerds and appreciated all the older content. It's just became a divide. I don't think it's really that they're dead or that it's no longer.
Let me rephrase. You might still hold this opinion, but let me make sure I'm articulating it properly. I think the culture, like nerd culture as a niche and as something that was insular, that is what is dead. And I don't really think there's a way, at least when it comes to the mainstream stuff, Marvel, Star Wars, D&D, video games, whatnot. I don't know that there's a way to get that back. But again, maybe you still hold the same opinion. That's fair. I'd love to hear your thought.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just feel like it is still a case of a divide, right? Like, yeah, it's no longer considered nerdy, I don't think. But I mean, to be honest with you, I think it still is. It's just, I don't know. You have the new age crowd, and then you have the old guards. I don't know.
Like, I feel like even in just the word nerd used to be really an insult. And now it's kind of like, I'm kind of a nerd, teehee. And it's like, what the fuck? And that's kind of, I don't know. I feel like
that's what I mean when I say hot topic nerds. Those are the girls that would go in, and obviously not exclusively girls, but it's very easy to pin on women, and frankly, I'm a misogynist, so I want to pin it on women. So these girls would go in that we're shopping at Limited 2 or Banana Republic or whatever, and then they go into Hot Topic and they buy the Marvel tee because they want to fit in with whatever their boyfriend was going to see at the movie theaters, because women do everything for men, as they should, and those are the I'm a nerd tee, and it's once you've got people that have that level of social clout commandeering the thing and really launching into the zeitgeist, like that is an inherent just dilution of the culture and of the brands.
What's crazy is I almost feel like that is not just like applicable to nerds. It just feels like it's more globally applicable, where like women do that thing, and then there are guys that are like, oh, but if I do the thing too, then I can get the women, and then it turns into like that whole aspect of,
and usually those end up being leftist dudes who claim they're allies while secretly raping broads. So
that's what I was getting at, but
like I said, this is a free fucking speech show. We want to talk about leftist soy boys raping bitches. We're gonna do it because they keep doing it. They do it all the time. Like, oh, do you remember like the during the Gamergate days? You had also like the pro SJWs and the anti SJWs. You had like Steve Chives and dudes like that who's like, oh, look, another video from Armored Skeptic about how a male feminist sexually assaulted a broad at a convention. Like,
it's kind of crazy how it's almost like when people say like, oh, look at all of this, you're so bad, like everything you do is so bad. It's almost like those people are always the worst.
It's because those that, I mean, it's such an old adage, but it rings true. Those that preach the loudest have the most to hide.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Twisted Jack says, I liked Armored Skeptic back then. Yeah, I haven't listened to Armored Skeptic in ages. I heard he actually put out a really good video recently. I've been meaning to go back and watch it. But yeah, man, Armored Skeptic used to be the shit. And the only one from that era, like, again, before the term woke ever existed, back when it was, again, it was SJW and anti-SJW culture, the only one that hasn't really changed is Shoe on Head. She has been consistent, at least for the fucking 11 or 12 years that I've been watching her. And she's getting insane pushback. You recently did a video on it. I've done videos on it about, just the massive backlash she's getting. And it's mind-boggling to me because if you go back and watch her 12 years ago, I mean, yeah, politically, she's still more left, but the common sense, middle ground nuance she's trying to speak to both sides hasn't changed at all.
It's just that the Puritanism now is even crazier than it was before. So
now, do you find the Puritanism, because we were talking about Sewing Circle Christians earlier, and so the Puritanism has gotten, I think, worse on both sides. But that the Puritanism on the right, like again with like the Andrew Wilson types and whatnot, has at least always been, at least from my purview, consistent as opposed to the left Puritanism, which keeps trying to take things further.
Yeah, that's more what I meant. I was more talking when I meant Puritanism, I meant kind of more the purity spiral that the left goes
spiral.
into.
Okay.
Yeah. Like that you always have to do. You have to be 100%. If you're like 1% out of line, then like you're basically a nutsi.
Right. And then conversely, like again, when you got Andrew or Rachel Wilson going on Joe Rogan, like it's very obvious that Joe does not hold. I would say he probably politically differs a solid 70% from them, but it's a great, honest, objective conversation that can be had in good faith. And you don't get that. Like on the other side, you got Kyle Kalinske, who used to go on Joe Rogan all the fucking time, and now he's calling Joe Rogan a fucking Nazi.
Yep.
It's
fuck.
I don't know, dude. It's wild to me. Kyle used to be one of those dudes who's like, honestly, he was a lot like Sue. It's like, all right, I disagree with you politically, but I can entertain your thought process because it seems like it's in good faith. And then Trump 2.0 happened, and dude just lost his fucking mind. I can't think of a rational leftist. I think the most rational might be fucking Destiny. And if he's your most rational,
that's rough. Yeah,
that like.
I don't think you're wrong. Actually, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I can't think of it like, and that's not like Captain for Destiny. I can't fucking stand the guy. But he does seem to be the best of a bad situation.
That's Cenk too. That's sad, man.
How this happened? Was showing promise in the lead up to Trump 2.0 and a little bit afterwards. And then the last, I'd say, year or so, he's always made everything about Israel, but at least he covered other shit. He is able to turn conversations that I had no concept of how they could relate to Israel into about Israel. And don't get me wrong, I don't know about you, I ain't a fucking Israel fan. I think they have control of government, and I'm an America first motherfucker. Mm-hmm. Fuck Israel, fuck Palestine, fuck the whole Middle East. They can all glass each other. I don't give a fuck. But not everything is the Jews. Like, that's giving them a whole lot of credit.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't think I can listen to Cenk and not hear it's okay to pleasure an animal. I just I don't care what he's talking about. That's all I hear.
Horse semen's great.
I'm I couldn't resist.
It fits though. It's so gross.
Yeah, dude. Mr. Hands 2.0. Anna Kasparian's getting like, if you can keep her off of Israel, then she's good. She's fine. I like hearing her speak. Once it goes bad to Israel, then she loses her fucking mind again. Although she does trounce Destiny, and that makes me feel good. She might be the most rational leftist as long as Israel doesn't come up. I might have to readjust my answer.
Did you see the mad seethe when Andrew and Rachel went on Rogan? People were so mad online. Like all the leftist people were like, no, he wasn't. He was not on Rogan. And like they were coping so hard. They thought it was thought it was fake.
I didn't know that. Now I watched the episode the moment it dropped, and then like 3 or 4 days later, Andrew did hit like a live stream where he was talking about the Rogan stuff, and the sneaky cunt titled it like, I have to be honest about the Joe Rogan experience. Like something like that sounded super negative. I was like, wait, what? And then I'm watching it, I'm like, this son of a bitch. Because he's just sitting there praising and glazing Joe the whole time.
Yeah.
He did a follow-up stream about Rachel being on, but since I hadn't seen the Rachel episode yet, I didn't watch his stream, so I don't know what he had to say about that one. I'm sure it was fine. I've since seen the Rachel Joe Rogan episode, and it's good, man. I will disagree with Andrew. He says that Rachel's a better debater than him, and like I like her. I do. She's great. But I think he's just giving props to his wife, despite the fact that he claims he's a bit bad misogynist, because she's not a better debater than him.
They have a completely different topics too, kind of like she kind of comes from it from that sort of historical angle of like feminism, which is like really interesting, by the way. Like that podcast was crazy. Like learning about all
you
of those,
can see Joe's mind blown in real time like 8 times throughout the course of the fucking like 2-hour video. And
that's a good one.
I mean, maybe this is insulting to say because I'm just assuming it, but it seems like, because I've watched several of your debates, that's what took me from like, oh, I enjoy doing the reactions to like, oh, I'm a fan, because I'm dude, I've always done debate, was in the debate club, and I debate very similarly to Andrew Wilson, which is just keep aggressively attacking them, make small concessions to pretend you're on their side, the whole nine. And so when I started watching your debates, like the first one that me and Cindy reacted to was you debating the anti-AI art guy.
Yeah.
You clearly take so like, were you always interested in debate, and like did you always have that a similar style, or did you just really study Andrew like, oh, this is how I'm gonna fucking do it?
So like my two favorite like kind of people that do debate content are Warren, the Steve Scholarship.
It's right. I actually had a Warren reaction planned for today after at some point when everybody else disperses, and I'm inevitably still going solo. So yeah, I'm quite familiar with Warren. I love the guy.
I got some good balance because one of my favorites is Warren, and the other one's Andrew Wilson. So I got both of them, and then like I kind of watched a lot of his class. So I took his class on like debating. But
the verbal combat.
Yeah. It's more because I was already interested in like what he had to say, because I really liked how he approached things. So then I was interested in it, and I was like, well, I want to hear like on an even deeper level like what he has to say about it. So it was pretty interesting, and it's
I would say it's undeniable your debate skills have obviously improved them, because every debate I've seen with you from the AI dude onward, which to be fair, I feel like you've only done a couple, like 2 or 3, unless there's something I missed. But it's the winner of the debate is decided by the audience. Even if I was not ideologically aligned with you on many of these issues, just from a objective debate tactic, like styling, you've come out the winner in every fucking one of them.
You want to know the trick? It's actually kind of, I'll share my secret. This is the secret. What I do is every single time I have a debate, I have an AI watch my debates, and I have it break down every time I fucked up. So it breaks down all of my fuck ups, writes it out for me. Like, this is where you messed up. This is your score for like this segment, your score for this segment. You could have done better in this segment. And then I say, okay, well, what should I have said there? And then after it like tells me like, okay, these are like better points. Like you should have like used this angle. I say, okay, now simulate my opponent and debate me. And so like I will fight like myself, basically. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, and I mean, that goes back to the anti-AI argument, because I mean, me and Cindy are both very pro-AI, and I do something similar for all my YouTube stuff. I've never thought to use it for a debate, and that's brilliant. But so on Tuesdays, me and Cindy run a show called with our boy Sammy Threepeat, called Tinfoil Haters, and it's all conspiracy or supernatural based stuff.
That sounds awesome.
And so when no, did you say you saw it? Well, thank you.
That sounds awesome.
It's super fun. Like last night we covered these weird metallic possibly UFO cauldrons deep in Siberia. And anytime I bring up these conspiracy theories, I argue with the AI about it, and I treat it like it's human. It's like, hey, have you heard of this? Yeah, I have. Here's why it's a conspiracy theory. It's like, well, hold on. You're calling it a theory. That's a pejorative. Like, let's list out these facts. Like, all right, well, you're right. There's the evidence there, but here's the counter evidence. And I will spend like 6 hours of all tinfoil haters prep is just debating with AI on the validity of the conspiracy theory.
It's a good way to like kind of check, especially if you and I guess the problem is like you have to prompt the AI properly. Like a lot of people don't know about this. Like if you just like tell an AI like straight up like, how do you feel about this? It's just gonna glaze you like almost all the time. You have to set it up very specifically. But when you do, it is kind of nice to see it like punch back at you, and you're like, oh, I didn't think about that. Okay, well, what about this? And it's really, really fun to do that. It lets you understand things on a deeper level, I think.
Especially if you don't have people around you that are competent in challenging worldviews. Like, you can have someone that disagrees with your worldview all day long, but if they're not challenging you on it in a way that makes you think, then it's worthless. And this is why I can't get behind individuals that are anti-AI, because obviously it can be used for negative shit. Yes, you can make fucking deep fakes of Shoe on Head getting railed by RFK Jr. Maybe that's not fucking good. That being said, that's so a gun. Guns are fucking tools. Yeah, you can have a mass murderer go out and whip out his blicky and kill a bunch of college kids or elementary school kids, or you can have people that use their blicky to shoot the dude trying to kill the elementary school kids.
Exactly.
If you treat it like a tool, it's fine. So I can't rationalize anti-AI arguments.
Well, because again, it comes back to that you have common sense. You know, you don't do things that particular way, like your example with shoe, but people seem to severely lack it, and I don't understand the mentality. Like, it's fine. Don't claim the art as yours. I would never say that, hey, I drew that if I had a art piece, right? But otherwise, it's fine. Like, people genuinely do not care if it's AI or not, unless you're claiming it as your own.
See, what I bring up during that thing is I've heard that argument too, where people say, well, you're saying that you drew it, and did you actually draw it? I'm like, okay, so you have a problem not with AI but with lying.
Yeah.
Right?
Sorry, continue. I thought you finished, but continue. My bad.
Oh no, that's all. That's all.
Well, I not only that, but they also have a problem with the concept of what is and isn't art, even though by every metric, what AI produces is art. Now, you might have an issue with somebody claiming that, oh, I made this, it's my art. Okay, fair enough. At this point, you're having a debate on linguistics, not a debate on what actually is art.
They can't define art is the issue. It's like you ask for a definition of art, and it's always like it gets to the point where like you're gonna have to discount photographers, directors. Like, you're gonna have to go all the way down the line in order to like carve out a special, like, you're basically trying to seek the answer, like the result, rather than the actual philosophical answer.
Well, and it's funny because you mentioned the philosophical answer. That is step one in learning to debate, is you first have to understand philosophy. Like that has to be, you have to have a core understanding of what philosophy even is, the study of the nature of knowledge. Because this is one of the things I went to school for. It was specifically, theological philosophy, but even so, it was philosophy in general. And so I was like, okay, I feel well enough equipped to have philosophical arguments as long as I'm being challenged. Might need to think about it, might not win every debate, but at least I understand the concept of philosophy. You've got people that don't ever even think about what their philosophy is. They don't take it to any sort of logical extremes. They don't challenge themselves with hypotheticals to test their own logic, because they don't know that they're trying to employ philosophy.
I think I've gotten to the point where, and I mentioned this earlier, I think that some people are just not capable. I think it is what it is, and they just can't do it. And I don't know what to do about that.
Is that a modern problem? Like, did people used to be smarter and were able to do it? Or are we just seeing, oh, it turns out now that we have access to all the information ever and we're all connected globally, we're seeing more retards? There were always more retards. We're just now seeing them because we're all connected.
Well, I mean, I asked people this, like, did any of you guys do like Socratic seminars when you were kids? Because I did that all the time. When our teacher would take us outside, we'd go into the grass, and then we'd have Socratic discussions. And that's why my debate style is very Socratic.
We didn't call
Don't
it
know what that
Socratic
is.
seminars. Obviously, we studied the Socratic method, and we would do that. We go outside, we'd have these discussions like with our teachers and whatnot. But we didn't call it a Socratic seminar. I don't know what terminology they used, but that's effectively what it was. Yeah. Now, frankly, it didn't happen enough, in my opinion. And obviously, there's certain classes that you're not going to really have those sorts of discussions, and it's just not fruitful. Like, you're not really going to have a Socratic, seminar in, for example, algebra. But if you're doing it in like English, for example, if you got an English language class, a Socratic seminar is, that could accomplish so many things throughout the discussion in terms of increasing individuals' writing capabilities from a creative standpoint, for making sure that if they're trying to write a story, that the logic is consistent within the story they're trying to write. It works if you've got a science class, because obviously science is always, should be, always being debated. New information's coming out. You need to recognize your own bias, things to that effect.
Like, I know the school I went to taught a class on learning. It's like one of the early
lucky
classes
some bitch
was like how to learn. And so like that taught a bunch of like skills that kind of were the foundation for like things in the future.
See, I wish that, to be fair, maybe that was an option in my high school. I wouldn't know. I dropped out of high school in 11th grade and just got my GED. I was sick of that fuck shit. It was so goddamn boring. So maybe there was an option like that available, and I was just retarded and didn't take it. But yeah, no, that's. I don't think that's something that my school offered, and there's a real issue with education in this country, just in that, it's been proven time and time again, many a study done, millions of dollars dumped into it, that our standardized test score orientation style learning does not improve results in any way, shape, or form. And when you've got objective numbers that back that up, why people would, for example, be opposed to, getting rid of the DOE, it's wild to me. And then you got to sit there and realize that, it's because they're a product of the DOE.
I think Bezmenov was right. When he
was 100% right.
That's how they attacked it. Is they removed like the next generation's ability to think. So you only have people that have sought out the knowledge of how to think. Like the knowledge of like epistemology, like people who have only done that on their own. You don't really have people that have done that through the school system. That's like the issue, right?
Well, that's how it happened with me. Is like, so the whole reason I went back to school, for the philosophy stuff and whatnot. And the reason I did that is because I had a best friend. I say had, still one of my best friends. And again, Aaron, shout out Aaron and Paul, best friends in the world. And for he and I became buddies. Like, you would think we were polar fucking opposites. He's like, nice, clean cut, prim proper, strong jawline, watches football, all the stuff. But he's a fucking Smash Bros nerd. And so he would come over to my place and we would get down some Smash Bros, some Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. We're with Snyder fans. And this is back when, Snyder was actually still doing shit. And so he and I became fast friends. It's probably 10, 12 years ago. And eventually he became my roommate. And he's a few years older than me. He's like 5 years older than me. So he had already gone to college. I was probably in my early 20s at the time, mid 20s maybe. And he had gone to school. And that was one of the things that he had specialized in, was philosophy. And so he and I would just stay up having these late night talks while playing Smash Bros. And it got me to question. I didn't know what epistemology was. It got me thinking. I was like, this is incredible. And I started learning about it on my own. So eventually, when I started to go back to school, which I eventually dropped out of again, that was one of the areas that I was studying heavily, because somebody that wasn't the school system, it was just regular average conversation, triggered that that need in me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how you did it. Feel free to expound on that, because obviously, again, you said you taught it in school, but was it college? Was it like at high school, or was there some sort of external factor?
It was also similar. Like I had a friend too that just loved to. He would just come in and he'd be like, okay, we're going to talk about this topic. And he would just be like, so you're in the woods and you have a cabin and there's a little boy and he knocks on the door and it's snowing outside, but you don't have enough food for him. Are you required to let him in? And he would just like come up with these like stupid things. And then we would just like debate them like while we're eating dinner or something like that.
Hey, that's not even a debate. I'm actually, this channel, longtime viewers know, because I know we got a lot of new people in here, and I appreciate that. Shout out, I appreciate all y'all. You'll learn very quickly on this channel, I'm very pro children dying. So to me, that's a very easy answer.
Did you watch Overlord, the movie?
Oh my
No,
gosh!
I've only seen the first season of Overlord. I
Oh,
need
yeah.
to go back and watch more of it because
The
it
book
was
is
one of
even
those
better.
things that I really was enjoying it, and then I got online and I saw the Overlord fan base, and I thought, nope.
Read the light novels or have like an audio book thingy that reads it to you. They're so good.
I'm glad you clarify with an audiobook because reading is gay.
Well, you're gay as it gets. What the fuck do you mean? That means you should read all the time.
Well, hold on. Leon, I don't drop anything. I didn't. I watched the first season. That's not dropped. If you complete, because anime goes seasonally. If you watch the season to completion, you didn't drop it.
This whole thing about the fuck them kids or whatever, like I'm not saying like in the case that like we had any other options, right? But like this gets brought up a lot with like war, or like if they like do a certain setup where they're using kids as a shield, like can you like actually like aggress on it? And that's a whole fun one. I say it's too bad. That's what I think.
And that's the position I take is like, look, when it comes to war, sometimes shit's unfortunate, but it can't be avoided. If you got motherfuckers out there that are killing people, that are bombing people, that are destabilizing and whatnot, and they're using children as shields, yeah, you maybe want to mitigate how, like, as much as possible, the collateral damage. But you can't
have a
just throw your
harder
hands
stance
up
than
and be
that.
like, oh, they got kids, we can't do anything. It's like, oh, think of the children argument. It doesn't matter if it's war or if, like, for example, what's going on with the UK and frankly here in this country and with Discord and all these global cabals of world governments trying to use the think of the children argument to like usurp our rights and impress ultimate censorship upon us.
I have an even harder stance. I think that you absolutely cannot change your methods, because if you do, that signals to them that it's effective to use kids as a shield.
Well,
so you have to.
Changing
You
your
have to.
methods is different than mitigating killing. Like for example, if your idea is I'm going to shoot the guy, your idea should still be I'm going to shoot the guy. I'm just going to try not to hit the kid. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So no, I don't think change the method at all. I just mean try not to shoot the kid. Try to shoot the guy using the kid as a shield. And if you're a bad shot, well, that sucks to suck. But at least the dude's neutralized. Like
because you hear a lot of people saying like, oh well, we can't bomb the school. It's like, but they're underneath the school. You know what? I'm kind of like,
no problem bombing a school.
Yeah,
none
same,
whatsoever.
Same.
Like it's funny because I consider myself, you know, people say, you know, right wing or whatnot. I like to consider myself an anarchist because the views that I'm very much there should be. Now I know that it's impossible, so I guess technically I'm libertarian because I know that we can't have an anarchist utopia where everybody just agrees on rules without a government body. That's the dream, but it's impossible. That being said, yeah, I come up like a government bootlicker, and it's like, oh, we're bombing Iran? Fuck yeah, I'm all in on it. Like, what do you mean? You're supposed to be libertarian. It's like, I could be a libertarian and still think I don't care about these people or their government. Fuck them. Like,
I guess especially if like it's a risk, right? It's like it could be a problem for us. So it's like I don't understand how it's bad for us to engage in a situation in which like it's preventative of something that like could happen in the future.
I mean, it's the what was she wearing argument. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Maybe you shouldn't have gone walking in a dark alley in Harlem, you know, wearing a skirt that doesn't even cover your ass cheeks. Part of that's on you for being a bad decision maker. At least part. I'm gonna be real. Part of it's on you for making bad decisions. Maybe go uptown or something wearing a clothing like that. Like, there's self-preservation should be in your own best interest. And if you're going to neglect that for your personal gain or whatnot, at least part of the blame's on you. I think the same thing about war. It's like, hey, yeah, they got women and kids. You can argue they're hostages. Maybe that's the case. But we got shit to fucking do.
This is actually the thing that got me in big trouble. Like recently, is my whole stance on things is, what do you have immediate control over? And a lot of the times it's yourself. That's what you have the most control over. You can't control other people. So what can you do?
Yeah, but that also falls under the fact that people don't understand accountability anymore.
True.
Fucking amen to that. Speaking of accountability, I gotta be accountable to my chat. I gotta hit some supers real quick. Scrap Gamer coming in with a 5-banger says, Ted Discord DM, sent something for Leaflit. Blame Hypno for this.
What the hell?
Normally I wouldn't do this, but you sent money. And so, you know, there's a bit of a moral obligation there. No, not really. But I will do it. Okay, you know what? This is fine. This is fine. I see. Let's see. Open link and a new tab. apparently, I guess this is that League of Legends creature. This is you with that League of
Oh,
Legends.
oh, how cute!
It looks good. I like it, and I imagine you used AI to make it, which is even better.
Nice.
It's so funny because I'll get into other supers in a sec, guys. I got to comment on this again. Shout out for the 5-banger scrap. Thank you so much, homie. I was watching. I don't remember who you were debating or how it came up. But dude, when you did that video, I have my own Hassan Piker.
Oh.
And he said something along the lines of, it's like, and it's hard to even put her on thumbnails because there's not really good images of her. And I paused it and I was like, or you can just use fucking AI to make some. She's pro AI. That's what I do for all my videos. And I unpaused it.
Jackson,
Like,
yeah. I know who you're talking about.
AI. And I was like, yes! Feels good. Shout out Scrap Gamer. Thanks for the 5-banger. Mad Murph 13 for a 2-banger. Warhammer falls on tabletop war game. RPG, no many needed. So yeah, while Warhammer is more of a war game, I like including the RPG elements of just like, here, these are your factions. This is the backstory. There's still roles in play here. But yes, from a technical perspective, you are correct. El Nervoth for a 2-banger. These motherfuckers ruin my happy places, so gatekeep all. Yeah, not only they ruin your happy places, so now you ruin them. Patrick Roxas with a 5-banger. I agree with the nerds. That's what I'm trying to get Erendel to see what our side, able to talk to her. She's more left, but she knows I'm anti-woke. I don't know who Erendel is. Does this name mean anything to either of you?
Yeah, that's his Oshi.
Okay,
that doesn't mean anything to you.
But like, I don't know anything about her beyond she's a VTuber. That's, I guess, more what I meant.
I think she's kind of left-leaning, like
sexist.
not quite woke, but also like able to accept other people's opinions. Like it's kind of rare.
Like a shoe on head.
That's what I was about to say. It sounds like a shoe on head to me.
Yeah.
All right, base. So shout out Erendel if that's the case. Again, there aren't too many sane leftists out there. Like, again, if you want like low taxes and free healthcare, I disagree. Or I mean, high taxes and free healthcare, I disagree with you. But we can have a debate there. That's fine. You can't have a debate about cutting 12-year-old cocks off. That's the fucking difference. Michael Dobrin with a 5-banger. OMG, 3 of my favorite streamers together. SS. Okay, wait. SS.
Okay.
All right. I have no idea. I mean, I thought maybe it was supposed to be like Cinevere, but Words of Paradise, Stitch and Abs, you can find the best people. Keep being awesome. Nah, you keep being awesome, especially since you're one of those very rare AOK Canadians. Appreciate you, Michael. Ebonics Kang.
Oh, side scrollers.
Oh, side scrollers. I see SS, and I go like straight to the Nazis. My heart going out to them. Like, Ebonics Kang, thank you so much for the super sticker. I imagine it is lightly a banana.
It is a banana.
It is a banana. Perfect. Zevin Cross for a 10-banger. Andrew Wilson dropped a new debate class, talks about feminism. It's called Verbal Judo.
I have it.
Do you really?
Yeah.
How is it?
I haven't started it yet, but
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Michael Doberman for a 2-banger. This has been fun to listen to. You should invite Cinny. I assume he's asking you to invite Cinny because she's my co-host with me like half my streams.
I think he's giving me shit because I haven't said anything in a while, and honestly, I'm just getting lost in the conversation listening.
Sorry about that, Curly. I didn't mean to.
No, I can't weigh in, so it's just fun to listen.
Tahira Moon, I think I got that right, for a 5-banger, says, AI has been super helpful for me. I don't have access to a studio, so Suno is a godsend for me. And that's I know plenty of musicians, plenty of them, that use Suno all the time, just for simplicity purposes, because it's fun. They use it to test out ideas for songs they want to write. Like, yeah, no, bass. And is Suno what you use for all your AI tracks?
Yes.
Oh, say. Now, I will say, again, as a musician, because I don't think that you're not a trained musician at all, right?
No.
Yeah, there's when you were doing some of your remixes, like some of those were hitting, and others had some like glaring newbie issues. And I was like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah. I
don't even think that's fault of the AI. I think that's fault of that she doesn't know how to mix and master.
I don't. Yeah,
it's just working stuff.
I don't know what I'm doing. At the most, I like write the lyrics. Basically, I don't really know.
She fakes it well.
I was more thinking. I was more referring to like Well, I guess you still have like your own written lyrics and whatnot, and like for example, your Cruel Angels Thesis remix and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
which that one was a bop. But then again, anything with Cruel Angel's Thesis is a fucking
Yeah.
bop.
One of them
Again,
got taken down. One of those got taken down.
Did it really?
Yeah, the Reich roll got taken down.
Oh, that's retarded.
What?
It was hate speech.
Oh my gosh.
Elijah Snow says, Creamy Manjaro knows the art has always been you. Yeah, Creamy Manjaro, man. You guys dropped that on me a few streams ago because I've only recently gotten into Skybrows. After doing the put them in the box thing, my chat was like, you need to start reacting to Skybrows. I was not prepared. He is a whole different beast. Really enjoy his fucking work.
For sure.
He's very wholesome too. I
mhm.
really like him.
Xavier gifting awards of Paradise membership. Legend. Thank you oh so much. Then we got our boy right here, Barrel of Mercy for a 20 banger. In the desert, you look down. You see a tortoise. You reach down. You flip the tortoise over. The tortoise is on its back, baking in the hot sun, trying to turn itself over, but it can't. You're not helping. Why is that? Because I'm a member of the Foot Clan, bitch! Fuck them turtles! Shredder for life! Shout out. Thank you for the 20 banger, homie. I appreciate you. Tamamo Takamori. I'm getting faster at it. Tamamo Takamori for a 10 banger. Ideologically, I'm left, but in reality, it doesn't work. You can't coexist with or accept people that reciprocate. Blind pursuit of ideals only harms. You can't work with should, only is and will. Now, I appreciate this comment. I'm curious how you rationalize, like, being ideologically left and still holding to that moniker while also acknowledging that it doesn't work. That's interesting. But I appreciate the good faith comment. I really do. Thank you so much. And then Tomo Takamori says, won't reciprocate. I think that's what I said. I think I got it right. I think I read into that. But the people that accept people that reciprocate. Okay, won't reciprocate. Gotcha. Thank you for the additional. Ebonics Kang with a 5 banger. Impressed Leon making good points in this reality. Fuck you. Fuck you, Kang. Edmunder with 70 Czar. I didn't know what a czar is, but it ain't that good God-fearing USD, so I appreciate it. AI is a great tool to connect like-minded communities. Skybrows has done a great job with. He has. No fucking arguments there. Richard Dick Throbbing. Nice.
Oh my gosh.
New Year. You guys are pretty great. Anyway, stay horny, everyone. Bloodhound Gang fan. I appreciate you. And we got a couple more. Roadkill VT. Shoe on Head is a post-liberal, a movement of commies that left the left, a mix of Marxist economy theory and conservative social values. So I would say that when she initially began her YouTube journey, she was a post-liberal even then. I think most of the post-liberal stuff is even that's been left behind, again, aside from ideals ever since getting married and having a kid. Like, yeah, she still talks about it, but far less emphatically than she used to. And lastly, the Runaway Vagabond for a 5 banger. Hail, see you at MegaCon. Bought my tickets yesterday. My man, I will see you there. And Hail Leaflit. What's your opinion on feet from Friendly Neighborhood Uncle Tom? Yeah, you do need to give my boy Vagabond his opinion on feet.
Wait, my opinion?
Your opinion. Sorry, you need to give him your opinion on feet. Yeah.
I'm not really into feet.
He's feeding that theory though that black men are mostly into feet.
Dude, it's all the black dudes I know, save for like one, dude.
That's Eric.
Oh, sorry, all for 2, because I don't think Trey is a foot guy either. Shout out. That was a lot of supers, so I'm going to give you guys a couple of clips real quick. Let's start off with this one right here.
I know now that it could never work between us. Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
I love that scene.
That whole fucking anime is it's one of the rare exceptions of you've got to watch it dubbed. There is no other option. Yeah, adore Ghost Stories. And then this one's also for you guys. Shout out.
Plan B! This is for everyone you've killed! England, murderer!
Hold your fire! This man isn't black!
Amazing.
See, you were all worried about coming on shit like, oh, I don't know if I can be racist on here, bitch. I got you covered. No, this has been awesome again. I do truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. But by the way, I'm down to keep going if you are. I also don't want to keep you. It's been 2 hours. You said you had an hour. So if you're down, I'm down. But if you need to go at any
Honestly,
point,
I'm having a great time. So I'll let you know when I'm out of time.
That's I didn't want to, like force anything and whatnot. I was like, shit, I didn't even realize.
No,
like,
I'm good. I'm
phone
good.
and whatnot. Fuck, I had something I wanted to say and I derailed it with trying to make sure that I wasn't inconveniencing you. But Cindy, I have been dominating this conversation. Is there anything you want to bring up or ask or whatnot? Because I'm being a terrible friend right now.
No, you're not being a terrible friend. I think you're being overly critical. I can't weigh in on some things because I've never played Magic, or tabletop games. So it's just more like I'm enjoying hearing what you guys have to say. I'll speak up. Yeah, I am. I'm always up for it. It's a matter of people and time.
Speaking of time, let's go back in time for a moment. So obviously, with your tabletop RPG, being a VTuber, very anime oriented, very anime focused. I imagine you've been an anime fan for a long fucking time.
Oh yeah.
What was your introduction to anime?
Belfie and Little Bit.
Belfie and Little Bit.
I consider myself an expert, seen over 400 anime, and I've never even heard of that. You've impressed me. Go
Really
on.
old. That one, and then I was really into Lodos. Record of Lodos.
Oh gosh, yes.
Now, were you in a Record of Lotus War before or after you got into tabletop RPG? Since it's basically D&D the anime.
Before, actually.
Really?
Before, yeah. I was into like Lodos, Ray Earth, Tenchi, a lot of like
when you were watching Tenchi, were you watching the Toonami dub, or did you see, were you watching subs early?
So I watched the dub for like the Tenchi Muyo, like the
OVA.
It was the one that was on TV.
Yeah, Tenchi Muyo was on Toonami. Yeah,
but my favorite was actually Pretty Sammy, which I did watch in Japanese.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've only seen Tenchi Muyo, and I've only seen the Toonami dub from way back in the day. It's something I need to go back and get into the Tenchi series proper. It's just one that I never really did, again, aside from what was just readily available. Because I've told the story a million times. My dad was an anime fan back in the fucking 80s, getting tapes, subs that were fan translated and whatnot. And so yeah, I was watching anime from a real fucking early age. I don't know. I find it interesting to see because you can obviously tell when folk are like when they're anime fans or when they're shonen fans, because I feel like those are two very different things.
Yeah, I mean that back in the day it was like kind of really hard to get anime. It's like you just had to have
you had to have a friend.
The Chinese dude, the Chinese dude that had the tapes. Yeah, that was about it. It's like
I like Cindy's quiet, like, you needed to have friends.
No, yeah, you did. You needed to have a friend that had a hookup so that you could borrow their tapes or watch it at their home.
I didn't take it as that's what you meant. I thought I just took it as like I didn't have anyone to watch.
No, that's how I consumed my anime. I would go over to a friend's house every other Saturday or so, and we would spend like 6 hours just binging on anime.
And obviously, I know you're, OG husbando. I feel fucking gay even saying that. Cindy, that homeboy from Noragami, right?
No, it's from Fushigi Yugi.
Fushigi. That's what I meant. Fushigi Yugi.
Yeah.
What was yours, Leaflit? Because I imagine
Cashew.
all bitches got themselves some sort of anime dude they find hot, even if you are an actual rational human.
King Cashew.
What is that from?
From Lodos. It was like the king, the king of like the other kingdom. King Cashew. He was super hot.
Was he the elf king or was he the humans?
He was a human. He was a human.
He was the human king? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. He was like my that was my first husband though, yeah, for sure.
Oh, interesting pick. I see why. I see why.
Very hot.
You're like, okay, I gotta know who the hot anime guy is.
Yes. I agree. I approve. Good choice.
Lotus got me into Dark Elves. That's a much better pick than fucking Dritz and the Dark Elf trilogy getting me into Dark Elves, because that was a dude. So yeah, you had a better experience there. Collapsial Loveless. Collapsial. Man, I'm fucking just. I'm not good today. Collapsial. Lost War is the single best opening of all time. Bullshit. I'm coming out here with an unpopular hot take fucking opinion.
All right, let's hear it.
Everyone want to talk shit on Dragon Ball GT, and I understand why. But its original opening, Dan Dan Kokoro, you can talk all the shit you want about GT, is the best opening theme song in anime fucking history. And I'll take
hold on. I have a little bit of an argument for you. I actually agree with you. I think it is like one of the best songs. However, if you listen to the English version,
Vic Mignogna's version,
it is really, really gay.
I don't care because Vic Mignogna sings it, and that makes it the fact that Vic Mignogna sings it takes away the gay points.
I do love that, but if you listen to the lyrics, how could it be taken any other way but gay?
Yeah, no, Leaflit, you're gonna have to let him have it because Leon is excessively gay and he gets a hard on for Vic
It's not
Mignogna.
intentional. I was born this way. It's really unfortunate how accidental gay I come off, though. It's like I'm grew up with more female friends than male friends. Say off the wall gay shit. Never sucked a dick though, so I feel like I'm safe. Like,
didn't he do the One Piece ones as well? Not like the rap one, but like
yeah, he did two of them. He did We Are, and he did one other one. I'm blanking on the name
wasn't
of.
it Hikaria? It was the
What was it?
Was it Hikaria, the other one?
Yes, I think. Yeah, yes, it was.
Yeah.
You were correct.
They were good. Those were good. I liked it.
Yeah,
like his versions of
Leon is Mignogna sexual. Well, have you seen the dude's hair? It's fucking immaculate. It shouldn't be. He has real life video game hair. Like Tetsuya Nomura just drew hair on Vic Mignogna. It's bullshit.
Man, you must have had a time during the depositions and stuff.
Dude, the Kick Vic versus I Stand with Vic shit was for one, got me into a whole slew of content creators that I hadn't ever heard of. Like why am I blanking on his fucking name? He's a VTuber now. He was faceless for a while. He actually was on camera before that. Fuck. You react to him frequently. I'm blanking on his name. I'm watching him for fucking years. Hirohei.
Right.
Yeah. Hirohei was like the dude that spearheaded the I Stand with Vic movement, and that was how I found out about him. But yeah, the depositions and stuff. That was also how I radicalized one of my leftist female friends because she was a massive Vic Mignogna fan, and I showed her the evils of feminism and what it was doing to Vic, and she changed her fucking ways.
Damn.
See, again, women will always do what men tell them to as long as you give them the proper incentive. It's all an incentive game.
I don't.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, isn't it more of a case of you showed her like the truth and she's like, oh, okay. That what's rare is a woman willing to change her mind.
Well,
True.
What's rare is a woman willing to make up her mind, but
I can't argue that.
Speaking of women, though, because we've touched on it a little bit, but I haven't really gotten your we haven't dived deep into it because obviously you're not only are you queen racist, but you're queen misogynist. So where did your initial just rejection of the concept of feminism come from? Was that a late stage social thing, or were you always like, hey, this doesn't make sense?
Okay, so you know how I said that I was like one of those 2% nerds that played like a lot of like games and was into anime like as a kid. So most of my friends, because of that, most of my friends were dudes. So like I would think of things from their point of view. Like I wouldn't want my friends to be treated that way.
Hey, Leaflet, where do you want to go to dinner tonight?
I'm going with my mom somewhere.
The reason I'm asking is I wanted to make sure that you could actually like give an opinion and not say, "Oh, I don't know."
Actually,
I wanted to make sure you could think like a dude.
I have a thing to say though. I'm actually very indecisive, but the reason why is because I always have to make decisions because I'm like the leader of the company. So like I get decision fatigue and I don't want you pick. And sometimes I'll get into fights with my mom because I'll just be like, you pick. I don't want to pick, please. Like just don't let me pick because like I've had to make like so many difficult decisions today. Like I don't even want to think about. I don't want to hear a single question.
I'll let that answer slide because that's not inherently female. Okay. So anyway, go on. You think like a dude. You're part of that 2%. You think like a dude. I was testing you. I'll give you a B- pass. Continue.
Well, it's more like if you think about if you take the stance that a lot of feminists take, at least like the anti like male stuff, you have to consider that the consequences of that is that will be also applied to your friends and your family. Right?
As in like your brothers, your fathers, your uncles, things like that.
So like I wouldn't want them to be like, guilty before proven innocent, or them to be like, yeah, you're the worst because of that. Like I don't like that. So that's the reason.
Have you ever seen those man on the street interviews where like you'll have a dude pose that to a feminist and be like, she'll say something like, 1 in 3 men are rapists, and you'll be like, well, that would mean that if you have a brother, father, and uncle, one of them is. Like, would you agree with that? She's like, oh, I'm sure one of I'm sure either my uncle, my brother, my dad, one of them's probably raped someone. Yeah, I was like, you could just throw your family under the fucking bus like that?
Or that does speak to the quality of her family.
That's true.
I guess there is that, because if you're a liberal and you grew up in a liberal household, this goes back to what we saw about male allies. They do a lot of raping. So maybe she's onto something.
I do have one for you though.
Lay it on me.
Everything is Guy's fault.
Actually, I agree with this 100%.
Okay, all right.
My mentality is, if dudes didn't bow and kowtow and cater to women, then we wouldn't have given the women the control they have now that fucked everything up.
That's why I say because of forced doctrine. Because of forced doctrine, everything is Guy's
Bingo,
fault.
bango, bongo. I should have thought at some point we'd get the fucking forced doctrine, which is effectively infallible.
It is, yeah.
I have tried many a time to come up with an argument or a rejection for forced doctrine just to see if I can. And I can't come up with any logical alternative, anything that could beat it.
It would have to be like a future scenario in which like any sort of physical strength doesn't matter. But even then, there would still be a mental edge. So it would then be still a problem.
You know what? Actually, you might be a brilliant person to bring this up to, though, because there is one thing that I inherently disagree with Andrew Wilson on. And it's not that I disagree with him now. It's that I disagree with the future proof of it. Because he talks about using lawfare and political power and just the power of the vote and all this to usher in the era of Christian nationalism, arguing that it wouldn't be any different than what the left is doing now. If they can do it, why can't we? It's all above board. It's all it's all legal, the whole nine. And he thinks that would make for a better society in the long run, which I agree with that in principle. However, what we're seeing right now, because the pendulum swung so far to the left, we are seeing a massive rejection, and that's what's causing this, this right-wing wave. Well, I've never heard him, and I'm not saying he hasn't done it, but I've never heard him give an answer for what happens when the same thing happens in reverse. People move so far right, you gain all this power, and you have it for 15, 20, even 30 years like the left has, but eventually people start to reject it and move back to the left. Like, how do you actually future-proof the Christian nationalist, far right, government style that he wants? Because I don't have an answer for that. I've never heard him give one either.
Yeah, that's one I haven't actually thought too hard on. I mean, I'd imagine, I guess you would have to, man, I think about it, like, we're so fucking lucky that we've had the founding fathers, man. We'd be so fucking cooked if you ever think about it. Like, it'd be bad if they didn't have the foresight to, like, have all of these things in the Constitution to kind of protect against this, at least on some level. They obviously,
on paper.
Yeah, obviously they couldn't have possibly imagined that we would be like, baby killing, fucking laughing when people die. Like, I don't think that was within around.
Let's not pretend that baby killing and laughing when people die are the same. Sometimes it's funny as fuck when people die.
I mean, fair enough. Joke wise, sure, but I think I don't think they could have possibly calculated for that. So, but imagine if they didn't, though. Imagine if they just went like democracy, be like over.
Leave this one on real quick, Cindy. Step one is to get everyone to be Christian, so it's done to begin with. Wrong. Step one is not to get everyone to be Christian. Step one is to get everybody to agree with Christian ethics, which, sure, first of all, in theory, should be relatively easy. And it certainly isn't dumb, because whether you like organized religion, whether you like the modern state of Christianity, because as a Christian, I certainly don't, at least not in a lot of cases, it's the idea of Christian ethics are embedded in us from effectively from birth, because our nation is founded on Christian ethics.
It's also very hard to argue against the like having a religion like Christianity in the first place, as opposed to like complete secularism, because
because we saw what happened in the Soviet Union.
Well, then you can test it this way, right? Like if you had a society where people believed that if they did awful things, that they would be punished like eventually by like a divine force, like at the moment of their death, then they would act in a better way than if they didn't think that was the case.
Well, that's what Jordan Peterson used to say, but before Jordan Peterson was a soy boy, pussy. I'm very disenchanted with modern Daily Wire Jordan Peterson. But he used to, when talking about religion and whatnot, his go-to answer was always, "I act as if Christ exists." Like that's really all it requires is just acting as if it exists. I mean, when you look at another thing, I've never been able to find a counter for Pascal's wager. Never been able to find a counter for it. Even before I knew what Pascal's wager was, like I had this friend. She was a staunch atheist, and not only was she a staunch atheist, she was a Christian hater. It baffled me that she would entertain friendship with me because I was openly Christian and whatnot. But she had like a 12-year-old son, and so she was raising him with all these, these anti-Christian and anti-religious and atheistic views. And one day I was hanging out at her house, and her son asked me. We were at the dinner table, and her son asked me, "Why are you a Christian?" And I just gave what in my mind was like a simple answer that I figured a 12-year-old could rationalize. And I was like, because if I'm wrong, it costs me nothing to be wrong. And at the time, I'm like 20 when this happened. I didn't know what Pascal's wager was. It just made logical sense.
The thing too is even like the science people who like don't believe in God, like even their thing kind of relies on faith as well. Like the idea that the Big Bang just happened.
Well, it actually goes against all just standard philosophical logic. Like you got ex nihilo fit. From nothing, nothing comes. Something can't come from nothing. Something had to be a catalyst for a Big Bang, right? Something
cause and effect. Causality.
Exactly. I mean, if something can come from nothing, if the Big Bang happened, there had to be a catalyst. Now, when people talk about God, they rarely ever use the philosophical definition of God, which is, just greatest conceivable being. It doesn't actually mean anything religious. It doesn't mean anything tied to one religion. It just means the most powerful entity you can think of. And when you use that logic, like, have you ever heard of the Boltzmann brain theory?
Go on.
The Boltzmann brain theory is a mathematical equation that lays out, and this is very tricky to articulate, so I want to make sure I do it properly. It is, imagine you are a brain floating in a vacuum, and the entire universe is just happening within this brain in a vacuum. It's just all a projection of your consciousness. So none of it's actually real. The entire universe, everything within it, is just the projection of a consciousness of a brain in a vacuum.
Okay.
That being the case is more likely than God not existing, is what the mathematical theorem shows.
I see.
Like it's to me, if the math bears out God is real, well, yeah, follow the fucking math. We can argue about religion, but the math bears out that there's a greater conceivable being out there. So follow the fucking math.
Yeah, it's just I agree. And like the easy way to understand it is like, again, with causality, that there has to be something that causes something. And so there has to be, in the end, a prime mover that is outside of causality. Like otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Outside of space-time. And again, the greatest conceivable being can exist outside space-time because it has to be able to create the concept of space and time.
Exactly. You have it.
No, damn, see, I was taking a drink and I was about to say you get it. You beat me to it. Fuck! I find Gnosticism cool. The snake was a liberation. I mean, I guess depending on how... Liberation is being used as a positive term here when it is not inherently positive. Like, liberation can be, and I would say often is positive, but it's not inherently positive. So I don't know about using the snake and liberation as an inherently positive term in this sentence. But that's just me.
I think the thing is a lot of people say that it would be liberation, but then they become slaves to something else.
Right.
So they're not really free.
Oftentimes the state, which is where we're at now. I mean, that's when you talk about the rise of secularism and atheism, like people in general, just due to the nature of the world, not even just the universe, the world, We see all sorts of awful shit. Tornadoes and hurricanes and babies born with cancer. Like it's more or less evolutionarily ingrained in us to need to be able to believe in something. So it's just where you choose to put that belief. But if you put the belief in something that's as fallible as a man-made, government structure, even something like what we have in the US, as much as I fucking love it, still fallible. We saw all the years of lawfare waged against Trump and how they effectively nearly destroyed him. Like you can't put faith in that. Or at least I don't think you can, not logically. Cindy, you're awful quiet. I apologize.
No, why would you apologize? If I can't weigh in, I'm not going to say anything. I apologize.
I guess that's fair. I took it to a really esoteric place. I was like, oh, right. Cindy doesn't really jive with that sort of thing.
I don't understand it. It just goes over my head. So that's
smarter than you give yourself credit for. Actually, no, I take it back. You're a woman. You're retarded. Yes, just
I am
agree with everything
retarded.
I say.
So what about men that are retarded? What are they?
I mean, what are they as in besides retarded?
Yeah. So like if a man is more retarded than the woman, then are they just retarded men?
Then are the women the products of the men's retardation?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I just operate under the assumption, I think Cindy said this earlier, that like 80% of people are fucking retarded. Retardation knows no gender, of which there's only 2. So I don't know. I've never really thought about the idea of like, what is a man if he's retarded beyond just like, oh, well, he's a retarded dude. There's a lot of retarded motherfuckers out there. Like,
I kind of counted if you can't do like a hypothetical. I'm kind of like, that's when you're kind of retarded. When you can't like parse that.
The hypotheticals to me are so much fun because obviously you've got like the midwits that will always try and weasel out of them.
Mm-hmm.
Pose a hypothetical. I don't care how bad the answer sounds. I'm still just going to give one of the 2 answers. You can ask me for my justification afterwards, but like, I'll give you one of the 2.
Yeah, sometimes they can't even answer it. Like even within the, obviously you can also add some caveats to it, right? But like people can't
well,
answer
and again, that's another brilliant debate tactic is like, did you watch Andrew Wilson debate? First of all, are you a fan of Dave Smith? Do you watch him at all?
I don't know.
So I love Dave Smith. He's wrong about a lot of shit. Look, I love libertarian ideology, but the problem with libertarian ideology is it only works if everybody agrees on what these foundational morals and whatnot should be.
Human
and
nature.
We live in such a fractured nation, that's impossible. So libertarianism is in effect impossible. So when Andrew Wilson debated Dave Smith, he's like he was arguing about the morality of incest, if you could find incest immoral without Christian ethics, and he's like they're both adults and the incest would not result in a pregnancy or birth of a child. And Dave was like, it's a really weird caveat to add, and he's like, well, no, because now you can't use the moral argument of the kid could come out retarded. It's like it removes that from the equation. So yeah, adding caveats like that are actually incredibly important to structuring an argument if you want to have again a conversation about ethics.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I find ethics to be just a hilariously fun conversation. Okay.
I could see how that would get like super heated though.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It got very heated, but I don't know. I think all the best debates should be like when you were debating that anti-AI guy, for example. I don't know. Would you say that got heated?
I mean, I'd say it's about neutral. I think the ones I've had that got really heated were the abortion one, the racism one, the ICE one. Those ones got really heated.
When you say the ICE one, the one that was happening within the chat, like you were debating the chatter.
Yeah, I was debating my friend. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say your friend, but I didn't know if since that conversation they were still friends. I was like, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I don't hate people for their beliefs, but it's kind of rough when they say that it's kind of rough when they say that like your ideology is worthy of death. That's kind of a little
that's a bit
beyond
excessive.
like yeah.
Were you on stream with me when we watched that debate, or was it just me?
No, I was with you because
I thought you were with me for that one.
I thought it was hilarious. This guy was speaking nonsense like a good portion of it.
Well,
The
and
weird- Go ahead,
sorry, go on. No, go on.
Oh, just the weird context of that is like, so I told you, like, I have a friend group. They're all like, almost all of them are dudes. And I've always saw myself as like the dumbest person in the group. And then like
As you
in
should.
the middle,
Not you personally, but like the royal.
Yes.
If you were, you should be the
Mhm.
dumbest person in your friend group. Like that
Yeah.
should be your rule as a person.
Mhm.
But
So
sorry,
it's like
continue.
in the middle of that debate. So I've always thought of myself as like kind of less capable than my friend. And then like in the middle of that debate, I was like, wait a minute. I can win here. You know? And then like and then it was like then that I kind of cranked it up and I went like full on like offensive, you know? At
Well,
that
and that's
point.
why it's one of your weaker debates. When I say your weaker debates, I don't mean like based on your arguments or skill level, but because they were so inept, it almost was like, you know, that Simpsons like, stop, he's already dead. It was like, it was so thoroughly a destruction. And I was like, oh, there's not even anything to get from this from the opposite side. This is a what's it called when it's a one-sided fight? This is a blowout.
I feel like he just kept highlighting your points more and more as the conversation went on.
And it is like you said, kind of very like Andrew Wilson, like based, like very offensive. Like you just you kind of go you kind of really drill into like their ideology, and then you go deep. You try to find out like what they're actually trying to say, and it sort of they kind of blow themselves up usually. When it comes to like leftists, they blow themselves up like quite often, actually.
All the time, and they frequently make your point for you by accident, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
How much of when you're doing these debates and whatnot is so I'll use myself as an anecdotal example. Anytime I'm doing what I'm doing on stream, whether it's with me and Cinny, whether we're reacting to something, whether it's a solo thing, I'm 100% being me and giving my 100% true viewpoints. I'm also being, I know I'm putting on a show, so I'm being entertaining. If you were to have the same debate with me off stream, all my points would be the same, but my demeanor might be slightly different and whatnot. So how much of when you're doing it is, well, this is still a show, it needs to be entertaining for an audience, versus this is how I would debate even if I was off stream.
This is kind of a bad thing about me is I have trouble doing that. So when I actually do get into a debate with someone, I almost forget that I'm streaming. Like I'm kind of like just
that's awesome.
I'm like 100% like in the like I see there's a fight. Like honestly, like it's like a PvP, you know, and it's like okay, like here's his like and I almost just like I said, like everything just kind of melts away. I just see the person and I see like the weaknesses and all of their stuff. And when they say something, I'm like, okay, like here's where I can attack. These are like the angles I can attack from, which is the optimal one to like go for, right? So like even if there's multiple arrays I can hit him, like multiple sides, it's like I gotta find the weakest one.
See, thankfully, I'm probably better off in being able to fall into that than you, because I always have Cindy with me who can highlight chat and keep it going and look like I'm running a professional show, because she really produces shit behind the scenes. Whereas, like, I don't think you have anyone that does that for you. So you're like, all right, fuck you, chat. We're zooming on this one dude.
That is kind of what happens. It's like that, yeah.
See, it's I get to maintain the illusion that they're all like, oh, he's pulling up the comments. Nope. Round of applause for Cindy in the chat. Clap emojis for Cindy being the best fucking partner in crime in the game.
It distracts me, actually. If I have to look at the chat, sometimes I'll lose. And this is like the other problem with me is like I tend to like I don't want to explain it. It's like there's like a thread of thought, and if I ride it, and then if I get off of it, then it unravels.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
So are you bad multitasker?
Yes. I'm a very tunnel vision sort of person.
I would not have, I imagine to be a streamer, and maybe this is just me projecting, but like you've got to be good at multitasking, because I've always been a multitasker. I can't stand just doing one thing. So I just assume anybody that's like, oh, I'm streaming for a living. So yeah, I'm multitasking. I'm reacting to the video, I'm reading the chat, I'm doing shit on the side that people can't see behind the scenes, and it just comes fucking natural.
Yeah, it's man, how do
that's the ADHD.
I get it so bad that sometimes my mom will be talking to me, I don't even hear her. It's like I'm focused so hard on something, I can't hear anything that's going on. Like my mom has had entire conversations with me, and I don't even remember
listening to her mom.
Huh?
I said Cindy wishes she could have the problem of not listening to her mom.
Shut up.
It was great, dude. So we were doing the show last night. And, I was like, hey, special guest announcement, but before I asked you to be on the show and whatnot. And so I was like, all right, let's see if anyone knows who the special guest is going to be. And several comments were like, please tell us you're getting Cindy's mom on stream. And I was like, that's really weird, but that might need to happen now. Cindy, can we get your mom on stream?
No.
Can we get your mom on stream?
My mom
man.
doesn't like really go on much.
No, I was talking about Cindy's mom.
Oh,
I think it's cool that your mom went on at all. My mom is like, no, I think that would be a terrible idea because I will say she will drop the N-bomb with no provocation. And she's aware that she shouldn't do
with
that.
a southern accent, therefore it's like kind of passable.
Maybe she could.
Charming, a little bit charming, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure, charming.
So speaking of your mom, Leaflit, because I mean, obviously the channel is Leaflit and Asari, and I know it's the you and your mom dynamic, and I've heard you talk about your mom. I've seen her passively, but is there a reason she doesn't like? It's both you guys in the title, but she doesn't really seem to be on camera and stuff. Not on camera, but you know what I mean.
She is on Saturday.
Okay, gotcha.
So we play on Saturday. She did a solo stream this Sunday, but
usually it's solo stream stuff. I mean, it's still on the Leaflit and Asari. I guess is that stream only? Does it just rarely get clipped, or
it's like stream? The thing is, her content's completely different than YouTube. Like she does like flight sims and model building.
Oh
Gotcha.
wow!
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Shit, I never knew that. And was like, whose idea was it to do this together? Because I mean, you've been doing this for a while. Is she with you from the beginning, or?
So it started like this. So I used to kind of play games with my mom and like watch like anime with her. And then when I started streaming, as you know,
like my dad, just like a straight up OG nerd.
Yeah. Oh, my mom used to do, like fan subs back in the day, like hard subs, like on.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's kind of like I didn't really have much time, and as you know, being a streamer is like a very time consuming. Kind of lose a lot of time for other things that you want to do. So I had less time to spend with her. So the idea was like, hey, what if we get you like a character and then we can play games together on stream? So it started like that. And then she actually enjoyed it. So I was like, okay, I'll get you a model then. And then so now like we just kind of play games together on Saturday. She likes Helldivers.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
I was not expecting such. I mean, I was expecting a wholesome story, but I wasn't expecting your mom to be so like fucking cool with Instead story. I don't know. I guess I was expecting it's more like, I want to spend time with my mom and whatnot. I want to show her. I want to invite her into my life, the thing I'm interested in, not the role reversal of like, oh no, she was actually the catalyst for you.
Yeah. She's really the one who encouraged me to stream because I wasn't really doing anything at the time, to be honest. So it was really her. She turned everything around.
So like when you say you weren't doing anything, was this after like maybe you had like a lull in game development period, or was there like some sort of event that just left you not doing stuff? Or
I won't go like too far into it, but then like I had a pretty devastating event in my life, and I just got really depressed, and like I just didn't do anything for years.
Patriots won the Super Bowl again.
What's up?
Patriots won the Super Bowl again.
Yes, that's that. But I was basically kind of just living off of the money I had made before. So I had like some money saved up, and I was just like kind of doing nothing. And then my mom like kind of had a feeling that I wasn't well. So like she had the idea that, oh, like, you used to stream, because I used to stream like before Twitch existed.
Oh wow.
Like back when it was just in TV or on a different platform entirely?
Own 3D. Do you know Own 3D?
No.
It was called Own 3D. And I used to stream on there. And what happened was,
were you on camera at the time? Because VTubers weren't a thing, or did you not even have a camera on?
PNG, I was PNG tubing.
Oh wow.
Back then?
Yes.
Dude, so you gotta be like a pioneer in that regard.
I did my first like VTubing stream in 2016 and got my first model in 2016.
Wow.
Holy shit.
So it was like kind of a long time ago. I was using like a thing called FaceRig back then. And it was like really funny because like you couldn't even you couldn't even hire somebody to do like a live 2D. I had to tell my artist like, hey man, like there's this new technology out called live 2D. Like, how much could I pay you to learn this? And so that's like kind of how we did it.
I knew VTubing in Japan started blowing up like around 2018 and stuff. So was this a thing that was already like taking off over there first and you just knew about it because you're familiar with the culture, or like?
Well, I was familiar with Live 2D because it was just like a really cool technology, right? Like kind of like
Right, but I guess a better way to rephrase it is like, if it was such an underground niche thing, how did you get familiar with it? I guess is more what I mean.
Oh, I was just really interested in kind of the anime avatar thing. So I knew about Live 2D before it came out, and then I was like, that's how I was using it because I was like actively like in the circles, like knowing about like kind of like technologies like that. And like it was brought to my attention. I think I saw a post on Live 2D. It was like the old like Live 2D stuff where they had like the setups at like a convention where they were like showing off in Japan. So
Yeah,
it was
would it
really,
be
really
like
long time.
would it be like behind the digital screen? It would show like the movements that was mocap and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So it was,
I
like,
remember
that long
seeing
ago.
stuff of that real early on, but I had no idea like that would be applied to streaming it or stuff even back then.
Yeah. So like that's kind of when I was doing that. I was like, I did a couple podcasts back then, and then then my mom just
Sorry,
suggested
I gotta
that
cut you off. I want
No,
to
sure.
shout out the brilliance
Mhm.
of this comment. This might be my favorite comment of the stream. Jim Henson was just an analog VTuber.
True.
Sorry,
It's awesome.
I'm a big stand-up comedy fan, and that's one of those things. Like I just see someone coming out an open mic and saying that to a niche audience, and it killing. Sorry, continue. Well done, yes, Paffy. Keep going, Leaflit. My
No,
bad.
no worries. Oh, it's just well. So my mom saw that like I was kind of not in a good state, and she suggested that I take streaming more seriously, and that's where I am now.
I think that's wonderful. Wow, your mom is like super supportive. You don't hear that like a whole lot.
Yeah, I'd be pretty cooked without her, to be honest. Kind of high roll on that SSR roll, you know.
I could totally relate.
I get it. Like, obviously, I don't know nor need to know what the sort of like traumatic event was for you or anything. But it was the same for me as to why I even started doing YouTube, because I didn't start streaming. It wasn't about until about 3 months into doing YouTube. But my ex-wife left me out of the blue. Obviously, she wasn't an ex-wife yet. We were still married. But like at the time, my wife she's like, "Yep, deuces, not working out," and she bounced.
Similar situation here.
I was a fucking wreck. And that buddy of mine, the one that was telling you about the we play Smash Bros. And he was into epistemology and telling me about philosophy. Well, he lived in another state over at the time. We weren't roommates anymore. He had gotten married. He moved out with his spouse, and so of course he's the ones I went to. I was like, yo, she's gone. This, that, and the other. He's like, here's the deal. I'm gonna give you my PC. Because at the time, I hadn't had a PC in ages and years. My apartment had been broken into and robbed like back in like 2017. And so I didn't have the funds or anything to build a new PC. So I've been PC-less for ages. He's like, I just built a new PC anyway. I'm going to give you mine. I'm going to play World of Warcraft together. And it's going to get your mind off this. But if I give you this PC, you got to play WoW with me. I was like, all right, bet. And then within days of having the PC, I was like, oh, that's right. I can do YouTube, and I can just use that as a way to cope with the fact that I'm alone now. So
it's relatable to me.
I completely understand.
Yeah.
YouTube started off as a coping mechanism, and now it's ranting about the government being controlled by a cabal of pedophiles.
That's like literally the same thing. Like here is it's the same thing basically. Just using streaming to like kind of get out of those bad thoughts,
right?
Kind of have like a purpose, like outside of feeling bad for yourself. So,
but see, you went the smart way of like not showing yourself on screen. See, I was on camera from the beginning, and I used to be a fat fuck. It might be part of the reason my wife left. Who knows? And so I would watch these videos back and like, oh, I look awful. And so it absolutely needed to change, start losing weight and shit like that. Because my God, was I a fat little fucker. But no. What was I going to say? Oh, but cabal of pedophiles. So you've been covering the Epstein stuff. Everyone's been covering the Epstein stuff. Where do we go from here? I want to hear your thoughts. I can't believe we're 3.5 hours in, haven't even talked about Epstein yet. Let's talk about Jews fucking children.
Oh my God. Like what? There's so much to talk about.
So first of all, do you think we are ever going to see any sort of justice in our lifetime at all?
There are some conspiracy theories that I hope are true.
Oh, you go on. You're speaking my fucking language.
There are there's like this conspiracy theory that the whole reason any of the war even happened was to find the hidden Epstein, Epstein Triforce, basically, so that like now that we have the Epstein Triforce, we can finally go after them, and that's why like Hillary Clinton and Bill.
Which war do you mean? Do you mean the most recent strike on Iran or something before that?
That they were storing stuff for Obama, and that was the purpose of like the big bribe, like the nuclear deal, was for them to hide like the third piece of the Epstein Triforce. And now that we have bombed the fuck out of them, we have retrieved the third piece of the Epstein Triforce, and that's the story. Is that we are in that arc now, and that's why Obama, we're gonna go after Obama next, and like that's why Bill and Hillary are doing their deposition. I hope it's real.
Man. I would love if this turned out real. Like that was another part of my radicalization was I was 18 when Obama ran, and my dumb young ass thought that again, I'm a kid. I'm not a kid. I'm an adult. I'm 18, but like, was captivated by the speaking. Like so many people voted for him, and then life went to shit, and it was like, oh, mistakes were made. So any justice I can see all these years later, even if he wasn't fucking kids, I want to see the man brought down. And I appreciate the Zelda reference because I'm a Ganondorf main in Smash. So the final piece of the Triforce is a good way to put it. But yeah, no, I wish I could be as optimistic as you. I'm in the camp of, and I hate being black-pilled. I'm not a black-pilled individual. I usually always think there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But with the Epstein stuff, I'm worried it's going to be like the JFK. It's like, oh yeah, there's eventually going to be justice, but that justice is going to be all the files will be released and everything, and the actual names, 70 years from now when all these fuckers are dead, so they effectively got away with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm hoping that the conspiracy is real, the Epstein Triforce, and that their time is soon. And see, the idea, the other part of the conspiracy, that's the reason why they got Maduro, is so that is that they could have him and leverage him to show that they've been stealing all of the votes and stuff using the Venezuelan machines. And that's the whole reason they exfilled him.
See, it's because I actually have a similar theory about Maduro, but it doesn't relate to the Epstein stuff. It was more that just Maduro was a dry run for Iran. It's like, if we can get the American people to agree with us going in and kidnapping this motherfucker, they obviously going to be A-okay with us bombing the shit out of those Dune coons.
I wonder if they were anticipating people going, hey, do it again. If you guys are going to sit here and waste our taxpayer money by taking over other countries and taking their leaders, do it again.
Well, it's because I had this conversation. I don't remember with who. I think it was with Ryan Rajarathe. He was against the bomb. Which he's a Brit, so I don't know why the fuck he cares. And he's super ultra right wing. So again, I don't know why he would be against this, but he was against the bombing of Iran. And I was explaining why no, this is actually fucking awesome. And he made some sort of argument. My counter was, I would rather my tax dollars going to glassing them than cutting off 12-year-old cocks. And he really didn't have an argument against that. He's like, well, your taxes are going to go to something. I guess that is the better thing. Bomb brown people, mutilate children. Sorry, darkies.
I mean, that's kind of the reason I'm very pro-military spending. A lot of people are anti. I kind of like the idea of having the biggest stick in the world, and to the point that if everybody ganged up on us, we would beat the shit out of them. And I'm very for that.
Well, so I'm damn near an isolationist, but still want an isolationist, and that we shouldn't be sending money to fucking anyone. However, our military still needs to be number one, because we saw what happened if your isolationist and your military isn't number one. We saw what happened to Japan back in the 1800s. So it was like, both can be true. Fuck all other countries, but also we still have the biggest dick, as you put it.
I still think you can
agree with that.
You can still focus on America and still occasionally flop your dick on the table and just show a show of force towards the world for something while still focusing on America.
Yeah, no, I agree with that completely. There's not a single foreign war or conflict I think that we should have involvement in, with the exception this prior to the Iran thing. Because before Iran, you had three major ones going on at once. You had Ukraine and Russia, Israel and Palestine, and then you had China and Taiwan. Those are the only one that I think we actually have any stake in should be China and Taiwan. It's the one that we hear about the least. It's our entire economic structure, as well as the structure of our physical goods, kind of rely on their relationship. If anything we should be involved in. It should be that one. Why are we fucking around with Israel and Palestine and Russia and Ukraine?
I mean, I'd go another one, and I'd say I'd rather deal with Mexico because they're literally right next to us, and like all of their crime shit is like infesting us.
Yeah, that's true.
So I yeah, when you put it like that, because I was thinking like actual government-based conflicts. In Mexico is because I agree with you in theory, 100%. We gotta deal with them. I just don't think of the cartel as an actual. I know they're structured like one. It's smarter to think of them as one, so I should. But I'm more thinking of them as just like, they're pests that we should just bomb the fuck out of and move on, as opposed to I think it actually would take more strategy to deal with China and Taiwan.
That's the thing that annoys me is a lot of times people will be like, oh, but Mexico's like its own country. It's like, yeah, but they can't handle it. So why the fuck shouldn't we go in there?
I also don't care if something is their own country. Like, do they not realize the entire history of the world was conquest against other fucking countries? Why would we stop now just because we got the internet? Like,
I mean, if they can't handle it, right? Like, if they have all of these crime problems and it's flowing into our country via not only just the crime and like the illegal immigration, like the trafficking of people, fentanyl, all of these things, like, why the fuck isn't it our problem?
Again, I'm very pro. What's the most offensive way I can say this? Killing literally anybody that disagrees with us. That's the best way I can say it. Like, oh, you don't like America? Dead. I don't fucking care because I'm American. Why should I give any fuck about anyone else? Give me a moral obligation I would have to anyone else.
I think the only thing is not liking the death itself, which I don't think that you're saying that, but I think people will try to conflate what you're saying, like being happy about the death.
It's not even that I support the death so much so as I'm apathetic to it. I don't care. It doesn't. Humans are selfish. I'm tired of humans pretending they're not selfish. The people that like throw a bitch for it's like, oh my God, women's wages, or can you believe what we're doing in the Middle East or whatnot, while they're talking on their fucking iPhone that was made by slaves in a cobalt mine in Africa. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna fuck with those slaves making phones. I like my fucking phone. I just try to hold that same energy for everything else.
Yeah, but nobody cares that they're doing slave labor for the phones because they still all own the fucking phones.
Exactly.
Yep. I think when it comes to war and stuff like that, it's kind of like the harder you project force, basically, the less likely that anything like seriously bad is going to happen. Right? It's like the more
that's
the more pussy we act.
Mutually assured destruction. That's why I don't think we will ever have a nuclear war. Like, if Russia starts some shit or we start some shit, either way, and the bombs fly and the other person retaliates, then that's just humans are gone. So no, I think mutually assured destruction is a brilliant way to have people not drop world-ending nukes.
I totally agree.
Which is also why I think that, frankly, Russia's being very nice with Ukraine. They could have ended that shit a long time ago.
They must have been shitting themselves though, like the rest of the world leaders. Like after Maduro happened, and then after like Khamenei got knocked down, they're like, let's have a new leader. Dead. Let's have a new leader. Dead.
and we just kept doing it. Like, it was literally the Captain America memes. I could do this all day. Like, it was amazing. I don't know how people can't not want that. They spare me your performative fucking outrage. This shit's funny as fuck. This is a real life Looney Tune.
Yeah. It took 3 hours, 2 maybe, and everybody
for Maduro, it was like 2 hours and 36 minutes or something crazy like that.
I mean, that's a hell of a show of force. And I remember everybody like, we just woke up and shit hit the fan. What happened?
Dude, it was amazing. Like, when the Maduro shit happened, I was live, like, because it was happening real late at night, and I think I was like doing analog horror night or something. So it was a late night show, and then I was like, and then they're like, "Hey, Trump's gonna do a speech at 6 a.m." and I was like, "Oh, it's 3. I may as well just stay up and stream the speech." And it was exhausting, but my God, was it fun. And there was a lot of TDS motherfuckers in chat. And I don't usually get that. Like, I love my chat. I love you guys to death. But most of them, when it comes to political stuff, agree with me. We can have all the arguments we want about video games and anime and the sort of inconsequential stuff, and that's fun. But I rarely get people who politically disagree with me. So when you have an event like that brings out the people that hate you, oh, it's content time, baby.
That was so crazy, the Maduro thing, just the freaking it's like we landed in there with the Space Marines and just nuked them with psychers and then just like
Yes.
went in there.
But I've been told the Space Marines aren't the good guys, so you know.
Well, I
and to be
mean,
fair, when it
I
comes-
don't think anybody I don't think everybody would unanimously agree that the US are the good guys too, though.
What's funny is I don't really care if we're the good guys or not. I care if at the end of the day, I'm the good guy when I die. Like if I'm the basically, as long as I'm the good guy in the eyes of God, if I follow things and die and go to heaven, I'm good. I don't give a fuck if we're the bad guys as a nation. That really doesn't bother me. I don't know if that's just me or not, but like I don't think good and bad are subjective. I can't get in line with that.
I just like having the biggest stick in the world. That's it. I just don't want anyone to ever be able to fuck with us, right? Like I don't want to ever have like a World War II situation where it's like, oh man, it's a toss up. Who might win here? I just want it to be total American victory, like every time. And like,
well, and it's because like I don't think we'll. And this is a negative thing. We'll even if we have another World War, it won't be a World War II situation because if World War III happens, we'll be in it from the get go instead of abstaining and then jumping in later. So I was like, oh man, I'd rather we just like do what we did with Iran. I was like, bomb people now and again, just remind them of their place, and we all keep moving on with our lives.
well, that's why you have to do it, right? I mean, that's why you have to project power to say like, if you fuck around, you're gonna find out. If you never like make them find out, then the fuck around part doesn't matter.
Well, and there's also the financial aspect of it, which is like, why would you buy a Lamborghini and not fucking drive it? We're spending all these money on missiles. We want to use them.
Gotta show them that. Gotta show them that they can't fuck around.
I will say if I'm jokes aside, there's one area where I am genuinely nervous. It is our infrastructure. It's our cyber infrastructure. I think that we do not put near enough military, at least based on what we know publicly, near enough time, money, or effort into the security of that. And I think that's why, like, a lot of this woke shit that everybody's complaining about, myself included, is all imports from China, basically tricking people into believing this nonsense through our algorithm. Obviously, we've got our own politicians and whatnot that are advocating for this shit as well. But a lot of it is China bolstering their own strength by importing woke ideology via cyber warfare. And the lack of seriousness that at least publicly seems to be taken is like truly concerning.
That's like the Achilles heel of like having so much freedom in our country, and kind of limiting the government's power to do stuff like that. That's what they're abusing because they know that's our weakness.
So are you in favor of curbing individual freedom? And if so, like in what way?
I guess it would really depend on like the specifics. I'm typically very much pro freedom.
So because I find myself in a conundrum, like I guess kind of similar to you, is where too much freedom leads to like or just freedom in general leads to the opportunities for shit like what we're going through now to have arisen. Like if people ruled this bitch with an iron fist, we wouldn't be seeing trans 15-year-olds and whatnot. That being said, is it worth the risk of all this bad shit happening to have more freedom? I would say on the individual level it is, but I would also like a government that's not afraid to put their foot down and let things get too far. Like there's this tug of war, this give and take, and I don't think that either side, either us as the individuals or the government, have managed it properly. Frankly, in my opinion, if we were actual Americans, we'd use our Second Amendment rights a long fucking time ago during COVID. But that's just me.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I don't know. I do believe that certain limitations should be applied. Like, and I know this is kind of like pivoting to a different subject in a sense, but like a parent should be accountable for their child, and children should be limited from being allowed to access the internet and harmful games like Roblox and things that adults can take advantage of them on. So there is like a limit on what should not be taken away, but also you have to consider what is actually really good for the American people.
I actually think it's a brilliant argument to make for quote unquote curbing rights. Like, parents should be fined or worse, jailed or whatnot if they allow something to happen to their children online that they're not doing their fucking job as a parent to monitor. I think that's an excellent example, actually.
I think the issue here is I think we're really going after a symptom and not the actual disease. I think the disease is like the erosion of like our like
Moral
ethics.
values.
Yeah, moral values, because none of this should be a problem if we had that. If we maintained that and we like kept that as important and we didn't let like all of these freaks like, you know, psyop an entire generation like Bezmenov said, then you know, we would still have parents like parenting their kids. You know, obviously there'd be like a couple fuck ups here and there, but then they would be shamed.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's so the only antidote to that, whether people like it or not, is a stricter, more stringent government that to more or less correct the moral values. That's what Andrew Wilson advocates for, you know, with the Christian ethics, with the far right, you know, Christian nationalist regime. And while I agree that would curb the problem over probably 2 generations, give or take, Yuri Bezmenov says it takes about 3, but I'd say that if you're doing it willingly within your own country, you could probably do it in 2. The problem is that when government gains power, it never wants to give it up. So,
Yes,
how much do we allow them to gain to course correct versus, you know, what they'll never give up in the long run?
That really is the question. Is it like, are we so far gone now that like we require a drastic measure, a drastic reduction of freedom in order to course correct? Otherwise, we're like the iceberg is there and we're like about to hit it. And like we have to like do something incredibly drastic to like move off course. Or is it still solvable through culture, right? And that's kind of that's the issue. Like this shouldn't even be a problem.
I don't think we're too far out yet. Like I feel like if it keeps getting ignored, and like people keep being more and more complacent and letting things happen, then yeah, it will come to that. And I genuinely hope it doesn't. Whoops.
Yeah.
Edmund does make a good point there. It's like half these laws, if not more, were already there. They just weren't fucking enforced. And that is an excellent point. We would just enforce our current fucking law. Now, again, I do think that Cindy brought up an excellent example where, you know, parents and their kids online and whatnot. I could be wrong, but I don't really think we have laws that cover that, and we probably should. But for the vast majority of laws, you're right. They just aren't being fucking enforced, which is why, you know, ICE looks like the big bad guys, even though they're just doing their goddamn job, which has been their job since 2003. That's longer than some of my viewers have been alive. God, that makes me feel old. But like at the end of the day, you were mentioning, you know, we were talking about like the rights and the government and, you know, how we fix this. I also am curious how much you believe in the conspiracy theory, because it's one that I'm all in on. I believe wholeheartedly, and I've believed this for many years. The left-right dynamic is a dog and pony show. There is a global cabal that does in fact control everything. This is all part of their plan. I do think that people like Elon buying, you know, X and whatnot, making it more pro-free speech, throws a monkey wrench in the plan. They didn't account for things like that. But by and large, the vast majority of this was by design, and the most of what we see on TV when it comes to the left versus the right is all 100% engineered.
The One Piece is real. It's like the world government and the 5 elders.
That's why I really do think we live in a One Piece-esque world government world. Call it cabal, call it the Illuminati, call it the World Economic Forum. But I do think that is how shit is actually done.
Yo, the Skybrows in the chat.
Yeah.
Shout out, homie.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of do feel like part of that is true, and especially with like, you know, actually, what's funny is the Epstein files actually sort of is a part of that, right? Like it's the blackmail system for everything.
It doesn't prove it, but it certainly puts a whole lot of evidence towards it.
Mm-hmm. So, like, do you think then that Trump is involved in it? Is he like this wrecking ball third party that like they couldn't like fucking predict? Is he like is he like Nika or something like that? And they couldn't even fucking predict that like he would exist, or do you think he's a part of it? Like
I've asked myself this a lot, and this is, remember how you were saying earlier you were like really hoping for that conspiracy of the third piece of the Epstein Triforce to be real?
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat with this particular question, whereas so far, based on if I just look at like Occam's razor, it seems like, you know, Trump is not a part of it. However, also seems that it's like he and the very, very few people within his regime that can be trusted also aren't strong enough to handle it. Now, I think we have got dog shit, weak people that are either incompetent or possibly even playing for the other side in his administration. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. I think they're fucking worthless. I think that when the midterms come, the left is going to win in a landslide victory unless the Trump administration does some shit to really fix it. And you can point that blame almost exclusively on Pam Bondi and Kash Patel.
Man, I had like my my Oshi back in the Dan Bongino. I had like so much hopes. And then, like,
Agreed. I
just seeing
thought
him get-
Bongino was going to be that dude.
and then just seeing him like come out like broken is just so sad. You
It's-
know?
But I can't, like, I can feel bad that he came out so broken, but I can also be like, dude, you promised us this. You made a big deal about this. You built your entire
I agree.
career on this. And then you effectively look like you just gave the fuck up. I can't respect it.
I totally agree. And like that's coming from a person like I listen to him every day. Like he was like my dude that I listen to, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the announcement of Kash Patel, but I was all in on Bongino.
Mhm.
I'm really annoyed that we didn't get Gates. Getz. I've heard pronounced both ways, but Matt Getz. I'm mixed on whether or not I think that he can be trusted. But by the same token, I think that he does inspire a lot of genuine fear in the opposition. I don't think that they're actually. I don't think he's part of the Uniparty. I just also don't know how much I agree with him. But so yeah, all those accusations and allegations against him, which to this day, by the way, remain completely unfounded. Losing us as him part of the cabinet, I find that to be disheartening. But
Yeah, I agree. I was really hoping for I don't know, I just feel like they always let us down, like the Kraken. I never get to see the fucking Kraken. They keep saying that the Kraken's coming, and it just never comes.
Who says that? I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
That was like a big thing of like they were gonna unleash the Kraken. Like back when was that? That was in 2020?
It was during his second run. Basically, it was his new version of Drain the Swamp.
They were saying that like everything was stolen and that they have the evidence and the Kraken will be unleashed, and then the Kraken never got unleashed.
And not only is it not unleashed, I don't know that it ever will be. However, I am very curious about JD Advanced. I feel like he might actually be, and maybe I'm just being too white-pilled, maybe I'm being too optimistic. I think he might be the dude that's gonna like, because Trump, at the end of the day, he is a businessman. While I like how hard he's been this time around comparatively to the first time, I feel like he's still playing ball more than he should be. Vance, on the other hand, seems like he just wants to fuck shit up.
Yawgmoth's bargain.
So, are you positive about a potential? Actually, better question. Before I even ask if you're positive about a potential Vance 2028, who do you want them to run against him? Who do you think would be the best person to run against Vance from the left?
Like who would like I wish that would run?
Who do you want them to run against Vance?
Kamala.
Kamala would be hilarious. I was thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it's not to your question, but I do find Marco Rubio pretty interesting after his last speech.
I like Marco. Make him VP. He can be president after Vance fixes shit. Rubio is too nice.
Didn't he get so much better though? Like I thought he was ass. Like in 2016.
No man. So I actually fun fact about your boy Leon. I used to work for the Trump administration.
Really?
Right after he became president in 2016, I got a job with the Trump administration, basically campaigning for all of his the people that he represents that were about to be up for re-election and whatnot.
Yeah.
And Rubio was one of them. Rubio was up for re-election. This was after 2016, and I fucking hated him. I campaigned for him because I had to. I fucking hated him. Now here we are, 2026. Bro, Rubio a dude. Straight up.
I agree.
Yeah.
He got so much better in the time that
he was just a weak, meek, spineless, cowardly individual. At least that was my perception of him back in 2016, 2017. Now it seems like, and now some of this can be attributed to, now the right is actually in control, at least in some sense. It seems like they got social backing. So maybe he's able to grow a spine. Maybe he feels more powerful now that he's got more people backing him. But either way, I still think, JD Advance is the better of the two options.
Man, you know who was the biggest disappointment? Freaking Ted Cruz, man.
What a fall from fucking grace.
For real, man. Like, I liked him so much before, man. Oh,
it's like during the first Trump era and even during the Biden era, like Ted Cruz is like, okay, I don't agree with everything he says, but it seems like he's got a more like libertarian mind, than at least most other staunch like neocons and stuff like that. But dude, these last couple of years, he is a fucking joke.
Mm-hmm.
The Zodiac Killer. The meme never died. Yes, Lonely Palace. The Zodiac Killer never died. I heard they actually found out who the Zodiac Killer was, though. Is that true? Didn't they finally actually find out who he was?
There was a theory that it was somebody. It's I don't think it's actually confirmed, but they have like a new they have a new suspect, and then a lot of people that were around that person were saying that it was him. But
I feel like that's one we gotta do for.
No, the identity of the Zodiac Killer has never been officially confirmed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I feel like we gotta do a tinfoil of haters on him, but but the discussions for later. Anyway, so you said you would run Kamala. Wait, Cindy, did you say that, or Leaflit? Did you say that you run Kamala?
Leaflit said it, but I
All right,
have to agree with some people in chat. Kamala with AOC on the ticket.
See, I'm pulling for Newsom AOC to run against JD Advance because Kamala, yeah, that's an easy victory. But I don't want an easy victory. I want an earned victory. I want to see JD Advance get up there and I want to see him eviscerate that Ken doll. You know the way that little girls would cut the hair off their Barbies? I want to see him do that to AOC. Those two are the ones that it would make my just little heart well with joy.
he's the reason I left California.
Wait, no shit, really?
Yeah, well, because he was gonna get recalled after the whole COVID thing, and I was one of the people that signed up for that. I was really excited he's gonna get recalled, and then Larry Elder he lost, and they didn't recall him. I was like, well, and this is what my mom said. My mom said, Leaflit, this place is cooked. We're getting out of here. Because we have all our family there and stuff, and it's kind of want to stick around, and maybe if we vote hard enough and we sign the petitions and we do informed voting, then we'll be able to fix things. And then it was just after that, it was wait, so you're telling me that the guy that fucked up COVID so bad and everything's fucked right now, you're telling me that guy, he was getting recalled and they were no, we still want him?
See, when COVID was going on, just watching what was going down in California, because I'm a Midwesterner and I've always been a Midwesterner. Watching what was going down in California, it was like a different fucking world. I get that California compared to the Midwest is always kind of a different fucking world, but especially because they were all 2 weeks to sow the spread. So here in the Midwest, it really was 2 weeks. Businesses enforced yeah, wear your mask and whatnot. After about 2 weeks, nobody gave a fuck. You'd walk into Walmart and the grader would be wear your mask. It didn't. No one fucking cared. No one followed it. Life was back to normal almost immediately. Roads were still pretty clear because people weren't going out. I did like that. But all in all, shit was pretty much back to fucking normal. Going to the movies, the whole nine. And then I would just watch, all the political stuff on YouTube. And California was basically like India. It blew my fucking mind that people allowed that. If any point in our history was when we should have taken up arms and extended our Second Amendment rights against the government, it should have been when the Patriot Act happened. But the second point would have been COVID.
Yeah, it was really wild because there were a lot of cases in California where business owners were really hurt by it because it's nobody go outside, don't go to restaurants, and all these people are they poured their hearts and souls and everything they had into their business, and then they're being told, oh, you can't open your business. It's because it's an indoor business. And they're okay, well, we put tents outside. Can we have a business now? And they're no, you can't. There was a news report of this where a person set up tents outside. They're can we open our business now? They're no, you cannot have sit-in customers even outside. And then,
but they're not sit-in, they're outside.
No, but see, what's diabolical about this is right outside in that same parking lot, they filmed a Hollywood thing and they had fucking catering.
Are you kidding?
No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, and that's
Oh
why
my-
people were so pissed off at Gavin. That's why like a bunch of people signed up to kick him out.
That's
Oh
that's
my
and
gosh.
okay. Paul, correct me in the chat. It was a month, not 2 weeks. Okay, sorry, a month. Some of the country was on lockdown for 2.5 goddamn years. We were a month, but like, and this is the difference, like in the mentality of a Midwesterner and you know a California liberal or even a California conservative. So my job at the time, you know, before I was doing this full time, whatnot, you know, I wasn't even doing YouTube yet at the time. I had a normal fucking IT job. I love my job, great job. But during COVID, at first they did the whole like work from home thing. Yeah, that was all well and good, and they had to do the work from home thing for a while. And then once it started to slow down, they're like, okay, we're gonna bring everybody back, stagger it. You got to be in the office like 3 days a month, you know, whatever it was. And then they attempted, and again, that was fine. 3 days a month, ain't no fucking big deal. Like, yeah, it's fine. But then they attempted to try and make the vaccines mandatory. Now, I work in the Midwest with a bunch of dudes because it's an IT job, and we're not. If you work in IT, anyone that works in IT knows we do everything we can to do the bare fucking minimum. Because we don't like dealing with dumb motherfuckers that can't fix fucking servers. And so when you're surrounded with a bunch of dudes who have dude energy that don't like doing what they're fucking told. So me and I start talking to my boy Ed and start talking to other, you know, individuals is like, yo, they're trying to make us get the vaccine. You gonna do it? It's like, I'm not gonna do it. Other people, I'm not gonna do it. Office of 43 dudes, 40 of us banded together and just told our bosses, we're not getting the vaccine. And by the way, when I say I worked IT, I'm not going to say the name of the company, but it was for a Fortune 500 company. I worked IT for a massive conglomeration. I was like, 40 of the 43 of us got together, said, we're not getting the vaccine. Fire us if you dare. If you do, the company collapses because we keep the servers running. They walked that shit back the next fucking day.
Nice.
Would not have happened in California.
Look, the thing about California though is it's so big and like it's so big, but the cities fucking run everything. Like the places I live, like I've always like kind of lived like at the edge of like the countryside in California. There's only like a small amount of time I lived in the city, but like the place where I live, like there were Trump flags, like MAGA flags everywhere. Like big.
Most of California is red except the city. My friend Foxy Moxie, she lives in a nice rural town where everybody Trump fan. The cities fuck it up for the rest of you.
They do, yeah, and it's kind of it's just sad because there's like really nothing you can do about it. Like they just control everything.
And again, I don't see how people in California, like let's go back to when you know, Winnie the Pooh visited, right? Xi Jinping, and all of a sudden all the fucking homeless were gone.
They cleaned it all up.
How can you in good conscience vote for the motherfucker if they obviously have the capability of cleaning up those dirty hobos, but they only do it for a foreign leader for a fucking weekend? And people still vote for the bastard.
I asked one of my, I asked a liberal person one time, because whenever like we voted in like, you know, California, and still now, we would always like look up the people. Like me and my mom would sit down, we would like get the ballots out, and we would like look at, okay, let's look up all these people. Like, what do you think of this person, their policies? Like, should we vote for this person, right? So like me and my mom always did that. And so, you know, we always like, we voted like from an informed perspective, right? And then I asked like a person who's liberal, say, hey, who'd you vote for? Oh, I voted for Gavin. I'm like, oh, why'd you vote for Gavin? And I'm like, yo, my vote is canceled by that person? And I'm like, universal voting is ass. And like, I've always thought it ever since that.
What, obviously I know we probably stand on the 19th Amendment, but what do you think of the limitations we should have on voting?
I think it should be based on like some skin in the game, some kind of merit, like either land owning or some kind of aptitude or business or something like that. All I can say is that there's a better way than now where everybody can vote, and no matter how little they care.
Or no. Like, well, I guess if they knew, they would care. So yeah, you know, well put.
I think if they say anything about how America, like they're against America or they're anti-America, they definitely do not have a right to vote.
Agree. Yeah. If you ever at any point in time are against the American ideals, like I said, and that's why I think it is important to distinguish between leftists, liberals, Democrats, because they all mean something different. Like you can have the idea that, hey, I don't like the healthcare system. I think we should have something more like Switzerland or Sweden or wherever the fuck. Again, I'll disagree with you, but that is a debate to have. Fair enough. I cannot get mad at you for having a belief system about how care for citizens should be handled. We can debate whether it would work or not. Fair enough. We can debate how high taxes would work. You can't tax the poor into being wealthy, or you can't tax the wealthy to save the poor, but that's neither here nor there. People don't understand Thomas Sowell's basic fucking logic. But the point is, conversation can be had. You can't have conversation with people that reject American ideals in fucking general.
Yep. Totally agree.
But yeah, no, mind you, land ownership is the only way to vote. Well, not the only way, but land ownership. I hadn't considered business ownership. I do like that. And then military service.
It would be kind of there have to be like rules. Obviously, like it's in the details, right? Because if it's just business ownership, what they're going to do is they're going to give a bunch of people business. You have to understand, like, okay, you play online games at all?
So I play against other people. I'm terrible at team-based games. So I'm a terrible team player. But yes, I'll play like online fighting games against people and shit.
So one thing that's always certain is that people will fucking cheat. Anytime there's like a fucking game, people will find some way to cheat, right? And for some reason, we just pretend that's not the case. And then we try to make it like as easy to cheat as possible. It's so fucking annoying. And this is like really what pisses me off about the Republicans, by the way, is that
let's die on Republicans. I'm all for dying on Republicans.
You know what I told you about, like how a lot of the people are just like mobs, like they're just zombies, basically.
Yes.
A lot of the Republicans are like, oh, we're too good to deal with that. No, we don't have to. We don't have to do it. We don't have to do it.
All right, I want to address this comment, but I want to build off something you just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Lamental, it's me, says, and it's tricky. Be careful. We're supposed to adjust as we go. We have a direction, not the answer. So we are supposed to adjust as we go because the founding fathers had the foresight to say, to know that there are things they hadn't accounted for. However, it has to still remain within the purview of the idea of the country they founded upon. So if we adjust as we go, but our adjustment takes us out of the constitutional republic, the great experiment in individual freedom, then that's not what the adjustment was for. The adjustment was not to go outside those parameters. So we've got a window, or we've got a circle. We might be here. We can adjust on each side within the circle, but we got to stay in that circle. Anyway, shout out. Thank you for the comment. I appreciate it. But no, the thing that I fucking hate about the right, besides the fact they're pansy ass weak little bastards who can't get shit done, is exactly what you said. We're too good for this. If you wonder, because earlier I was talking about how China infested a lot of this woke stuff. It's not just China. If you wonder why the fuck all these kids are all different kinds of LGBTQIA12XY key, like if you're wondering why they're that, if you're wondering why they're pro-communism, it's because you at no point, and Matt Walsh is a perfect fucking example of this.
I totally, dude, I was about to bring it up.
Did you bother to ever invest in culture? Like let's look at Spider-Man from the fucking 60s. Spider-Man had some goddamn American culture. I don't care if you're an adult. I don't care if you're a kid. I don't care if you're left. I don't care if you're right. The idea of with great power comes great responsibility. That's an American-ass idea. And then you take Marvel Comics now, and it's just a complete rejection of anything right-wing, a promotion of all things communist, and the right's like, what does it matter? It's for kids. Okay, first of all, that's not true. But even if it was true, don't you think kids should be growing up with comics that could teach them these good American ideals like we had in the 60s? What is your game plan?
They don't have one. And it's just so irritating. Like they've just retreated completely, like left the battlefield and just let left completely take it over.
Well, but I will disagree with your framing just slightly because you say that they've abandoned the battlefield. I think they're so arrogant or ignorant or maybe both that they don't even see it as a battlefield. So they didn't show up to begin with to leave said battlefield.
Fair. That's fair.
If you watch movies from the 70s, 80s, 90s, you're gonna see some political bend to it. Yeah, fair enough. There's a lot of movies that I watch that I go back, I watch now with a critical eye. I was like, okay, I could tell this dude was a 90s era Democrat when he made this movie. But at the end of the day, it's still got more or less American values to it, even if it's just a different set of American values than I would have. movies nowadays, or books or comics, or especially video games, are so blatantly anti-America. I don't know why that's even allowed.
Well, and again, that goes to the freedom thing, right? Where other countries, they just are blatantly like against it. Where it's like, no, we're not doing that. You're never doing that, right? But then again, our Achilles heel is like, oh, we believe in freedom of expression. You can say whatever you want, which allows people to say fuck America, and then that's not countered by culture. So then it's because they know that that's where they hit us, right? Like what Desmond said, right?
Well,
I think that should be countered. Like, people should be shamed for saying that, and they should be shamed quite openly.
I mean, we've completely removed shame at all at this point.
I know. It drives me insane. It's like, you can shame a person for doing something awful. It is okay because they did something awful.
Well, and the argument from the conservatives will be, well, if they're making all these woke video games or woke movies, just let the free hand of the market decide. Get woke, go broke. Yeah, that's not how this actually works, because the market is being controlled and adjusted and inflated and altered by the people who on the left or the global cabal or whatever it be. The point is, you can't get a fucking right-wing movie made with Hollywood regular funding methods and tax dollars. They won't fund it. Well, the free hand of the market's not going to decide if there's no competition within said market. Great. We got, Mel Gibson out here producing right-wing movies, or we got Angel Studios making that one about rescuing kids from the fucking rapists and shit. And I'm glad those are doing well. But they're few and far between, because the apparatus that actually pays for the production of these artistic products only fund one side of the aisle. So there's, without competition in the market, you can't just say, let the free hand of the market decide. There's no alternative.
There's a really interesting point here is, why do you think they're so against AI? If you think about it now, it makes
democratization of art.
Because now the individual has so much more power. Like, we actually have a way to fight back with it.
Yes, I'd say that you're objectively correct, because I don't ever see anybody on the right wing throwing a bitch fit about AI. I'm not saying they don't, but I don't see it. I only see the left throwing a fit about it.
Yeah, but usually the right don't care, because they're like, okay, yeah, you're doing your own thing. That's fine. You're not hurting anybody. And I feel like that's what hurt us in the long run, is that everybody liked it. Oh, take that stance. Oops. This one.
Lord says, what about indies, Leon? Here's the unfortunate reality. And I say this is a big proponent of indies. Indie comics, indie video games, indie movies. I got a slew and collection of all of them. But it is very rare when indies can compete with the big dogs. Not everything's a Silk Song. Not everything is an Angel Studios movie. Not everything is, an Isom by Eric July. I love those success stories, and they're great. But most indies, if they're successful at all, are just successful within a very small niche, and they can afford to be successful in that small niche because they also cost much less to produce. You can't put, a Marvel movie up against, if let's say Clerks were to be made today, and expect it to be a fair fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of sad, because now a lot of the good media that we have that actually is kind of providing good values is like not even from America. Like anime.
Well, it's funny because I know we're gonna be wrapping up here pretty soon, but this actually was about to lead into. Well, I guess we'll have this be the final topic, because a lot of people, and I hate that they have this mentality because they're wrong, are they look to Japan and anime and Japanese video games as just this bastion of free speech, and like, oh, this is where the culture is now, without realizing that Japan is culturally about 5 years behind us. Now, to be fair, things could maybe start to change with their new prime minister, but by and large, the woke stuff was starting to hit Japan about 2 years ago, and it's been escalating. You've got Capcom, Square Enix, all these Japanese video game companies,
Nintendo
taking DEI investment money. You've got Japanese corporations advocating for DEI in the workplace. It's like, guys,
but why is that though? They're chasing the international money. That's why.
Bingo, bango, bongo. I don't know if you've ever looked into this. I assume you're familiar with BlackRock.
Yes.
So, did you know that Japan has their own BlackRock?
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's called Marubeni Corp. There's another one as well. I forget off the top of my head, but it's called Marubeni Corp. And Marubeni Corp, they have been funding and putting a lot of investment money into anime and manga. You wonder why a lot of more recent anime, manga, and whatnot seem woke even out of Japan, even before it hits the localizers. It's for that reason. By the way, I'll give you 3 guesses as to who invests in Marubeni Corp. BlackRock.
Mm-hmm.
It's all just down the pipeline. So anyone that thinks that Japan is this great savior, look, again, with Sane Takaichi, maybe things will change, but they are now where were 5 years ago, and they got to save themselves before in a much quicker fashion than we did. That being said, since we are about to wrap, let's go ahead and hit these super chats right here. Ebonix Kang says, ban that clip. Never, monkey. Tamamo Takamori said, for a 10 banger, I came to the conclusion through growth and observation. Reality doesn't care what you want or what you think it should be. You cannot impose your ideals on it. I simply separate ideals and truth. And again, you more or less kind of made that true. I made that statement with your previous chat. I guess the question I'm more asking is, why didn't you cling to the title saying like I'm liberal ideologically? Is more the question I was asking, but I do appreciate the clarification. Zevin Cross for a 5 banger says, hell yeah, ghost stories. Touch me harder. Shout out, Zevin. Appreciate you. Sammy 3Pete says, Mario 3. Here's some money. Because we were talking about the SNES earlier. Yeah, Mario 3, second best Mario game after Super Mario World. Let's see. But framed in gold for a 5 banger. In the early 2000s, I would buy Singapore anime bootlegs, 24 episodes on 3 DVDs, the good subtitles, including signs. My man, that's how you fucking do it. Absolute legend. Pete's Face coming in with a 5 banger. Leaflit should run an Angel Sword one-shot for Cinny and her other VTuber friends. Might be a good way to advertise the system.
I'd love to. I'm a terrible voice DM though. I'm like a text DM person, but I'll do my best.
I couldn't imagine being a text DM. I need to act and move and be, just all the. That's one of the main reasons I got into D&D and maintained it and whatnot, was just to make sure my improv skills were always sharp and my writing skills, because I would always try and do homebrew campaigns so I could actually write.
Mm-hmm.
Zevin Cross for a 20 banger. Fucking love Toonami. Outlaw Star was the shit. Also love old Toonami motivational bumpers. My favorite one was, a boy has the right to dream. There are endless possibilities stretch out before him. Well, if you like Toonami bumpers, well then thank you for the super chat. Boy, do I have something for you.
So here's the deal. Life doesn't always want to be your friend. Sometimes it'll feel like life wants to hurt you.
That was a downer.
But you can't just hide, because nobody likes a quitter.
Your ass don't hurt.
I'll go first. You gotta take chances.
This fire isn't gonna stop me.
They never said it was gonna be fun or easy.
Subscribe to New Black Street. Subscribe to Atreus. And I'll catch y'all next Saturday.
And pray for his ass.
Shout out to my boy Atreus. Love you, homie. War Wizard for a 2 banger says, yeah, accidental. Only been eye level with him. See, we were talking about dicks earlier. Is that what? You know what? I'm just gonna move on. Sammy 3Pete for a 5 banger. Leon, I accept. You accept, regardless of how you were born. Poop pusher. Wouldn't be a Sammy 3Pete super chat without the word poop. Appreciate you, homie. Soul Stealer for a 5 banger says, we have to follow the Super Earth's footsteps. Managed democracy is the only way for Super Earth. I assume it's a Helldivers reference.
Yes.
Okay, making sure. I'm more of a horror and platformer kind of guy, so I actually haven't played Helldivers. I revoked my game.
I honestly think you would enjoy it.
I probably would if there was a solo player aspect to it, but I'm such a terrible team player.
There is. You go stealth like Metal Gear mode.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I could get into it then. It's like when the team is doing bad, even if I'm also doing bad, I'm really a nightmare to game with. I am a fucking control.
He's not kidding.
Okay, so
go for it.
Play with indecisive women.
That's why you hang out with me.
I'll need you to confirm, Cinny, but because I could be wrong. But there was almost a night where our friendship almost ended over Pokemon Unite. I was such an asshole to her.
Oh yeah, he was being terrible. But no, I don't think it was a friend ending. It's just you're being a douche. You need to stop now.
Because I remember that night and I still feel bad about it. This was a year ago, maybe even more. And I remember how I aggressively just vicious I was to you. I was like, I took that way too far.
That's how it was though back in the day, you know? Like you're playing Counter-Strike, you'd be like, you freaking retard, right? Like,
dude, it was like I don't even remember some of the names I called her. And again,
oh yeah.
It was rough. But again, it's all in the past. Thanks for the 5-banger, homie.
Completely forgot about it, by the way.
I have never forgotten about it. I self-scarred my own psyche with how I treated you. Tamamoto Nakamori for a 10-banger. Future-proofing the pendulum. You can't with force. The more you fight it, each swing just gets worse. You need calm. To let the force dissipate, it won't happen though. Someone else always applies force. Ooh, you want to take this one? Oh, I was asking you, Leaflit, if you had a thought on this, because I figure this seems to go against force doctrine. If you have an opinion,
future-proofing the pendulum. You can't with force. The more you fight it, each swing just gets worse. Well, the problem is like when you're calm, then the other side aggresses, and it's like, yeah, it won't happen now because someone always applies force. Yeah, exactly. So you have to just annihilate the other side, so that they have to rebuild, and then you have to annihilate their worldview like so hard that they have to rebuild, and that gives time for the force dissipating. But you also have to have the what's the word? The self-restraint to not go beyond, which is like I don't know.
I mean,
that's
black belt power in and of itself. The power to have that self-restraint is that's a type of power in and of itself.
Yeah, I'm black belt. That's
shout out, thank you for the 10-banger. I truly appreciate it. Eldrax says, you never heard an argument against Pascal's wager? Simple. Which god? No, I said never heard a good argument against Pascal's wager. This is a bad argument because, again, philosophically, God doesn't mean anything religious. It just means greatest conceivable being. So if you look at God from the philosophical perspective, which god is irrelevant? So no, that's actually a terrible argument because it doesn't even include the philosophy of what God actually is. Good try, though. Tomo Takamori says, identify as a high-level retard. Smart in some ways, dumb as fucking others. A man that thinks he knows everything learns nothing. Based.
Me too.
Well said. Ebonix King for a 5-banger says, sometimes you drop a little something to remind others where that motherfucker. That motherfucker. Agreed. Shout out my boy. Deck Striker with a 5-banger. I'm gonna lie. With how powerful Rugal and Kiki and Rugal or Kiki and Jets are, is World War III even something we were worried about? Well, the thing is, I don't know about the power of other governments. Obviously, we have a lot of propaganda that says that we're number one, and maybe that's true. But I don't know what the capabilities of all these other, Russia, China, things like that. So you never want to be too overconfident. That's my mentality.
I feel like that's what's going to breed complacency because you think you're the strongest, but are you sure? Because people are upgrading every single day, like their whatever forces they have in their hand. You can't just assume you're always going to be the best.
Bingo. Yep. You're exactly correct.
Yeah, and the cost of failure is too high.
Yeah. That absolutely goes without saying. The Jackals of Terra Argentum became a member on his fucking own. Shout out, absolute legend. Truly appreciate you. I will go ahead and say, guys, join the Discord. We are going to be getting rid of it soon and doing an alternative. I'm also building a website specifically for us to hang out. But while you're here, if you want to engage with the movie nights that we all do and whatnot, then you could join for the limited time. The Discord is still up. Shout out and appreciate you. Let's see. Oh, and then you came in with a 10-banger, Jackal. I don't think a benevolent dictatorship is necessary in the U.S. yet. I come from Argentina. Homie comes from Argentina. Guys have a really good soccer team, where it's very much necessary and arguably delayed socialist tyranny by a few decades and allowed for Milei, which Milei might be the greatest political leader of my lifetime. Love me some Trump. Milei is that fucking dude. I don't know if you got thoughts on Milei.
I like him. They've been getting a lot of good leaders in South America lately.
Yeah, and we've been abducting the bad ones, which is base. Tomo Takamori for a 5-banger. The algorithm alone is by design, and most only see us good, them bad. The question is purposeful intent or unfortunate consequence. I'd guess former. Definitely the former. It's absolutely absolutely purposeful intent, and that's not just internet algorithm. That has been how the news cycle has worked. I mean, again, that goes all the way back to the propaganda I was saying way earlier in today's show about like the feminist flappers of the 20s and the smoking ads. So there has always been some sort of twist. There was a world-renowned propagandist in the 20s, and I wish I remembered his name. And if you guys come back to me on another stream, I'll Google it because we're trying to wrap here. But look into his history. He's basically the guy that invented the term banana republic by creating an actual banana republic purely off of propaganda for U.S. gains. It's insane. But I'm blanking on his name right now. So reasons to come back. Ebonix Kang for a 2-banger. Matt Gaetz is the next governor of Florida, more likely. You think so? I wouldn't be opposed to that. Scotty G with a 10-banger. The stream's been so amazing. I'm really glad 3 of you were able to get together for this. Me fucking too. This is
had a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Yeah. I hope we get to have you back again soon, Leafy.
I'd love to. I actually had a lot of fun.
Next time, we'll probably be more along the lines of what we normally do, which is commentate on actual cultural news stuff and whatnot. I wanted to get to know you because, like, it's I figured we'd get along, but there's also that case is like, oh, dude, maybe this person fucking sucks.
That's why I actually only asked for an hour at first, and I was like, you know what? Actually, this is kind of fun, so I'm okay with it.
I'll run into that. Like on the internet, you never know. So, like, full disclosure, I'll get to the next chat in a bit. Again, thank you so much, Scotty G. I hate asking creators and whatnot to come on shows unless I already know them through some other means because, like, maybe it's just on my fucking head, but I've seen so many fucking clout chasers and people trying to coast on others and whatnot on YouTube and probably on Twitch as well. I'm not on Twitch, so I don't know.
No, you're right, man.
It's like, I never want to, even though I know I'm not that, I never even want to be perceived as that. So I don't usually like reaching out and asking folk, unless like maybe we've already had multiple interactions like on X or whatnot. We built rapport. It's like, hey, we've been talking for a while. You want to come on the show? But yeah, there's just something different about you. I was like, I really want to fucking hang with Leaflit.
It was really fun. Like I really did have a good time.
I'm so glad. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vescarbino for a 20-banger says, has been a great conversation. Hail Leaflit, Cinny, and I guess Leon. Fair. You think that my takes were bad on this stream? Just wait until you watch my Resident Evil 9 review, which you should all do after this stream is over.
It's pretty good, actually.
Dick Throbbin, thank you, Cindy, for a 5-banger. Right-wingers are totally at fault for seeding culture and entertainment. It isn't important. What a waste of time. And why is my kid a commie?
Yep.
Fucking facts.
Well, and when you have people like Matt Walsh saying like, yeah, fuck that entire segment of culture, it's like, all right, well, I guess you just lose
and
them.
yet they allow him to be a thought leader. Whereas Charlie Kirk never would have said that shit.
That's why they killed him.
That's exactly why they fucking killed him.
Yep.
Let's see. Here we go. Tamamo Tokomori. Yeah, okay, I got it right. I can't cling to what doesn't help, only hurts. I want the best outcome we can get, not the best we can't. An ideal world, good intentions equal good results. It does not, and so I have to choose. Now I got a few liberal friends that could learn a lot from you. 7 Cross with the 10-banger. Hell to you all. Enjoyed the conversation you guys had. Going to check out Leaflit's anime D&D after I get a workout. Mods, in case you haven't done it a bit, one more time. Drop that bitch in the chat, please. I don't know when the last time you guys did it was because frankly, Cindy been running this show like a fucking boss. But no, drop her Tabletop RPG in the chat more time. Yeah, absolutely check it out, everybody. And then Tamo Tokumori for a 10-banger. That's my point. The only way you can future-proof the pendulum is an ideal that doesn't work. In reality, thus, you can't. You can only delay it, as Leela says. Oh, okay, and if that's what you were getting at, I take a bit. Yeah, I understand a bit more what you were arguing. And then you say, one final addition, when you can't stop the inevitable, you only have mitigation. Well, I mean, since it is a pendulum, it will swing back and forth. So you can mitigate the swing, but it always will go back and forth. How many generations or lifetimes, whatever it takes, that's the question. And then War Wizard, final super chat of the day for a 2-banger. Leon has great political takes and awful anime takes.
Wait, what's your awful anime take?
No, they're high as fuck, dude. My anime takes are fucking
Wait,
base.
hold on. Before you say anything, shush. Leaflit, what do you think of Demon Slayer?
I like it.
No, it was nice having Leaflit on the show.
It's like, okay, Demon Slayer is kind of like, how do I explain it? It's like junk food anime. It's like junk food anime.
Oh, you see, I can agree with that. Junk food is fun, but it's not good for you. I don't think Demon Slayer is.
It's not like
beyond
One Piece.
The visuals, I don't think is particularly that great. The writing isn't that great.
Yeah, I'd agree
don't-
with that.
I don't know. I disagree on the visuals. I think they're actually quite pretty. And
No, I said aside
No,
from the
he-
visuals.
he
This
said-
is-
Oh,
this
okay,
is what
okay,
it
I
has
didn't hear
going
that.
for it. No, my anime takes are great. Like, first of all, I admit my bias in that my all-time favorite anime franchise is Dragon Ball because, like, it's fucking Dragon Ball. But after that, dude, I'm talking like we got Beck, Mongolian Chop Squad, Legend of the
Good one.
Galactic Heroes, Dirty Pair. What were you saying?
Oh, I said Beck's good.
No, dude, Beck is like I adore the anime. Again, it's my second favorite, or probably third favorite, because again, Legend of the Galactic Heroes. But like, yeah, adore Beck. Dirty Pair. The Irresponsible Captain Tyler. Like, my anime takes are fucking great. I have a hard time adjusting to modern anime because I'm an old head, and I know that about myself.
Have you seen Freerun?
I'm loving Freerun. I do think
It's so
season 2
good.
so far is a little bit weaker than season 1, but I'm still really enjoying it.
I agree with
You
that.
know,
Yeah.
I think it'll pick back up. They
I think
haven't.
so as well. I think this
Yeah.
week's episode proved that next week's will be a banger. But me and Cindy are watching an anime that's airing right now called Kaya-chan Isn't Scary. Have you heard of it?
Is that the one with the kid that sees ghosts?
Yes,
Yes.
and it's so
Is it
fucking good.
It's amazing. Like
I'll
it's
have to add it then.
it's
haven't seen it.
dark and it's very compelling. Like I want to see every episode tomorrow.
Do you know movie directors very well by chance?
It depends which
Do you know who
one.
Sam Raimi is or what he's famous for?
No, I don't.
Okay,
Sorry.
have you ever heard of the Evil Dead movies?
Yes.
Sam Raimi did those. It's like if Sam Raimi made an anime. It's far darker, more horrifying than it should have any right to be, but also the comedy is really, really dark, so it balances it out. It's very, very interesting show, but it just keeps getting darker as it goes on. I'm enjoying that more than Freerun season 2 so far. I'm loving both,
Really?
but I'm enjoying the weekly watches of Kaya-chan even more.
I'll have to watch it.
And then last but not least, Tomo Takamori says, Cindy, can we crash out over Jack over Jack
man.
Ball again?
Oh man. Oh, don't
Jack
get
of
me
all.
started on that. Jack of all trades, party of none. It's a new anime that dropped this season. Oh my god. I saw 5.5 episodes of it and I crashed out so fucking hard I almost threw my remote. I was so mad. Oh my god.
But have
Yeah,
you
don't-
seen Dogfucker?
Hassan Piker got his own anime?
Have you seen Aquarian?
No.
That is the craziest fucking anime ever. It's like a mecha anime and it's like freaking 5 seasons. It's
Oh
like
my
100
God.
episodes, and then like you find out that the entire conflict was because a guy was tricked into fucking a dog. But you find
Okay.
this out in season 2, at the end of season 2.
What
that,
the
that
fuck?
the reason that the bad guy was mad is because he got tricked into fucking a
To be
dude's
fair, that's a
dog.
very justifiable reason to become like, I don't need this Thanos
Yeah.
sympathetic villain shit. You tricked me into fucking a dog. Okay, I am gonna become a Muslim suicide bomber.
And then, so not only did the guy trick so it was about these 2 gay angels, and he tricks the boyfriend angel into fucking a dog, and then he leaves him for like a human woman, and then later on he lets his dog fuck the human woman who was his girlfriend because he believed that his dog loved her, and he wanted to go bros before hoes, so he let his dog fuck his girlfriend. That's the actual plot, like actually.
What?
Oh, and I forgot to mention that the mechs, they like combine into like one big mech, and when that happens, they all come.
What?
I need you to DM me this because I'm actually curious. I kind of want to watch this. I'm not gonna lie. This sounds wild. It
I
sounds
can
fun.
guarantee you have heard the opening because it's like one of the most famous anime openings of all time.
Really?
Yeah, it's the all these time, these 12,000 years, Aishitaru, that one.
No.
Off the top of my head, that actually doesn't ring a bell. Maybe I heard it. Maybe I'll know, but
I'll link it to you.
yeah. By all means, link this to me because I'm sold.
The dog fucking is what got you sold. Chat, you heard that.
I'm interested in the Hassan Piker anime. Like, what can I tell you? Like,
How about the magical girls that are allergic to cum? You know about that one? And then it's like this geopolitical like battle where instead of nukes they use magical girls, but then the magical girls, they like get dudes to like kind of psyop the magical girls into having sex with them so that it could destroy their ability to become magical girls.
I fucking love anime. Like,
that one's by Sunrise. That one's by Sunrise.
What's that one called?
Maya Tome.
That's awesome.
I've seen that. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I just forgot.
Your eyes lit up bigger than any other topic we got to tonight. You're all like, oh, what? Magical girls allergic to cum? Like,
I've seen it a long time ago. Oh my gosh.
I love that show, by the way. It's a good one.
Seven Cross with a 50 banger says, Dirty Pair mentioned. Hell yeah. Here's a 50. Love Dirty Pair. Flash more, though. Ooh, I hadn't seen Dirty Pair Flash because I'm not a fan of the animation change, but the story's good. Maybe I'll check it out just on that recommendation. Shout out. Thank you for the 50 banger. Let's go ahead and give you a clip. Then we'll hit these last few. Leaflit, do you need to get out of here because they keep coming? I don't want to keep
No. I'm good. I'm good.
All right, if you're sure.
Yep.
This is for you, homie.
Leon, Moxie, are y'all niggas happy? Y'all happy? You proud of yourself? I hope you niggas is happy. Congratulations to all the new single moms on the channel, but I just hope you niggas are just so happy with what you've done.
I am, by the way. I am happy. Shout out, Zevin. Thank you so much, brother. Eldrax for 5 banger. Other religions can have other reward punishment systems. If you're trying to dodge this, which is irrelevant. So it's that I don't think you know what Pascal's wager is, bro. Pascal's wager is just whether or not it is logically consistent to believe in God. Not even necessarily agree with it or follow the religion, but to believe in the existence of God. So no, the reward punishment system or anything doesn't matter because the religion is irrelevant. It's whether the logic is consistent and acting as if a God exists. Tama Tokamori for a 2 banger. Wow, talk about going out to bang. You're telling me. War Wizard for a 2 banger. You know it's my fault, really, for watching today? It is. But don't ever change. The Runaway Vagabond with a 5 banger. Leon sent it to me. I gotta see this too. I got you, homie. I got you. Ebonics Kang for a 2 banger. There it is. Leon's bad takes pokes its head out. Talking about Demon Slayer in a negative fashion in 2026 shouldn't be a bad fucking take. Y'all
Talk negatively about
man.
Black Clover, the most mid of mid anime.
I hate Black Clover.
Fucking thank you. Oh my gosh.
So bad. Like everyone told me it was so good. I was like ready to watch it and like watched it. I was like, oh my god.
Oh my gosh. I got into an entire argument with my chat over how mid like Black Clover is. Like there's only one good character in my humble opinion. So I'm so happy you said that. Thank you, Lee.
I didn't even get that far.
Oh man.
I didn't even need to be on screen. Y'all took care of Trash and Black Clover for me. Well done. I guess women can have good opinions now and again. Base. Ebonics Kang with a 2 banger. I must watch this anime. See? Sounds interesting. Sorry, chat. One was Cindy, not this. No, you're good. You're good. Alrighty. Let me play one more clip for all y'all that fuck me hopscotching backwards.
Take your time, man. I'm good.
Let's see. Pascal's wager calculation is based on risk and reward. Thus requires a specific risk and reward system. Okay, the risk versus reward is the risk and reward of knowing whether or not that believing in God can be proven, not proven, but whether you would get to know the answer after death. It's not about the risk, necessarily the risk reward from a moral standpoint. Again, your argument is incredibly irrelevant because Pascal's wager, even if we are to go off your argument, it's morals based. Well, even then, so within each culture where that religion is taking place, then you would just believe in the culture of that religion. So you're still acting within what's logically consistent for your culture. War Wizard for a 2 banger. Tell him about your sentence to be a hero take. It's getting fucking worse and worse as it goes. It's had an interesting premise, and it's all just fucking flashy animation and aura farming. They're like the characters are cardboard fucking cutouts. Svan or whatever his fucking name is the most annoying motherfucker in the world. Like it's just another power trip fantasy anime with no substance to it.
No, it talks about the political, like the corruption in the political system, about humans siding with fairies, which shouldn't be happening, and yet somehow is. Like it's got a deep story.
Maybe when it gets to it, I'll agree with you. But so far, the reason I'm not caught up is because it's such a fucking slog with all action and no actual development so far by 5 or 6 fucking episodes.
I disagree because they spend these episodes telling you what happened. Yes, Sav is very annoying.
Yeah, no, you're correct. They spend telling you what happened. The core element of film is show, don't tell.
I don't know. I don't know how they could have done that with Venetum's like storyline. You have to see the corruption. The same thing goes with like fucking Xylo, right? You had to see
Yeah,
the whole
Xylo,
court
the
scene.
edge, dude. Xylo
I
was
think
such
you're
an
blinded
edgelord
by
fucking
the
character. He
edginess.
makes Shadow the Hedgehog look like Barney. It's
I
fucking
see.
annoying.
I see what the problem is. You got so fucking headstrong on hating the fact that he's aura farming, as you put it, that you're not even paying it. Well, no, you're not even paying attention to the story. You're being a bitch about it.
And I'm gonna keep watching it because I've started and I don't drop anime, but
No,
thus
'cause
far,
you're not-
every
you're
episode has
not-
gotten more and more boring.
You're not watching you're not actually looking at the plot. You just see Xylo, you see
No,
Sab,
I'm
and you're
looking
like,
at the plot
oh, this
when
is
it
gay.
happens, and the problem is it's not happening very much. That's why I've said it's got so much potential. There's glimpses of greatness in there from a storytelling perspective, but it doesn't actually do anything with it, at least as far as I've gotten. That might change, but so far it's like failing every metric of where it could be different than something like Solo Leveling or Sword Art Online.
Leafy,
This
if
is
you
peak
haven't,
dynamic, by the way.
if you haven't seen it, actually, Leafy, I would highly recommend it. Like,
What was it called again?
Sentenced to Be a Hero. It's actually
Sentenced to Be
pretty
a Hero.
fascinating. Like I don't know. I think the story is pretty solid. I think Leon just got really headstrong and he's not paying attention to that.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball is 30 minutes of good screaming. That's a gross oversimplification of Dragon Ball.
She's not
BC
wrong,
Black Clover
though.
is bad. Yes, Black Clover is fucking awful. And lastly, Ebonics King for a 5-banger. I never said Black Clover was amazing. It's a good background anime. What the fuck you watching anime for if you're not supposed to be unless you're actively watching? You know what? We're ending the show. Here's the last clip for all y'all for your goddamn donos. I appreciate it. Means the world to me. Thank you for donating.
That is a peak clip. I loved it.
I'm so glad we're ending on that one. We already like 4 circles. I'm gonna set up a raid. While I do, let's do some outros. Leaflit first and foremost. Tell the people who you do. Tell the people what you do, how they can find you. Well, hold on. Do an outro.
Leave us sorry on YouTube. Check out the game rpg.angelsword.com, or you can also find it on angelsword.com. But if you like tabletop games and you don't want wheelchair accessible dungeons, then yeah, we got that.
I like that.
You're streaming tonight, or is your next one tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm off on these days, usually for other work.
You'll love to see it. Alrighty. In the interim, oh shit, both Celestium and Mama Akko are streaming. Who are we rating? Which one?
Ooh.
I rated Celestium last night, so we're going Mama Akko tonight.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. Cindy, tell the people who you are, what you do, what you got going on, the whole 9.
Oh, well, hey guys. Y'all know me at this point, for the most part. Like, well, the normals do. I'm Cinevere, but yeah, I'll be on Bima's Arts channel tonight. We're playing Baldur's Gate 3. I'll be back tomorrow on my own channel where I think we're talking about the spooky stuff again. I'm not quite sure, but I did see that Kane Pixels dropped a new trailer for the Backrooms. I'm super excited, and I want to check it out.
Can't
with y'all.
wait for the Backrooms movie,
I'm
baby!
so excited.
It's gonna be so
Oh,
good.
goodness.
We're gonna have to
scary
both
shit.
see it, that way we can review it on Neon Leon.
What'd you say, Leaflet?
I hate scary shit.
Oh no, I love it.
I
It
get
makes me
spooked.
happy.
Lastly, Black Clover is the trash people were force fed because Naruto ended. Fucking
face!
Well done. Alrighty, crew. As for me, you know the dealio. Videos and streams every fucking day. I know I didn't release a video the last several days. It's because it took me ages to script that fucking Resident Evil Requiem review. It's finally out. It's edited. It's fully there. Please watch it. I haven't put this much effort into a video, and I could not tell you how fucking long. Go watch the Resident Evil Requiem video. We're going to raid Mama Akko. I'll see you guys at the lunch hour tomorrow, same time, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. Until next time, it is all here in the Nerdosphere. Thank you so much for the donos. You are incredibly generous. It means the absolute world to me. I can only do this because of you guys. The greatest job in the world, and I never want that to go to my head. So again, thank you so terribly much. Tell Mama Akko, Vital Idol Raid. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise.